I was reading this morning, 90+% of internet searches in the US are done via Google Chrome and,
I believe that.
and Google search engine.
Absolutely, like the likes of DuckDuckGo and Bing. They're all playing for a distant second, Brian.
Yeah. So they're calling it, or I guess suggesting that it should be called an illegal monopoly. So we'll watch Google. Downside here a little bit this morning, guys, but lots to talk about. Good morning.
Good morning.
DuckDuckGo? Like, some of these things I've never even heard of.
Oh, so look, man, DuckDuckGo it's the one that gets used for alternative
Ask
reasons.
Jeeves, yeah, I remember that one.
No, Ask Jeeves.
That was just a search engine, wasn't it? That was not.
DuckDuckGo is where you go if you want to duck accountability. You know the stuff in your search history? Yeah, that you guys know what I'm getting
incognito mode?
Incognito
duck mode?
No, that's basically.
Ask Jeeves.
Ask Jeeves.
I wonder whatever happened to that. Did Jeeves just retire?
That's so much longer ago.
Jeeves hit it and quit it?
Dude, that was probably Ask Jeeves was a thing when I
don't think Randy's here. We might have to get our own coffees at some point.
405. Anyways, what might be bad for Google, I think might be good for Apple, which looks good again today. I'm kind of like Brandon here. Like I've been watching WW here. Man, that was a good headline yesterday, and a lot of times the opportunity to get like a cleaner trade isn't going to happen with something like this, because when you looked at it, there was the break. It broke $1. When you broke this level here, it should just be like a go long 111. Stop out under 80 cents or like 90 and hold it a couple days and see what happens. Because once you do this gap up, it's like, okay, well, I need this to calm down, show me some kind of a reasonable entry point that I can stick myself into, because I don't like chasing these too far. Now you're up 60%, and it's already double topping, like all that kind of stuff. So you have to find trend to be able to get into here. So it's going to be a tricky one for them. Alphabet, long run, look, this is going to take forever to settle down. Like, it's going to be years. They're going to appeal. It'll be years before any resolution happens. Breakup's probably like a minor possibility. There's a whole heap of other things that they can do here. They might try to go back green again. If it does, I think there'll be some opportunities maybe to fade it, but it can't be a bad story for like an Apple or a Meta, the way I see it. And the hilarious thing about it is, okay, so now just as search is being fundamentally changed over the next few years, this is when they get really serious about the monopolistic practices of Alphabet, or the monopoly they have. Now that AI is going to change search fundamentally. Oh, better late than never, I guess.
Yeah, we talked about Google splitting up again, back and forth. I was actually not. Palantir, first of all, is going to break $42. That should be exciting when that happens. I heard Jim Cramer call this thing a cult stock, so that's nice. Okay, I mean, I'll take it.
He said that?
I mean, Kramer was saying that it was, he's saying that it wasn't him that thought about it, it was somebody else. But, the only other cult stock, I mean, there's a couple of them, and one is Tesla, so I'll take it. All right, so basically, this is not even going to be on my radar yet today. I don't know if I want to trade this really early, and the reason why is just like, this is not great news, I didn't think, but the market is fine with it. Like, the Nasdaq's down, Google's down. Like, it's not like this is down 3 or 4% on breakup news or anything like that. I mean, I still think, with the importance of cloud, with the importance of Gemini, AI, and then YouTube, like I can't get my kids off YouTube, you know what I mean? So it's just like, I don't know, I still like the stock. It's not that much of a worry, but for me, I thought it would be down a lot more than this. And the fact that it's not leaves me for pause. So I'll just continue to go long NVIDIA, basically. We'll watch Google today. As Brendan said, there's a lot of stories. There's a lot of things moving around. The cruise lines are moving around. And I was actually watching yesterday, and like I had to turn it because like my daughter's 9. How old is she? Yeah, 9. 10. And she was like, we were watching updates on Milton there. And it was, and then she's just like, no, you have to turn it, because basically they were just showing the path, and it was like going right through Sarasota, right through Tampa, and they were showing the mayor saying, if you're still here, you're going to die, like things like that. Yeah. And I'm just like, okay, like sometimes you take for granted where you're housed, like where you live. And we were saying that, me and Neil were talking about that, and it's like, some people, it's easy to say, get out of town. But some people don't have that option to do that. And it's just like, there is, I mean, I don't want to say it, but unfortunately, there's most likely going to be loss of life. I mean, people are
very
saying,
likely.
You know, they're saying 15 feet. Like people's houses aren't 15 feet tall.
No.
You know, and so like when you get that storm surge, 15, like it's supposed to be 15 feet. Like I think they were saying Helena or whatever was 5 feet. Like this is going to be.
It's scary.
And then they were showing actually going down some of the streets that are still mangled.
Like
There's still
they just got battered badly.
Oh,
like
man.
it's the worst possible time because that's when everything is most vulnerable. You're just trying to rebuild. The people are just trying to take stock of what has happened. I mean, it's one of those things where like when they tell you to get out, get out. And it's not like I was telling Sean about this, and this is not a joke. I know this is gonna sound like a joke, but it's actually pretty serious. So like Waffle House is very, very famous for they always stay open. Like Waffle House, they stay open unless it's like the most crazy natural disaster. These guys are gonna be open. There's like they showed a map, and it's like half of the coast has closed the Waffle Houses. If the local Waffle House is closed 24 hours, you do not want to be around because it means it's going to be bad. And like I was born here in Canada, but you know, my family's from the West Indies, and you understand. Like you grew up hearing stories and understanding what can happen, but the human spirit's an amazing thing. So because it's scary and sad, here's a good story. A few years ago, there was a really bad hurricane that almost destroyed the island of Antigua, where my family's from, about 100,000 people. At the last minute, it swerved and hit an island of Barbuda that only has a couple of thousand. It's Antigua and Barbuda. There was maybe half a dozen buildings that were left standing. Everyone had to evacuate by ferry because there wasn't an airport and there's no air travel. And so many people couldn't because at the last minute it made a bit of a shift. Just 2 weeks ago, and this is a few years back, just 2 weeks ago, they broke ground. Not broke ground, they opened up the new airport on that island. They rebuilt, people came together, now there's an airport. Next time it happens, people are gonna be able to get out safely. That's the best part of it. Good people are amazing, and I know, like I love Florida, I love Clearwater, I'm down there every single year. People can come together. I'm gonna be down there next year, I guarantee you, enjoying spring training because people are gonna come together. But stay safe, everybody. And we're gonna be here to have some fun trading, but in the back of your minds, we wanna make sure everyone in Florida is doing okay. You actually reminded me about CCL. I'm glad you did because that one is on the verge. The cusp, I think, is the word here. I'm going to throw that one in the line. If it breaks 50, this looks pretty good.
GitLab moving around here this morning as well. Nice pop. 5.7% right now. We're up here. This is a daily chart. We're up here. 52.90, 53 coming into play. Morgan Stanley with a nice note on GitLab this morning, initiating coverage at an overweight rating. $70 price target for this one.
Yeah, good look over here, already moving through that $50 level. I was keeping an eye on this one earlier, liking this Morgan Stanley chiming in on GitLab. Obviously, a very important area to keep an eye on. It looks like Sanjit Singh here, the analyst at Morgan Stanley with that overweight rating that Brendo talked about, $70 price target.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye out for anything AI related once again today with this NVIDIA story. I mean, meanwhile, NVIDIA, if you haven't looked, just continues to march higher here, 135 coming into play. I mean, all of these were decently strong yesterday. There's the AMD. Even ARM I saw ended the day. I mean, not as strong, but ended the day basically at the highs here. So semiconductors still can't get away from them, guys.
No, There's no getting away from them. Not in this market. That's why. Look, what's interesting about ARM, because you said it, this is one that I didn't even realize, and probably why you don't realize that it has like 6 days in a row to the upside is because of how gentle it's been. You know, it bounces off of support at 135, and it's like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Before you know it, 5 days in a row to the upside. None of them crazy. Like there was the one crazy day on Friday. So no, check that. That was Monday. Friday was the day that it gave up the gains. On Friday, but then gave it pretty much all back. Very controlled move yesterday, I want to say. And it's just like it's coiling up. You got this wick at 145. However, I don't want any chip breakouts today. I'm thinking continuations are only dip buys. At the open, AMD was kind of like a nasty break, and then you had to wait for it to calm down a little bit. I look at even like an ARM here, like there's your false break. Then you get the lower high support. it forms, you're able to sort of play off that level at 142 a couple times. I think that's going to be the way to go. So I look over at NVIDIA, you've got previous close at 33, you've got previous high 133.5. Like, let it decide where the bottom is going to be. And if it starts trending, let that whatever that what candle be the mess that you don't get wrapped up in. Then when you get something like this, let me zoom it in on the 15 here. Because then when you get on the 15, this nice little rejection of that prior low, tight close up top, you've now got a level to play off of. Like, that tells you where the buyers won. And it makes more sense because then after the fact, you can get into it. Instead of trying to always pick bottoms with a tight stop in there and get rinsed out, like, just wait for it to show you the level, and then that's the level to play off after the fact. So I think that's what can happen here in NVIDIA. The one I'll probably be focused on with a little bit, SMCI, in the off chance it can actually break through that 46 that it couldn't yesterday, I think that has some room to go, but that's something that has to happen first. I don't want to touch SMCI unless it's starting to break back out.
Yeah, sure. I don't know if I tweeted out NVIDIA. No, I must not have. Anyways, yesterday we had it at 130.50 on the sticky note. We just have Apple. It's surprising I didn't do that. Tweet that out. No, we didn't. So, okay. Was just going to try to show you because our trades don't show up from yesterday. But there's 130.50 right here. Once it broke it, it was just wicked. It wasn't the greatest in the middle of the day there, as Jensen's sort of parading around New York right now, just explaining the future of AI. And, we already know what it is. And putting some, hopefully calming some of the winds about, are they going to be able to actually monetize from all this AI, right? And he's talking about healthcare and new businesses and new spots for monetization. So for me, it just keeps on going. And the reason why we liked 30.50 yesterday was it was the high from the previous day, and we couldn't break it in the pre-market. And then eventually, once the market opened up, it danced around a little bit. We got hit. Neil mentioned it there on AMD, breaking through 173 early. So we didn't have to worry about that with NVIDIA because once it finally broke it, it went, and we were able to base off of this 200 period moving average. So I just am looking right here. We're already above yesterday's highs. So scratch that as a strategy right now. If we were down here and looking to take that out, then I would say it's a break of 133.50 and we would take it. But the problem is it's already happened. But look where we dipped it down into that breakout spot again anyways. So 133.50, if we could dip into that, that's where the 200 period moving average is and where yesterday's high. So it's kind of like the same trade as this, except for this one, we broke it out and it went. This one we've already broken, so we're going to try to use that as support. So either way, yesterday's close of 133 basically will come into play probably if there's a little bit of a dip down. We've seen the market turn on itself, and maybe right now with the NASDAQ heading lower, we are able to get a lower bid on NVIDIA. But for me, it's a 133.50 long or just I wrote down 135. That's been the high there on a daily chart. I can't really zoom too much out because we'll lose it. But 135 isn't that important. It's a little bit higher than that. You're looking for like a 136.50. That's the high back here in July that we'll look to break today. So that to me would be a little bit of a better spot. But if it takes 135, silly not to break that long, right? We saw it sitting here yesterday. 132, huge size gone. 133, huge size gone. So at some point, the long is going to have to be taken. And we'll stay long NVIDIA. Look, it's up 1% with a down market. Yeah. So I think that says it all. And then tomorrow's AMD day, or tomorrow is
Tesla
Thursday.
day. Well, okay.
AMD.
Well, it's both.
I'm more excited for AMD. I don't really care about
because Tesla's not till aftermarket.
We're going to mention Apple is back to almost flat, trying to get back to flat here. After a nice recovery yesterday, we started the day negative out of the gate and then moved higher. Negative 0.16 right now. Piper Sandler with a positive note here on Apple this morning. Reiterating a neutral rating, but maintaining their 225 price target. You get to this point in the cycle, I think, or the launch cycle for iPhones and tech in general, and you start to see more and more analysts talking about it. Never a negative for them.
No, it's never a bad look to be in the news. And here's the thing, though. We got some information yesterday about the which iPhones are doing well, which iPhones are not doing that well. So it looks as if the Pro Max and the Pro are actually continuing to be in high demand. It's really the base version of the iPhone 16 that isn't doing that well. It looks like lead times are 2 to 3 weeks, whereas the Pro and Pro Max are 4 to 5 weeks. So we'll have to wait and see how they do. But those are the more expensive devices. Those are where they have more margins business. So maybe a good look, kind of tough to know at this point.
You were mentioning yesterday you just picked up a new iPad and had great things to say about it.
Oh, yeah.
So, I mean, yes, most of their business comes from the phone market, but I mean, there's always other angles here. I was just looking at this one as well. A few people mentioned BNZI. Looks like there's a financial update, some other notes from the company this morning. So BNZI, we're actually trading up here this morning, almost 100% move here to the upside, guys. But thoughts on Apple this morning?
Apple, okay, so I said I don't like any breakouts. Actually, no, that's not true. I don't like any breakouts in chip stocks today. I should have made that distinction because it was the chip names that were. That was a loud bang there. It was the chip names that were, I guess, dirty on the early breaks. But Apple, on the other hand, like it essentially double tapped 226, and then you've got Monday resistance just underneath the 226. You do have the lingering overhead, 227 to 227 and a half zone, which has been not the best, only because it was only one day that there was selling there on Apple. But it was the way that it was sold in that range that I feel like any long breakout here, it's like play into this, and then you need to come out of this zone breaking out the top, and then like look for a separate long opportunity. It was a super strong recovery back on the second. And it was a huge bull flag. So many times it tried to go. There was just so much volume and liquidity holding it at that 27 mark, and it hasn't really been able to challenge it a second time. So I think when you get there, it's like a hiccup long into the 27 area, and then maybe look for a consolidation that can break the 27.5, and then that would be a separate trade to the long side. But yeah, I like Apple today. It's not like it's green when the market's red. It's basically doing what the market is doing, but I feel as if it showed recovery from this 222 and the 50-period moving average now a couple of times, which I like. So this is a bounce off the 50-period moving average. You got the close above. I think you're looking longs until it loses that 50-period again, which is sitting at 223.
Yeah, I didn't really have Apple on my mind too much today, although it was my number one stock. We'll hit the cash register there yesterday. And yesterday we just were able to, really just, again, it looks like the NVIDIA chart. I almost think I should refresh this to make sure that it is the Apple chart. No, I can see the price. But anyways, I was just going to say, like, down into here, bouncing off VWAP, bouncing off the 200 period. It's what some of the big cap names did yesterday. AMD kind of started to go upside real quickly first and then fell back in. These names kind of just danced around this level. So although, you're going to get VWAP down here at 223, this is actually where we were able to get long, 223.50, I think, yesterday, and rode it right to the top, got some out right at the end of the day. So that was a good trade, trying to hold on to that. I think Apple was unfairly beat up. We talk about that. Like people that have no idea about iPhone shipments are saying that demand is low. Like, okay, T-Mobile came out and said demand is high. Like, who are we believing, right? So some of these analysts, they try to get this stock down, and it works. It works temporarily, but it's not going to work for very long. Apple is going to be a great AI play, and it's just a matter of time. But you got to give it time. Everyone's already invested in Apple. Apple's a huge stock, so I like it. I think that this is a good break right here, 226. Those are yesterday's high. But again, kind of just choppy here in the morning, moving as the market's moving. I think you'd want to play dips. I think we want to be long. I want to be long the market in general. But Apple today, without a catalyst, kind of just drifts higher. So we'll wait to see. If we identify that the market is super weak and Apple is strong against the market, then that's an area where we will look to pick up something on a dip. But for right now, I don't really have those feels for Apple. Let's go over to the board and see what's being upgraded, downgraded.
Affirm in this top upgrade slot for the second day in a row. Yesterday got the nod from BTIG. This morning, we're looking at a Morgan Stanley upgrade with a $37 price target. We have Loop Capital upgrading Home Depot, which is up over 1% right now pre-market. Then we have Norwegian Cruise Line. All these cruise lines doing very well this morning, getting some positive notes here from Citigroup. It's worth noting the cruise lines had a great day yesterday as well as oil prices pulled back. And then last but not least here, Chewy getting an upgrade here from TD Cowen and a $38 price target. We know this one can move, so definitely one to watch. On the downgrade side, Morningstar getting downgraded by Redbird Atlantic. We have Blackstone getting a downgrade by Piper Sandler. We have JP Morgan Chase downgrading Sirius XM. And last but not least, also in that oil energy space here, we have Exxon BNP Paribas downgrading BP, guys.
You know what's interesting? I almost forgot about Affirm, but Affirm trend up yesterday, but it was much like the chip names. Don't need old trend lines in there, so I can get rid of that. Look, it was a dip and rip on Affirm. It gave you that pullback right into prior high. So when you look at these things like support and resistance, just try to remember like the previous resistance. If you go gap filling like this and we trend down at 930 on a stock that you feel like you might be bullish on, let them rinse it out, because there's always people in the gap playing the gap long, or they're in the false break. Like this is another example of a breakout. If you took the breakout at 41 at the open on a gap up and a continuation play, it immediately stopped you out. You could have waited for it to hold VWAP and break out here, and then there were a couple of nice trades off 4070 into the high. So that wasn't bad. But like the bigger move is if you could have played the second half of it, which really was more like 40% of the move. But I think you got to have, if you can, when it bounces off that previous resistance level, you look for the long there, or like maybe the higher low. So if it does exactly the same thing today, you're looking at $41.50 on Affirm. And it's not crazy. Sometimes history decides to rhyme or repeat itself. And if you're at least ready for it, starts to fill in the gap, it's easy. If it'll either hold 41.50, you get some green, you get a higher low in there, kind of an entry there or there if you can find it, or play it there, play it off of VWAP, places to get into the trend. But that's only if it holds that thesis of fill in the gap, hold the prior high, maybe even the close price, I suppose. But if it starts breaking down and not giving you any kind of a bounce play, then you got to be able to get away from that stock. Catching the falling knife, it's always fun when it hits your level and it snaps back up. Sometimes I'd rather miss it and then catch it on the second leg, like that first higher low off the same level. At least that way you're unlikely to get rinsed.
Oh my God, I forgot. I was in the middle of doing the sticky note, and I was basically done it, and then got sidetracked. We were talking about some other things there, and I forgot to post it out. But what I want to talk about, we saw, I think it was Norwegian. Was it Norwegian on there, Adara? Or
Norwegian was.
Right. So, yeah. So there's RCL, Norwegian, and CCL. So for me, we can look at Norwegian if we wanted to. Okay, they're all at tops. So I'm going to choose CCL just because it's only a $19 stock right now. So NCLH would be the other symbol, and RCL for Royal Caribbean Cruise Lines. I was just looking at this, and it's on the sticky note for this level here. I think 1920, like 1925, kind of where we're at right now, for a break longer, and it's on our watch list as well. So we will get over all of this, but I just think that this is something that could go. I'm surprised. I don't know enough about CCL and their ports or what's going on exactly with Milton and how this is affecting some of these companies. But at the same time, I thought it would have been a negative influence, but it seems like it's heading to the high side, and a lot of that has to do with this, of course, is USO. So as oil continues to pull back in, obviously on these potentially tragic weather events, as we keep saying that we are, all of us here, praying for Florida, obviously. But there it comes to the downside right now. We'll wait to see what happens with oil. But I think that Carnival can, if oil continues to make a move down, I think these airlines, cruise lines, travel stocks like this will start to benefit, because honestly, lower gas prices, lower oil, better for manufacturing, better for travel. And I like the stock at this level. So do others. It's not rocket science here. You want to trade strong names. This is breaking out. So instead of here's a little smiley face right now, you could talk about cup and handles and all this kind of stuff, head and shoulder patterns. I just think we're breaking out straight up. So we'll take that play. You could go the other way. If you want to go short, you have top wick candles as well to hold against that short. I just feel like it's going to be a play. If you look at here, just quickly, we'll go back to Brendan in a second. Let me just look at the imbalance locator, because there's a buy out there, ALTM. We could talk about that later. Palantir's here. CCL is nowhere to even be found on here. So, maybe all the action will be happening once this market opens up. Almost 1 million shares done today. I like the stock. I think it breaks its pre-market high. So as far as upgrades and downgrades, I know CCL not on the list, but it's got my attention.
Google.
Okay. Wow.
Anyways. AMD, 1% here, just popping up on a scanner in front of me. I don't see anything new. I was just double checking on this event, though. Coming up tomorrow, advancing AI event up here. for AMD. But another one, yeah, just to get the highs starting to get going a little bit this morning. Tesla, the other one that's going to be on watch tomorrow ahead of, I mean, it's after the close, the robotaxi event, but definitely should be maybe more tradable, on Friday, but definitely worth a watch coming up today and tomorrow.
Yeah, and we got good data out of China, Brendo, for Tesla. So Tesla's China-made electric vehicles increased in sales, not production, sales, rose 19.2% year over year in September. That's their best year this year because they haven't really been increasing sales this year relative to last year because the Chinese consumer hasn't been spending. So it's a good look there. They're still behind BYD in terms of actual vehicle output. But when you look at the electric vehicle sales, Tesla still leads there. So don't let those headlines mislead you. They're also offering zero interest financing, Breno, trying to get people to buy.
How about you?
Better.
We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see. Watch out for Sharif's review of the FSD system coming up on social media tomorrow. I'll double check, but possibly tomorrow we'll get that out.
Good times.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of interesting things that happened. I watched that video a couple of times. There's a lot of interesting things that happened during that you wouldn't really. I mean, as a human, you just react and correct and you do what you need to do. But when you're not able to do that, it all of a sudden becomes a big deal.
It does. And you know what? There was a lot of fluidity to it, but there was some stuff you say to yourself, they're not quite there yet.
Yeah.
Right. And that non-always stop was really that sticking point.
Yeah.
Like, it should have been able to read on the stop sign whether it was all way or not. Right.
Yeah.
And it didn't.
We'll see. Hopefully we'll hear about that as well coming up tomorrow on this event. But let's talk about the overall market here, and we'll get into a few individual names.
We closed out at the exact same level, 5,800 on the dot yesterday on the ES December contract. We did get above it by some distance yesterday, a few points or so, but we're still really using 5,800 as resistance. As support, we'll look to that same level we looked to yesterday, 57.50. But if we break and hold above 5,800, we're still looking at that 25-point level as resistance.
If you haven't done so yet, make sure you grab the absolutely free every single day watch list from us. Has absolutely everything you need to know on it. Every day in the pre-market, all you need is an email address. Head down to the description below in this video, and there's a link there. Enter your email address. We'll send it right to you every single day. I was just going to update WKSP. Shout out to our sponsor this week and ongoing as well. Worksport on the NASDAQ up here again this morning. Yeah, that's real. 8%. WKSP now with tonneau covers for the Rivian R1T pickup coming out today. So brand new news release again from our friends over at Worksport today. You can now get R1T tonneau covers for the back of your Rivian from Worksport. So WKSP, go check them out. Let's talk Google here on this DOJ. I mean, nothing finalized yet, but DOJ talk, I guess, about a breakup or the potential of a breakup. If you missed it or haven't seen the headline this morning, they're specifically looking at Android as the operating system and also Chrome, the browser. Sean mentioned YouTube earlier, and I was surprised they didn't start there, because that's, in my opinion anyways, the most obvious thing to go after. But Android's huge, across the board too.
It is, absolutely. And look, here's what they're looking at doing, guys. They're looking at prohibiting default agreements and revenue sharing arrangements, for example, like their deal with Apple. So it would include their search position agreement with Apple and Samsung. The government, that is the Department of Justice, want this choice screen. So when you log into the phone, initially you get to choose. Google plans on appealing all of this, so nothing is set in stone. But legal experts believe the court may actually require Google to modify these exclusivity agreements that it has with Apple, Samsung, and others. We're going to have to see. But legal experts saying a complete breakup or an actual breakup of the company, unlikely.
Yeah, I think the last comparable event was the Microsoft. Going back a couple decades ago on the Windows side of things. But we'll see how this plays out. As you guys were saying early on, I mean, the market is kind of ho-hum on this right now.
Yeah, I think because the understanding is like this, when you appeal, lawyers get involved. Like before there's any actual concrete action, it could be at a minimum lots of months and possibly a few years. So like right now, I don't know that this is going to be a gigantic headline, but we're here about price action. And for Alphabet, the disappointment for me is when it broke this trend line, consolidated, it felt like we were going to go into breakout mode. Like a single close above 168 to me would have indicated a break. But you can see what happened when we got to that resistance at 168 on Alphabet. It just came right back in to the 50 period. The good news is it's bouncing at the 50 period. But until it breaks out, like if it breaks out that 168, closes above, I think it's got a lot of room to rally. So I like the 50 period for support, but I don't know. When you sit down, it was at $162.50. Now it's almost at $164. So the 50 period on the daily is now $2 away. Yeah, that's probably not going to be, if there's a trade down there, it's going to be later on in the morning. I think you just got to wait for it to get to 165. Unless it breaks 165, I think there's a chance to fade it up here above 164.50. I'm thinking range bound for Alphabet, because I don't think this is a gigantic story. And as I said, it's got that support on the 50 period moving average. You can already see it bouncing off. Kind of like Apple a little bit more today, but yeah, Google, I suppose it could get up to that prior high, do a false breakout and set up some kind of a short here. But, we'll see if it gets there. We're already 75% of the way to getting to that level. I'm surprised it's bouncing this fast, but here we are.
Yeah, I mean, that's the same thing that I was saying. Normally, when we lead with a story, it would be on the sticky note, or I would have a little bit of a stronger opinion on it. But today, like I said, I thought it might have been a worse play on the stock here, but it's up. It's actually going to go green here in a couple minutes, a couple seconds maybe. And the Nasdaq's going to go green as well. And look at this name just bumping higher here. So, yeah, I mean, I don't think it's the all clear to go ahead and buy Google. I mean, Obviously, I like the stock. We talk about that that's a big position. But at the same time, you're above the 200, you're above the 50. Normally, I'd be going into this. But the main problem for me is it's still a negative. It's still a negative, in my opinion anyways. It's a headwind, right? Not a tailwind. Like, I'd rather them say, everything's fine. Let's just keep going as per usual. And then Google's PE and everything. And we'll be able to really see how great that company is. I mean, we can talk about what their price to earnings ratio is. We sort of talk about this often if I bring over the Benzinga Pro platform over here and then type in. I was still looking at Google the other day. Thank you, Rob, for this. I think it might be Goog. It might be Goog. Might be the other one, not the Google. Thank you. I mean, it's right here. I don't know how much I can zoom in to show you guys this. But, this company is an absolute monster, okay? Their forward P is 18. The market's forward P, even if you go with current P, the market is 24 right now. And so it's just like I can put my money in SPY, you could put your money, which would be S&P 500, or you can have a look at Google as well, right? I mean, it is what it is. I like the stock. I feel like it's pretty strong there. I think the PE is intact as well. So I'm happy with it. Revenue growth, everything's growing here with Google. So obviously they're always going to be, the U.S. government cannot let U.S. companies get too powerful. This isn't China. China would probably, if Google was a Chinese company, this would probably have another one in front of this. But at the same time, we'll continue to restrict these things. Google, YouTube's not even viewable in China. So I do think that there are a lot of tailwinds that could happen, especially if that loosens up. TikTok, Google, all the TikToks are actually just repurposed onto Instagram Reels and onto Google Shorts. So, I like the space. I like the stock. And I'm not super worried about Gemini. I mean, besides Sharif, I haven't heard too many things about Gemini.
I think it's fine.
So we'll just wait to see what's going on with it right now. I mean, even my guy up there himself had that demonstration where Gemini was way faster than everything else. Remember?
It's fine.
So we'll just wait to see. Yep. We'll wait to see what winds up happening there with Gemini and Google. Remember, Apple's going to be using this software, ChatGPT and Gemini and all this kind of stuff. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening. But I like Google here. It's going to be, can you believe it's going to be green here at open with this kind of news? So just trade the price action.
Yeah. No, I mean, we were just saying it's input, output. It's not necessarily, speed is not necessarily better in that case. The complexity of the answer and the complexity 100%. Of the detail that they're able to come up with might take a little bit longer. Yeah, let's touch on NVIDIA. Day number 3 of this conference in Washington continuing today. I mean, I haven't seen anything earth-shattering as far as headlines from them or coming out of this conference, but The daily chart tells the story. Once again, we are up 1.1% here to start things off this morning.
Yeah, Jensen chiming in yesterday about where he sees the future of AI going. He's talking about the next gen being able to reason. We've already kind of seen that from 1.0 from ChatGPT. Says, basically we need cheaper compute, in other words, before we get there. TSMC also reported, guys, Taiwan Semiconductor reporting or a preliminary report of how they did for their Q3 revenue. Listen to this. They printed $23.62 billion in revenue this year on the quarter. Compare that to last year, 17.3. Huge moves here, 36.5% year-over-year increase on revenue, and it's basically all AI driven.
Yeah. If anyone hasn't done it yet, go try out the O1 preview on ChatGPT. It's exactly what you were saying. It's now able to ask itself, how should I answer this question? Like when you ask it a question, it says, okay, there's this part, there's this part, there's this part. How should I go about actually answering this question? So as you were saying, we're already seeing that, which is just, it's unbelievable. But what about opportunities here, guys, for NVIDIA today?
General sense, buy the dips. That's going to be the plan. Like it sets up, I know it looks like, hey, consolidation 135 is a round number, go for that. I just feel like it's a little bit different today. Like the clean breakout on Friday, I keep saying Friday, on Monday, you had like the clean break at 125 quarter. Yesterday, you had what wasn't a clean break at the open, like break at the open and then retest like $2 lower, then break out that price later. That's fine. If it wants to fail break 135, come back in, hold yesterday's high, and then take it again, you can have the second break, which is usually cleaner than the first on momentum. So I'd rather look at something like that. Play for the dip buy back into prior highs, prior close, and then if it breaks the second time, go for that type of a play. I think that's going to make a little bit more sense to me. I mentioned SMCI without actually showing it there. And what I'm sort of saying is I don't necessarily want to touch this until it can break back out above. This is like 46 and a quarter. Resistance was there in the morning. If it can start holding above that price, then it can start to fill the gap. But it's just sideways action underneath in a slow grind. This one needs to show me that it can break back out. I'm not looking dip buys in SMCI. I really only want it if it starts to go squeezing again. And it needs to take out that 46, which you waited all afternoon for it to do, and it couldn't.
All right. Someone just asked me on Google, how many tickers do you want to look at off the open? I said like 3. Pretty good. Okay, so I said this to Sharif. I said, I don't think there's a better stock that you could own than NVIDIA. I think if you're going to look down to 1 to 3 years from now, just like those examples that Brendan just gave there, this is ever evolving, ever getting higher, ever getting better, what we're going to be representing here with AI and what that means. And there's really only a few players in this game, and really right now there's only one. Everyone's talking about NVIDIA and using those chips and building on that software. It's not just a chip game, right? There's also software part of this, and that once you build on top, it's very, very hard to go over to somebody else. It's just, it's like you made an app for Windows or something, and it's just, you can't build that same app onto an Android or a Apple platform. Right. And so I don't know. I'm just looking at it like this stock just needs to keep going higher. And I think it does, man. I mean, it's the only name. We dip bought that. And this is going to be a dip buy opportunity for me. Every single time this is down near the 50 period moving average, I'm actually going to give you a better look at it because these charts brought to you by eSignal. Make sure you click the link in the description. This 50 period moving average, it hasn't been that great. I mean, obviously, every single moving average that you're looking at on the way up has been fantastic. But I actually just tweeted something out. Look, things aren't rocket science in this world, all right? If you invested $10K 10 years ago with AMD, $10K 10 years ago, Fabian, you listening to this, my guy? $525,000 right now with AMD. And that's when Lisa Su took over, okay? So Lisa Su took over as CEO for AMD 10 years ago in 2014. If you drop 10 grand into there, you're closer to retirement than you think. All right? Forget about watching the market. Forget about all that stuff. You drop 10 grand in the market 10 years ago, you're doing fine. There's no doubt about that. But NVIDIA, I just had that story because it was retweeted, so I want to talk about that. It's almost even better. It's going to be better, obviously, for NVIDIA. but this has just been a huge move up, and I just think it continues to go higher. There's that 140. People sort of laughed when we were down here at 120 or whatever at the beginning, 125 or whatever it was at the beginning of the week, and I was like, I think we could get to 140 by week's end. Well, it's Wednesday right now, and we're getting closer and closer. So this 135 going to be in jeopardy today. I said that 136.50 is going to be something, but yesterday we traded it. We traded it well. It was a very, very top stock there. We traded 130.50 as the break. Now I'm looking for dip buys into 133.50. You can go find on my sticky note what my plan of action is. Also looking for a 135 break. So we'll play it. It's 9:13. Let's let it settle down. The market's going to turn green off open. NASDAQ's already zeros. NVIDIA's already up 1%. I like the stock long.
Where?
I saw a spider walking on Sean's desk there. Fabian, was that you?
Chinese shares downside again this morning in a pretty big way. 2 days in a row here. This is a daily chart yesterday, and then today another 3.5% here. So follow through after, if you missed it yesterday, again, the stimulus that was promised last week that ignited this latest move higher ends up being, I guess, not what they were expecting or not as big as they were expecting, kicking off this selling to start the week. Here we go again.
Yeah, Ray Dalio coming in yesterday, chiming in on the China trade or whatever we're calling it, basically saying he's giving advice to hedge funds in this article. Basically, for those who are increasing their positions, he's saying be careful, wait for more confirmation that the property sector there, it seems to be his main focus, is picking up. Separately, Michael Burry in this article by Benzinga is up 60% or thereabouts on his China trade in a span of 2 months. So good look there. We'll keep an eye on Baba, but already down 3 and almost 0.5% here.
Yeah, I mean, you can look at anyone, even the other e-commerce type names gapping to the downside. 4.6% here for JD, PDD, same story, 3.5%. So 2 days in a row here, guys, for these.
Yeah, but you know what? Like, if you're watching, well, you should be. In the afternoon show, almost at aftermarket. In the afternoon, there was a late push on volume in pretty much all of the Chinese internet names. So look at the volume spike on Baba. That's not a closing print. That's the close, and then the bigger one is going into the close. And there was a spike up of like $2 on Alibaba right at the end of the day. Now you're gapping back down. JD, same thing. KWeb, FXI, doesn't matter necessarily what you're looking at. They were all pretty big. But Pinduoduo, on the other hand, decided, oh yeah, it just didn't move. Like, absolutely, there was a volume spike. They couldn't carry it any higher. I said there's no chance that you're going to get to trade off that 45 as resistance because it would probably not give you that obvious opportunity. Well, that's exactly what has happened here. So it just didn't happen for us on PDD, is what it is. I think I want to short this, obviously. If it could be a pop and fade, I think the 45 level is going to be the one. 43 is a support. Certainly 140 could just consolidate, fail a breakout, and then look for a trend back in on Pinduoduo. Like, this is the most volatile of all of those names. At least I think it's the most volatile of all of those names. But the chance to get to that 45 is slim. Got to look for the short, either a pre-market high fail break, 43, and then 45. If 40 doesn't hold, I got to wait for 43. And if 43 doesn't hold, I got to wait up for the 45. Really just looking shorts on PDD after observing that close.
All right, look, I mean, it makes me happy to see Alibaba down another couple points. But at the same time, what makes me sad is the fact that we're not looking at FXI more on the show because yesterday, I don't know if you guys saw what happened into the close here yesterday on FXI, but this happened. I mean, it just went, the market was, I mean, I could call up the SPY, whatever you want. There was some kind of a rally here at the end of the day on FXI. Same thing on KWeb. So I think that we'll have to, try to be a little more focused on these as there it is there on KWeb as well. So this is straight from 34.50 all the way to 35.50, 35.20, my bad. I guess it was a little bit more dramatic there on the FXI, but this is 32.30 up to 33. So you got $1 and change straight to the upside. What does it do off the open yesterday is maybe another question. Let me see if we can zoom back out. Why do we have so many bad wicks on here? So here's yesterday's open for FXI. Yeah, so it kind of pumps off the open as well. So let's maybe watch this. It doesn't pump as much. I don't know what this was about there at the close, only to be down today. I would have thought like this kind of a move up. I think it was just people positioning for China talk, right? Like you might want to get long. Yeah, make sure you do hit the like and subscribe and get this man an iron. But I think that if you get 32.30s there, that's where that pump sort of started. And then we broke this area, 32.50 basically, and just kept on going up, and away. So for me, man, I like FXI. I think you can break this 32.50 area right here and get going. So we'll wait to see. There are Amex imbalances and stuff like that, but I just looked, there's nothing here. So we'll have to wait to see. But FXI in China down another 3%. What goes up must come down, and I'm not sure where China is going to wind up landing. I had sort of said down near $30 could be a level for FXI, but I mean, I still like the stock. Let's look at it more at the close. So FXI, I got to sort of keep that on my mind, and I will. And if not, you guys that are watching the show in and around 3 p.m., make sure to remind me that we'll do that. You guys know that I love some Robinhood. I see you guys talking about that there in the chat. I mean, wow, what a bunch of idiots we are when we were comparing. We put out SoFi versus Robinhood, and I'm like, I even said, I like Robinhood. And Robinhood v SoFi, it's like a disgrace. It was
like 60. Well, I'm surprised it was 60 to 40 that day.
You know, it's just like, it just seems ridiculous. It's like we chose, you know, like the New York Jets over the Kansas City Chiefs, and we knew we were doing that as we were making that choice. There again, you know.
I wouldn't go that far.
You wouldn't? I mean, I would think.
No, I don't think the Jets are that bad.
You don't? I mean, the Jets are okay.
I think it'd be more like what's the worst team? Like the.
Well, I mean, what I'm saying is SoFi's doing nothing, which is what the Jets have been doing since Theismann, and then now you have obviously Hood, which is like Kansas City now going for the record straight 3 in a row. Can they get it there? So yeah, I think it's a pretty appropriate comparison. But.
No, I think I'd say the Panthers.
Panthers, well.
Yeah.
SoFi's not bankrupt. You know what I'm saying?
Fair.
Yeah. All right, back over.
I saw SoFi had a couple new credit cards today they announced as well. So, I mean, in a market where credit and spending is supposed to be a problem, they're coming out with new credit products.
Don't they have a gold credit card, Brendo? Remember that?
Maybe that was one of them. Yeah. No, like the actual thing was gold. Yeah, I do remember that. Yeah. There's all those videos on social media of people dropping it on the table just to prove that it was metal and not plastic. Anyway, let's go the opposite direction here. Boeing, just a mess, continues to be back downside here again this morning. I went out to a daily chart just to show you we're almost back to lows here, 150 incoming potentially today, already 1.6%. Sharif has why.
All right, guys, couple of bad headlines today, nothing really good. So they withdrew the contract offer that they were offering to the machinists who were on strike, who have been on strike since mid-September. They did offer them a wage increase, but that's not good enough for the union's leadership. They're demanding improvement in wages, retirement plans, and vacations or sick leave, which Boeing refused outright. So not a good look there. They're bleeding about $1 billion per month, and most production sadly has stopped. In addition to that, the FAA issued another safety alert for the 737 rudder issues. Looks as if they get limited or jammed movement in certain instances. So we're going to have to keep an eye out on that. But the NTSB and the FAA are already investigating this. So not a good look.
Just hearing in my ear there. Fed's Logan speaking right now. The market actually reacting positively to this. So there was a pop through. It actually went red to green there for both the S&P and the NASDAQ. So just be aware, Fed's Logan making some comments right now. The only one I see that's kind of interesting, Logan suggesting the neutral Fed's fund rate is uncertain currently. Uncertain, which essentially means if the Fed's fund rate is higher than inflation right now, it's still restrictive and vice versa. So Logan again saying basically Fed's fund rate is, or neutral rate is uncertain right now.
It's interesting there. Look, Boeing has this thing on daily chart where had you not had this bad news, there was a bottoming tail, bottoming tail candle, and then kind of hold the support, and then trying to break out, and once again you get more bad news. So it's still the same level of interest, which is that 58 breakout. Now it looks like it has to take out 59. But you know what? The thing about looking for a stock to make that bottom or that break off of the bottom for the long is, well, it's just a short up there when it gets there first. So I think today I could easily see Boeing, okay, well, whatever, like how much worse can it get if it's not actually breaking the 150? I would think the same thing about PDD as I do about Boeing. If you fail break 153 and you can't hold You can't hold above here. They fail this break. I think you can short into 150.
I think it's.
But if it breaks out, I don't see any reason why it couldn't just do a relief rally back to the same area that it's been holding forever. And I say forever, but it's been like 1 month. So if it manages to break 153, I'm not going long. I think there's plenty of things that are going to be better to go long today. I like Apple. We talked about the chips already. Firm, CCL. Like there's so many other things out there. But if it does carry higher, well, once it gets into those mid to high 150s, it's a short till it's not up there. What more proof do you need than this daily chart? So you just have to be patient for it. Every single time it's gotten there and you've elected that you want to go short, it's been a winner. So you just be patient and allow Boeing to come to you. But if it never breaks that 153, it's probably trend at least to 150. Boeing a dog and not getting too much better. See, just because you happen to be in an oligopoly doesn't mean automatically the stock has to go up, right?
Well, yeah, no, but I mean, it will go up.
Eventually.
Yeah, the problem is that obviously this strike is not going to help. And they talked about losing, what was it, a couple $1 million a day or something like that because they can't produce the planes. So we'll have to wait. I mean, at the end of the day, it's that 150 break. So that's what you're waiting for. It held it before. I mean, we did get as low as 147 on some kind of a, I don't know, I'll have to check if that was real or not, but I still like that 150 break. It's 150.50. I don't know if we get down there today or not. It's already pretty beat up, like 1.62%. I think that's pretty decent. I don't know if anybody thought that strike was actually going to hit or not. Palantir, I'm just looking to see if there's any BA on here. Okay, now Norwegian's on here. We talked about, Norwegian's only $21. I thought it was higher. Okay. The fact that Norwegian is actually, let me just have a quick look at this one too. I know RCL is like $180. I thought Norwegian was a little bit higher. So this is actually on an upgrade as well. This is cruising a little more than CCL right now, up 3 and a bit percentage. This might actually be a better break on an upgrade. That's $22 right there. What are we at? $21.50 right now. So yeah, similar to Carnival there. Okay, so they're both the same. They're both hovering right at these highs. And then there's the other one, RCL, which, my bad. I thought that NCLH, I don't know. I guess maybe, I don't know if they split or not, but yeah, there it is. So this is RCL. So this is the one. They're all going, but RCL is already performing the best and already taken out these highs from the past, right? So RCL continues to make that move. So I will be on Carnival, but also NCLH with these upgrades. So one's up 3.5, one's up 1.5. I like these names much, much better than Boeing today. Oh, next on the list, cruise operators.
I actually was like, we're right back on.
So there we go. You see, so I'm in tune with the board here, just a little ahead of it right now. All right, let's go talk about it. None better time. There's only 4 minutes.
Nobody
left.
would have known you were ahead if you didn't say it.
There's only 4 minutes left.
All good.
Well, but let people read the board.
Sean's living in the future this morning, which might be good or bad depending on how the market opens. But yeah, let's talk about them here. I mean, this quietly, as we've been saying, quietly here, these have had quite a week and a half, quite a couple of months here back to the upside. I was just reading through this RCL note from yesterday. I mean, there's nothing outside of weather warnings in the south, effective for today. But I mean, the chart tells the story here.
Absolutely, and here it is. I just want to show NCLH. This is the 4-hour Fabian on NCLH. What a fantastic look from mid-August. We were back down below $15. Now we're knocking the door of $22 here. So Norwegian, NCLH, reported what seems to be mixed second quarter results, but here EPS decidedly exceeded expectations, but revenue fell slightly short of what the street was looking for, but the guide here was the operative line. It raised its full year 2024 adjusted EPS and revenue look, and you can see it's already up 3.5% here in the pre-market, and it was already moving before that. So good look for these guys.
All right, tell the good people, guys, what you were just saying.
I mean,
cruise lines? Oh, we don't want to trade those. I have no interest in those.
Break on the daily 19.5 on CCL, and well, you. Okay, fine. I don't really have much. There's an RL. Okay, there we go. Royal. Yeah, Royal's the one that I don't think there's a blue sky in there, and I just don't see a trade in there either. NCLH. I think usually CCL does more volume, and it's actually very close here. 500,000 to like 700,000. So it's not a huge difference. You could look 22, 19.5, 22 break. I think you're just flipping a coin at that point, but I've never traded NCLH and I have traded CCL. So that's an easy tiebreaker as far as I'm concerned. The only name that we didn't talk about here, did we talk about Tesla? I feel like we didn't get to talk about Tesla, but the desk talked about Tesla. So just very quickly on Tesla, the last couple of days, 246, not 250 has been the resistance spot. I think if we take this out and get past a quarter, we go. So 246 and a quarter to me is a long. Out in front of 246, fade on Tesla going into tomorrow night's robotaxi event. So just want to play off of this 246. If you break out 246, 25 and start going, I think the 250 is going to be in play over there. So going to be patient here. We're looking for dips and chips, but I don't want no high breaks. Don't want to necessarily catch any falling knives right at 9:30. I think that's going to be a patience type of play for a lot of them. And then we've already mentioned PDD. We kind of went over Apple. Apple is dipping a little bit. I didn't see an imbalance on Apple. Was there? No. It's still just BABA, CCL, NEO, and then that buyout. So Apple with a bit of a dip here. I don't know, like 80 cents going into the open. No sell and bounce or anything like that. I think the market's just sort of coming back in here. So patience. Patience off that open. Even the places where we like the long, let it get to the key level, show you the bounce, and then engage. Apple's the only one that I'm going to set a breakout for other than CCL at that 226. I've never had it do a violent break that I couldn't, that you can't really control.
Yeah, Apple won't be violent anyway.
It never really is.
No, like Apple, I mean, if you miss, you miss by 20 cents. You'll take a little bit of a hit. Yesterday, we took that $3 hit immediately on a $170 name on AMD. So, yeah, that Apple will never drop $3 like that, not off the first minute unless there was a catalyst like we talked about. So, yeah, look, the only dip buy opportunity that I'm looking for is 133.50 right now on NVIDIA. So I am sitting there in case we do get it, but it'll be like basically 20% position, something like that, like not a huge name, not a huge position on a huge name, just because we've seen it fall, man, and I don't need to be in like we were yesterday, and all of a sudden at like 9:31 or 9:32, we're stuck a couple hundy, and it's not good. So we'll wait to see if that can happen. We're looking for CCL break. Neil talked about that. Palantir also at $42, looking pretty nice for that break. And with only 10 seconds left, we do have today's bell brought to you by Worksport. We talked about what that's been doing, man, with Rivian, a couple good moves. We talked about it at 40 cents. It's at 50. 3, 2, 1. Check out Worksport. Here we go. All right, so nice move right here to start with. Nice pullback into the 50 period moving average. Oh boy, we just got into something. CCL breaking. So breaker 1.9 right now, man. The cruise lines are off and running. We've got it right now. So we got this break. It is your sticky note trade, hopefully of the day, at long at 19.25. So that's what we took right there. We're long there. We took out, honestly, a third of it already at 35s. So we'll wait. We don't want to miss it like we did yesterday with our friend Advanced Micro Devices. So let's see if CCL wants to work. We can easily get out of this on a 19 break. So well worth holding. Let's see if it wants to moon. I don't know. Light shares. Yeah,
nothing's really, Apple hasn't really broken. It's about 50 cents away there. NVIDIA is still dipping, so we're going to let that one calm down. Pinduoduo broke 140, so it's headed up. Maybe it has a chance to get to this 143 or the 145, but it either failed 140 under or you wait for that top. So just trying to play the patience game here. Okay, Apple's trying to cruise. Nothing too crazy. NVIDIA, however, still, yeah, look at the opening candle. Breaks, goes to 134.5, and now right back down. This is sort of what we're getting at. Now it's on that little bit of a downturn that we saw previously. Yeah. So just got to wait patiently for it to form some kind of a bottom in here. Tesla, similar story. It's not moving. It's just sort of slightly coming down, looking to be patient and catch some of this downswing. Apple's coming down as well. Apple now at 225, so now $1 away from that breakout price.
Oh, boy.
Going to have to be patient.
Oh boy, it's not a dollar club, but we'll hit this anyways. It's going to be a good one here, a banger for CCL. So we just take something out. Oh, we did not get something out. We got something out at 40. I thought we got a 47 fill there. We are waiting for 47s. It went up there. I guess we got missed. Okay, we were actually at 47 there. All right, so we'll wait. Hopefully it goes up. Sorry about that. I thought we got hit there at 47. Still a really nice play there for me on CCL. We'll start the day off with a banger today, the right way. So, all right, AMD, man, this is what we did yesterday, right? We got stuck open, and then bang, it crashed in. Today, we are not stuck, but the crash is real, and it is happening. So crash, I don't know. The market is coming back in, and so is AMD. So down in here into 172. This could be a name to look at for weakness. to buy the dips. We saw this yesterday, make a bounce early. We'll see if it can do it again. For me, I'm going to go over to the big boy like we keep on doing. I might just try a little bit here in the 80s if we can. So we'll try some NVIDIA right now. We're waiting for that 133.50 area. Again, if it breaks too low, 132 is the 50-period moving average. I don't want to hold it that long, but if we have to, maybe we will. Depends on how many shares we have. So I don't really want to nail into this one. Maybe if we take a 133.50, we'd have to be patient, right? So I think that 132 area, 132.50 might be like a drop zone there. So I think you got to always give these things about $1. So we'll try to do that right now. We are long NVIDIA early. It's the only position for me we already have that CCL. Looks like that's trying to pull back a little bit, but long NVIDIA at 83s. So there it goes right now. I mean, hopefully it can continue its upside play. 134.50. Why don't we put an offer there just in case it does get up, and we'll try to take 70 cents early. But again, the amount that you take is not really relevant. I mean, I'm just trying to make the best plays we possibly can. Go ahead, yeah.
Very quickly, I did Apple back through 225, so it tried to break down underneath 225, came back in, so I got long. But JTK, thank you for the super chat. The SPY is not halted. Why is the SPY halted on my Robinhood app? It is not halted. There might be, it's always a possibility there's an issue specifically at your broker, but we're not halted on the SPY. Boeing, however, just tanked $3 off of the open, so obviously, look, you can't pop and fade if there's no pop. I think we all understand that concept. That's nasty. I don't really have an obvious entry down here. It broke the 150 faster than I would have even imagined. So unless you had an order sitting out there, you didn't get that break. On the way back to the upside, let's look to see if VWAP holds underneath that 150 level. So Boeing didn't want to ignore it. It absolutely tanked as Tesla broke 241 and is continuing to fall as well. So Apple just bounced off 225.
Give it to us.
And now we're at VWAP, trying to take out that 225 half. Going to look for higher lows, and I'm going to be out in front of high today. I'm still breaking out 226 on Apple. That's a separate trade than the dip buy. So I want to get out in front of 226. I want to reload in front of 225. I want to take a 226 long break on AAPL. Yeah, Boeing, we're just going to have to be patient with. And Tesla, Tesla, it looks exactly like the Boeing chart. You're about to take the 240 level to the downside. Remember 238. 238 was that bottom on the delivery number. That's the only place I'd look for a bid.
All right, so we just hit the side in there. We also took, by the way, Amazon. So Amazon, we took there at 182.17 is where we're long. We just got a reload, actually, so now we're long at 19s. As we took some 20s. We got those out at 50s right there on Amazon. And the thing about it is just like it dipped into this 182. Again, another level that I thought we liked. If it breaks it, we're gone. We are not going to sit in here. The market is falling now, right? So falling like a rock right now. It was up pretty good, but we don't really have a green candle. This is what we tried right there, the bounce off VWAP. I did not take the futures. We took Amazon on the bounce, right? And we're obviously into NVIDIA as that's falling down. But you know what's really working right now? Wow, oh boy. Right here is CCL. So, I mean, this name right here, off of the sticky note, 1925. We talked about Catalyst. We talked about this name going, and CCL is doing that. But we do see that there is some size here. We'll take it. There we go. We'll take another out at 47. There was some size there at 50. So that's giving me a little bit of a pause for concern. All right, we're in NVIDIA, we're in CCL, and we're in Amazon. NVIDIA is falling back into that 133 level. I think it's worth a little bit of a buy down into here. So let's try to get a little bit more on this dip buy opportunity for NVIDIA. Well, there it goes, too late. We are also long Amazon. Hopefully that can go. We actually doubled up on that one. We'll see if we can have a little bit of diamond hands on AMZN. I was waiting for Palantir to do something. Palantir's doing the other thing. It's going to the downside. We are sitting here at 41.15. The low of the day is 41.25. I'm not so sure. I'm going to cancel the Palantir trade right now. Amazon's really going well for us. So let's just continue to focus on some of these names. We did get that question earlier. How many level twos and how many stocks can you watch? I said 3. So it's actually, I'm in 3 right now. Good trading for CCL and Amazon. We wait for NVIDIA though.
No, NVIDIA I took the first shot at NVIDIA off the previous high in there. Didn't want to interrupt, but it was an initial bounce, took out the previous low, and I did the same thing. It's still going red. I'm not getting around at bottom. I shouldn't be in it yet, and we just did. The difference is as it tries to get back down lower, the difference is Apple kind of put in a big reversal, gave you back through the level at the even level at 25. It's still trying to go higher while the market's going down. CCL still hasn't broken 19.5 for me. Okay, Tesla's really charging to the downside at this point. Looks like 138 is going to come into play. I don't want this to lose VWAP here on Apple, but I like the fact that it's relatively strong. I don't want to ignore that. NVIDIA, I feel like it's, there's going to be another opportunity. Still think I was too early. The previous close is trying to set up now, but we're bleeding in here to the downside. I want to take a shot where we can get tight risk into this previous close price. I think back through the previous close of 132.89 is about the only play. Tesla's making a bounce as we speak, so it's still there, and it has a chance to go on Tesla back to the upside. It's already going. So NVIDIA's at that previous close. If it gets back through 132.90, I'm going long. Waited for that previous close price. We were going to take our second shot at it. Apple did just get to and broke. No fill. Okay, Apple just broke 226. I'm on the bid at 8s. There we go.
Guys, I mean, the money that's being made here on Amazon is quite ridiculous. We had that nice move down into 182. Now there it is, man. This is your first true dollar club. So let's see if we can get going here, breaking through 183 now on Amazon. It is, Neil's right, man. It is NVIDIA that continues to bleed lower and lower into 132 right now. We said that there was a very good possibilities of this stuff happening. So we have layered in appropriately. We are not absolutely just hammering into this stock. We've just taken less and less shares into this bottom spot right now, 132. I'm actually waiting at, we get more shares down there? No, we did not. We're waiting at 132 flat right now. So it doesn't look like we'll be able to get those. So we'll wait to see if it does want to bounce back upside. We are being saved today. We're going to have 2 wins, 1 loss. CCL was really great, man. When that break worked out, we like that. We talk about taking breaks with Catalyst. It was already up. We get that good news from NCLH there today as well. Nice move up for that. We can see what NCLH is doing. NCLH, there it is, Norwegian. Okay, so again, still at its highs. So we're pretty confident holding on to that one. And then, of course, Amazon. We just took something out there at 80s. That was VWAP. So we will take a piece out on Amazon and now wait to see if it can get even just a little bit higher into 183, which would be the 200 period. Let's put another out up there as well. We'll have to take it if it does get there. All right, here comes NVIDIA. So NVIDIA's back down into the 30s again. We don't want to miss it too bad, but it looks like maybe if the futures want to go now, we can try to get some more into NVIDIA. But again, we're trading with more shares here, so we have to be very, very careful on what we're trying to do. There goes Amazon. Let's go, man. That's a banger of a trade there, Amazon. I really like that dip buy there. Like the stock, it's up on the day against a bad market. So here we go, man. Let's keep going on NVIDIA. Obviously, I'm not going to scalp it out for this little, but let's see if we can keep going here with NVDA. Come on, baby. This is going to be a monster trade if this goes, guys. Come on, NVIDIA. Let's see if it can hold this bottom right now, 132 and change.
Yeah, we just got into NVIDIA, finally holding that 132. Just want to wait for a little bit more strength. Got some out in front of prior close. Going to hold for the actual prior close price and then see if it can get back into VWAP. Apple did the break of 226, so we're long off 25. We added through 26. We're going to see if we can get a consolidation above this 226 level to be able to add to it. So Apple's relatively strong. Check out the NASDAQ, everybody. The NASDAQ absolutely cruising now, right back into the highs. See that wick? Ooh. That's real, and it's gorgeous, because if we close up here, that's lit grab underneath and break out the top there on the NASDAQ. I think that's looking crucial. We're obviously cruising to the upside at this point. Just got NVIDIA. So pick your spots. We just got the first fill at the previous close. Get it in the other side. Didn't have to fight this one today.
Let's go.
Patience, patience, patience is a virtue. Let's see if we can get back into VWAP. NVIDIA needs to break that 133 for the continuation. I still have a set break for 19.5 on CCL, which has not filled yet. When we get that fill, going to join the party on them. I'm going to make the assumption, Tesla's back through 241 as well. So Tesla even starting to recover. Like that candle on the NASDAQ. It's a great reversal candle.
Yeah, man, we're monsters right now. We do have that Dollar Club winner, obviously, in Amazon right there. Easily dwarfing everything that I have right now, Amazon and CCL. So we continue to go. Was that a call for Adara? All right, then go.
Looks like it's going to be another great day for small caps. We have Momentous, MNTS, making new high of day, as we speak, up almost 90% here, announcing a NASA contract, which will allow the company to provide launch services for some future missions for the agency. In terms of details here for MNTS, it has rallied in the past. Right now, I'm seeing a market cap of $10.6 million, guys. We're currently up more than 90%.
Yeah, a milli there for sure. Okay, what's coming back down is NVIDIA. So it goes up to that 132 75 or so area there, and now drops back in. So there comes back in right now for NVIDIA. Yeah, so it looks like we'll both probably, I hope you're able to stay green there because here comes NVIDIA to the downside right now through 132. So we're in this name now, 132.75 long here on NVIDIA.
So it gave me both fills. I was able to get that fill right at the previous close price. So we got right to the previous close. Then we got out at the local bottom, just throw stop, hit stop, we're out. I don't know where the next stop is going to be in terms of support, but the next place we'll look at it is 131.5, 131 even. Just wait for your shot for an entry point. You get the bounce, great. If you don't, then jump out of it. Apple, which was holding, if we don't hold 226, I don't want to be holding on to this one. So I'm going to jump out of this if we lose the 226 level, and then wait for VWAP. Really just only traded those two names. CCL still hasn't triggered for me. I'm not going long at 1955. It's a break of 1950. The order just goes out to 1956. I'm just crossing up there, not using a market order. So that's just indicating how far I'm going to throw it if we break the 19.5. Still hasn't happened just yet. So Apple back through 226. We'll have to wait for the next available dip buy. The thing that's still going while the market just pulled back, Tesla, oddly enough. Tesla carrying through VWAP. That last pullback on pretty much everything, I see Tesla holding VWAP in here. So suddenly looking pretty good on TSLA, but preaching a little bit of patience here as, we're still in kind of bleed zone on some of these chip names. Wow, well, look what happened to TSM.
Oh, let me see, what's that?
Load. This is the problem with the chip space right now. TSM, which was gapped up, is still bleeding. I'm going to throw this one up on a chart just to make sure that I have it, because I don't know that I want a bounce play if this isn't going to participate. This is a 3-minute on TSM. You're down $6 here. Where's support on the stock? Well, it was here. Now what, 180? Either here or 180 is the bounce spot on TSM. It's getting nasty in chipland.
Yeah, oh yeah. We just got stopped out there, so we'll lose $1.20 or so on NVIDIA. It's still fine. I mean, it's never fine when you wind up losing, but that was a play that we wanted to take. So we talked about being properly sized. So, I mean, I don't feel any ways about it today like we did on AMD yesterday. But at the end of the day, it needs to try to battle back. Maybe a 132 break longer now gets this, but you can see the futures. The futures are, it's funny because we have Amazon. Amazon's $1. We already took that. This one could not go $1. So we'll go reverse dollar on this one the other way around. SMCI could be a trade as well. I still like NVIDIA. I'm still holding it. I only got out of 75% there, but we are trying to bounce again right now. It's too bad. That happened to me yesterday, where we actually wind up getting out basically at the bottom and then watch it rip back up. So maybe that happens here again for NVIDIA. Maybe it doesn't. But at the end of the day, that's our stop. It's like we got hunted yesterday on our stop, and it looks like today, again, it might be the same thing. Yesterday, we stopped out of AMD at the very bottom of the day, only to see it go up and close at its highs. So it's kind of weird for that one. But again, 131.50. I mean, I don't know. We can use a longer base candle, maybe. That's 131 flat right there to see if we can get anything going. But we're back into NVIDIA now, and I just would hate to have gotten stopped out at the top, which we might have done, or maybe we didn't. Maybe that was a great out right there. The future's still flat on the day. I mean, we're down, but I mean, we've had a little bit of an up and down movement. So now let's see if that continues lower. We still have that 20,200 to look at for the futures. That was a key level. We've talked about that, not just today. I mean, this is overnight right there, but we did hold that level again. So maybe that's in and around where the bouncing spot would be there for the futures. But for right now, let's just sit on our hands and wait to see if we can do anything. Again, up on Amazon, obviously, as that continues to go off those bids. And then our CCL break was good. We're just 2 for 3 here, but it's NVIDIA. It's the biggest one. So we'll be red right now because NVIDIA fell and we weren't able to get anything out. So right now, we'll wait to see if it can battle back. I'm still confident. We'll see what happens with NVIDIA.
Yeah, I'm seeing SMCI holding above 46 even. So I complained that it needed to hold above that level, and it is while the market's at the lows. That puts it in relative strength zone. I'm on the bid here in front of VWAP. I want to give it to 45.8 if I can sort of weasel my way in, because I just saw Shreef sit down.
Okay, here we go.
Smelling the eggs a little bit. There's back through the, all right, you know what? You're back through yesterday's low on TSM. That was the indication for me that we can get the chip bounce. So I just went to NVIDIA as it broke 132. I just was trying to get the bid here on SMCI, but I don't think we're going to be able to get that bid. But this is what just happened on TSM.
Wow, this happened to me
TSM
again.
broke through yesterday's low, well, that was the recovery we're looking for, so it happened. We're going to get that 132. I'd love to be able to add SMCI to the list as well, because it's 2%, and it never really threatened you to the downside the same way the other chip names did. So we'll get to 132.5. Look for the first out there in NVIDIA. I still want to pick up some SMCI. Its relative strength is, to me, obvious at this particular point. So this certainly should be the one, at least I think, if we're able to pick it up here. But I don't want to chase it up at the top.
Look at NVIDIA.
Doesn't feel like it's the kind of morning that you want to be chasing anything. Try to be patient.
At the bottom again.
Try to be patient with it. If I buy those highs, I'm going to hate myself. Adara?
No, we're going to be up on it at the end of the day.
In TSLA, we have Ming-Chi Kuo. This is the supply chain analyst who's spoken about Apple, spoke about NVIDIA last week, just released a tweet here on Tesla saying that that his supply chain survey analysis here indicates that the robotaxi might actually not enter mass production until Q1 2027. So that short term, this could potentially be a bit of an issue, and the rally might be, quote, overly optimistic. Said that also this trend represents a promising future, but, quote, more patience may be needed before it arrives. Though it is worth noting as well, Ming-Chi Kuo does qualify that this note is more for short-term analysis, and long-term investors can, quote, disregard this analysis. So again, Ming-Chi Kuo saying that this rally for the Cybertruck, robotaxi might be overly optimistic, guys.
So we did it again. We take the absolute bottom again for a chip name. This happened yesterday, almost the exact same situation. This was a little bit later, so I feel much, much better about it. But that's okay, guys, because we reloaded, and now we've got a big one on right here. I said to Sharif's like, oh, man, that's kind of like bad luck. This stuff happens. It's back-to-back days. But at the end of the day, you got to battle back and be strong, right? So we took it out. We're out of now half of this trade as it comes all the way back up there to the upside. It's going to be, I mean, the Amazon trade and CCL trade are absolute monsters. So hopefully you guys have those. And we'll just wait to see now. Sit on our hands a little bit, right? We had to absorb that move down on the futures. Now we have it. And again, I'll say this all the time. Like, I trade like 10x, sometimes even 20 times the shares of others on this name. So it is very, very difficult when obviously the stocks drop down and you have to have your stops. So it's like, without losing months or days like that on certain trades, I have to stop out. So there's two ways that I can either change this, either use less shares so I can hold it a little bit longer, or just really just man up and just wait to see if certain levels are breaking or if they're not. Unfortunately, I picked that level there, 130, 150. I like that trade, but at the same time, there's my level right there. So we got to stop out when that hits, right? And so thankfully, today, we didn't have as many shares on NVIDIA as what we did on AMD yesterday, but we still had enough shares to get hit there. So we'll see. Now let's wait to see if it can battle back. But again, just the fact that we trade like that, once it moves like this, I can start to scalp out a little bit. But waiting for that bigger move really makes the big difference. It hit us $1 to the downside. So we're just taking like 70, 50, 60, 70 cents now to the upside. We still will be red on this name, but at the same time, we got to try to battle back and make it back, right? So, so far so good here on NVIDIA on the second play, but the market, I don't know how healthy that is. I mean, I know you were long Apple there. I don't know if that wound up working out, because Apple, to me, you know, if that keeps going, then I think the market can go. But these chip names right now, oh man, they're giving me a heart attack.
You know, the first long was great on Apple. The second one through 226 was a bit of a failed break. It got to 40s. Here, I'm going to show you NVIDIA in a second, but I'll go to Apple because you mentioned it. Apple did not break the $0.50 on the 226 break, and that was an abject failure on the breakout, even though you're able to take some profit out. I got out and was looking for a VWAP bounce. I got into NVIDIA because of the TSM move, and now Apple's bouncing off VWAP. So I want to be back into this. It could just be the 26, or maybe it's going to be VWAP. But I said you can't say we want to be patient and then not be patient with it. So NVIDIA was a re-entry back through 32. So at least a couple times, make the low, back up through. Same thing here, but it needs to hold a higher low, push through the VWAP. That's what has to happen next. But I feel like the next trade is going to be, for me, CCL is a 19.5.
Yeah.
I just realized, and it was a keystroke error on my part, and thankfully I pulled up the chart to realize this, that I must have canceled my stop at some point when I thought I was canceling another order. So I'm just going to throw my stop back in there. We're breaking long if it goes through that 19.5 zone. NVIDIA, we want VWAP next. Apple, as I said, looking for the next consolidation dip. That was more like a wick into VWAP. you didn't really have a clean entry point. At least I don't think there was a very clean entry point to get into Apple unless you were sitting on the bid in front of VWAP. It's still trending upside. Obviously, the original long better than the breakout trade, which was more of a flat trade than anything else. And we'll look to add to this one. The market seemingly made its bottom. What concerns me a bit is TSM is now breaking back lower. So back underneath yesterday's lows. It needs to put in a higher low. Feel like this is the reason it really led the bleeding in the chip space. Until it gets healthy, I don't know that we're going to have the health that you want to get that crazy upside. Oh, and the other name, of course, is SMCI. I said I did not want to chase SMCI. Well, chasing would have worked out, but hey, if you break your rule and then chase a move when you don't think you should, sometimes the market's going to reward you, but then other times you start doing it 10 times out of 10, and then that one hit is going to get you burned. But yeah, SMCI is on a bit of a tear. The good news is you have a huge gap that this can be filling in here. And if we're just starting, previous high, dip back in, maybe 46.5, just got to try to pick up the trend here on SMCI. This is the one that's going. Appreciate you, day trader cut there. And ACK in the chat, Google is not looking very good either. But you know what? I wasn't really looking short at the bottom on Alphabet, so I didn't see an entry. It didn't give you an entry up top either.
Yeah, 130, 180s. That bottom for NVIDIA is 131.45 or so. Okay, CCL, we're just looking at this, man. It looks like it does want to break 50. I mean, it's back up here again right now trying to break it. I'll put an offer here. There we go. Okay, so we get out at 50 there. So that's good. We're long at 25. So again, good trade, but we did just take some out there, you know, key level breaking. I'm fine with it. I mean, I think it's going to be a good long. I know Neil just hit it right now. But again, you know, you got to be careful with what you're doing. I like it. Let's see if it continues to go now. CCL, we're only in 20% of what we had left. Again, you know, taking it with a little more shares there, trying to break it to the upside. And then that's kind of the trade that I'm looking for pretty much all of the time. So we'll sit on that one and wait. All right. So the other trade that we have, I mean, let's go. I mean, Amazon, if you're wanting some money on Amazon, man, did we have an opportunity to take it, and we did. So we only have 20% of this name left, which has been pretty good. Again, we took some out at VWAP. We took some out at the 200. At that time, the 200 was 183. We actually got some out at 183.20 right there. But now you're falling back in. So I want to bring that to everyone's attention. Watch out for 182 here as a possible reload for Amazon. I don't know if it's going to get there. I hope it does. So that we can reload, but I'd rather get out of a little bit more first. So we'll put an order at the 50 period if we can get that back at 183. All right, come on, NVIDIA, man, make it go now. If we can get it, we are waiting for 132.50s. So we'll get a piece out, just a piece. I mean, you know what? Like, why am I even worried about that? Let me take a 39 fill if we can get it right now. Come on. Oh, no, it looks like that doesn't want to get up that high. Okay, well, maybe it does. Buy it back, baby. All right, we'll take a 30 then, whatever. See, we just keep on offering, and by offering, I keep on missing, right? So if I just punched out instead of offering 38s, we would have got 35s or 36s. Now we're down here into the 20s, running away from our order. It's a little strange. There goes NVIDIA. I guess I shouldn't have said we wanted to sell. I should have said I'm not selling, and then maybe that would have ripped higher there. But here we go. Oh, we just missed us again. We're at 30s right now. It just went to 28s. Let's just see if we can scalp it out. There it is. Okay, so we're long at 75s, right? And so to be able to take this out for 55 cents is fine. We did lose $1 on a bigger piece on the way down. But again, we only got out to 75% there, so we did a little bit better. Hold it, then we reloaded it back there to the upside. So NVIDIA right now, although it will be a red stock, it'll be the reddest stock. But that always happens, right? We'll always have the biggest winners and the biggest losers. So we'll hopefully not the biggest losers, but we'll wait to see. Here we go, NVIDIA. Here it goes, man. I mean, I don't want to give up on this name as it's still going, man. Shout out to Sharif, who's like, dude, this day is still early, and it still is. It's only 9:56, and here it goes, man. Dollar club the other way now on NVIDIA. So we're happy with that one. Let's see if Amazon can continue to climb up. CCL's been a champ, as you guys know. Amazon 183. Let's put an offer.
Yeah, absolutely. Amazon, CCL broke that 1950 level, stacked offer at 70s. So, you know, if you're watching the tape or the level 2 on that one, sometimes they make it really obvious where you'll see like a big size in there. It'll stall in front of an even dollar and pull back. TSM made another lower high, or higher low, I should say, and a lower high, I guess. So it's still kind of trending down. So another higher low on NVIDIA. Stop now 132. So catching it on the back end. Let it do like the you-know-what candle, FU candle, if that's what you're calling it, then back up through to the same thing. TSM made another bottom. We got long, but it's not breaking the $0.50. So now I'm going to tighten the stop up underneath this 32. It's still looking a little bit heavy here, and TSM is still underneath that previous close price. So I'm going to duck out at 132 and always just look for another place to get back in. We're trying to get it on that strength and see if it can hold. I mentioned that CCL turned at 1970. There it is. Looking to get back into this. VWAP's creeping here at 19.4. The other thing for CCL is you're now,
CCL,
at least now you've got a bit of a trend that's formed. So we have a nice little trend line. You can connect a couple of dots here. The ideal is that this lines up with the breakout price for a dip buy and not necessarily VWAP, and that's a 19.5 for myself on the daily chart. Apple is still holding, no dip into VWAP for Apple. It just held above 226 here, so no VWAP dip on Apple just yet. Don't want to make a misstep now. The market, well, Apple's holding the consolidation high. The NASDAQ is holding underneath that early support that we had. If it's holding above, then I like the strength a little bit better, but you're holding underneath for a potential retake of the low of the day. So I'm not going to rush into this trade in Apple. And, we're very close. Actually, just came a couple cents away from trailing out of NVIDIA. Now it's bouncing off 32 again. So I want us to be breaking back above this support in the NASDAQ, climbing higher, then look for some re-entries into the long. Patience is the way to go here, just trying to keep it as simple as possible. I know there's a few names that I was supposed to be trading, but I have to wait for Boeing to calm down. We missed our chance. Any chance, unless you were shorting Boeing at the open, that was your only shot. And now you're just trying to get back into this 152. It's like, let it get back all the way. That is a hefty volume candle to the downside. If you short it underneath this level, I think you're not wrong till it breaks out that opening range, which is $1.30 away. That's too much room to give it not to wait for the top.
We're going to get out some more. There it is. Thank you. We'll get out some more here on NVIDIA. Man, this turned out to be a pretty decent day, boys and girls, because CCL was really something special there. It went up to 70s right there. I mean, I think we take another piece out right now. Let's go a 69er. This is a big trade, man. A $19 stock, long rate off the open right there, and was a great one off the sticky note. So there it goes, higher and higher and higher goes CCL. Okay, we've got some numbers. It's 9:59:30. Let's go over to Adara.
About 30 seconds here until we get those economic numbers. Today is going to be the month-over-month change in wholesale inventories for August. Previous print was 0.3%. Analysts are looking for 0.2%. That's both the consensus and the forecast. We also have so many Fed speakers to watch out for throughout the day. Fed's Logan still making some comments, most recently saying that the energy sector could be positively impacted by rate cuts, directly calling out the energy sector. So keep an eye on names in that sector. Now we're just 5 seconds away from this print. Let's see what we get here. So I'm seeing 0.1% in your wholesale inventories month over month, so a little bit lower than the consensus of 0.2%. Also looks like we got a downward revision here to 0.2% here from the previous print. We still have the S&P 500 trying to push higher here, resting at this previous area of resistance around 573.5. So let's see how this goes. NASDAQ, as of the last time I checked, slightly weaker here than the S&P 500, slightly down in the day, but right now, we have a bit of a curl upwards on the SPY. Let's see how all of this resolves. There's so many stocks to keep an eye out for today, including these cruise lines. We have NCLH up here. This one getting an upgrade to buy and a price target increase from $20 to $30 from Citigroup. We also know that there's been a lot of strength in the cruise line sector. As of yesterday as well, we had the pullback in oil prices and some of these travel-related names starting to run. Also on the travel side, though more to the downside, we have Boeing, BA down about 2.5% here. Right before the close, we had this news here that S&P Global is considering putting it to junk for its credit rating. And then we also have the machinist strike going to continue here as Boeing withdrew its contract offer. So let's keep an eye on in this market as we head into the rest of the day, guys.
Yeah, junk rating is not good.
No, I still can't believe we made the bottom for NVIDIA, but that's all good, man. We're completely comfortable because there goes NVIDIA now, hugely in the money, man. We're in the money now at $1.10. We just took some out there at 70s as it continues to go higher. So let's just wait. I mean, why not 134 again? So we'll just wait to see if this can go. We get 134, we're fine. So let's wait to see. Even less than that is fine. But nice move up, man. Let's see if we can go. $1.33 is VWAP. Maybe we'll take a piece out. I'm sitting here very, very casual because we are very, very pleased. But let's put something out in and around that 33s. Thank you, Fabian, for that one. Let's just see what happens right now. It's really, honestly, man, it's CCL CCL and Amazon are huge trades. Amazon's come back in, but CCL, like, again, the last time, like, this is on the sticky note. I want to shout out to Neil because he's like, thank you for bringing this to the attention because it is a good trade right there. CCL continues to go 50 cents, just bought it right off the open. And we even wrote it down here. Here it is. I'll just show you on this. We wrote down 19.25 right there for CCL and talked about it, that we liked it. We talked about why oil, and unfortunately, as oil comes down, I mean, it's much better for the cruise line. So obviously oil's coming down on Milton, which we hope for the best. But there goes CCL, man, just continuously climbing higher and higher and higher. So this is going to be a big stock. This P&L number one will actually be Amazon on the show today, but CCL will be right behind it. So Neil and I both have these trades, and this has been pretty good so far.
Yeah, if that gets to 20, I'm expecting there's going to be like a couple million shares on the offer at $20 on CCL. I'm going to throw a weekly chart of that stock in a quick little second, but we waited for the next available dip on Apple. I came in today determined that when we're playing these, after what happened in NVIDIA yesterday, it was like, every single time I was in long, I was in the wrong direction. It's like buying this level instead of this one. So try to let it make the bottom. This is where you traps longs, then you hold here, and then back above, and then buy here. Like, that's generally the idea. So try to form that pattern. We break out the high. I want the mid-quarters there on Apple. We already mentioned CCL. NVIDIA's at 133. This is where kind of push comes to shove for me. If it breaks back above, the original entry I liked was above the 133. So if it gets to here, I see longs above VWAP breaking out 133.5. So if we get to there, there's going to be another place to get in. If we fail the 133, I do not need this going back into the bottom. But TSM is at the point where it could break out as well. So I'm kind of eyeball TSM here at that 184. If it breaks out, you hold through VWAP. If it fails, I want to trail out of NVIDIA and wait for another bottom. If we break VWAP here, I probably just trail it at the 133 even. So that's going to continue to work. I mentioned I wanted to go to CCL and show you guys a weekly chart. Right now, all three are in the money, so don't want to be too worried about them. We have our plan of action.
There goes NVIDIA.
There we go, CCL. So CCL, the reason I wanted to show you guys the weekly chart is just how significant this sucker is at $20. So this is the $20 level on the weekly. I'm expecting there's going to be a boatload of shares. So separate trade if it gets through that 20 even for myself on CCL. It's at 1980. I'm offering already at 95. VWAP here, NVIDIA cruising, Apple cruising, CCL cruising. Thankfully, no hits today. A little bit different. Want to be really patient with the entries and try to catch them only on the way back up. One misstep was NVIDIA. That was too early. Now we look to hold VWAP. Oh, it doesn't hold VWAP. Right, I'm on the offer now.
We got out of NVIDIA at 133 right there, so hit the damn sirens. This is basically now a flat day for us. Like, that's unbelievable. I was just telling Fabian how unbelievable of a recovery that is for me. Like, we got out of 30%, or sorry, we held 25%. We got out of 75%. Like, the fact that we're up or close to being up right now after having that, like, if this doesn't happen, if NVIDIA just bounces like 5 more cents and doesn't make that move down, then oh boy, what a day, what a day. It's because look what just happened to Amazon. We talked about that right now. Amazon will be PL1. There's nothing can stop it, even if CCL goes through the roof right now. Amazon, nice move upside right there, continuously going. We just got another piece out there at 182.90 off of a 182 bottom. So, I mean, that's really, really helping us out right now. So, yeah, we'll wait to see on that one. CCL's going, Amazon's going. I'm just looking for some more trades. I mean, honestly, Coinbase, I think it could be at a level right there. We like to look at Mara, Coinbase, Bitcoin, IBIT. I mean, now you're down to 61.8 again here, so there could be maybe a trade there potentially for Coinbase. I mean, you're bouncing off the 200 period right now. Oh, Amazon, there is
Rivian.
There is no news and noise, I was going to say, about Rivian right now. Amazon is starting to roll out some Rivian delivery trucks. So I guess that's good on Rivian. The more people will see of this of Rivian out there, the better it is going to be for Rivian. I mean, my wife already wants one. So that could be a problem for your boy. But right now, here we go, man. It's still all about NVIDIA for me as that continues to go higher. So there it goes. Palantir breaks 42. Wow. We should have been buying this one. We had written down here 41.25, and that seemed to have been the bottom. But there goes Palantir taking out the top. We're long underneath 42. So I don't know what just happened right there. Maybe we broke it but didn't. I might get out and then re-get back in. Wow, Neil, Amazon is absolutely the money shot. Oh my God, you want money shots? Look at NVIDIA right now. Bang on that one. Oh boy, man, this is don't call it a comeback, but we're on one right now. We just need Palantir to do that dance as well, and then we'll see what's going on there. But nice move upside here as we are cruising. $1.70 in the money. We'll go to there in a minute. $1.70 in the money on NVIDIA. $1.30 in the money on Amazon. 50 cents on CCL. Palantir's a dime piece. Oh boy, man, it's a chicken dinner winner day right here for all of you. I hope you're having it. Let's go to Adara now.
Just now saw a story here on RIV and Amazon announcing it's going to deploy 1,000 EV vans here, delivery vans from Rivian. They're going to also have vision-assisted package retrieval. This will be by early 2025. So this is going to be 1,000 Rivian electric delivery trucks here being deployed by early 2025, saying that they're also apparently going to use lights within the trucks to guide deliveries to correct packages. So this looks like a positive catalyst potentially for both RIVN and AMZN. Rivian just got a nice little volume spike here, guys.
A great one. Look at Palantir. We were like, what is going on with this one? But 42.18 right now is what's going on with Palantir as it continues to go higher and higher and higher. This is the thing, man. We talk about trading more shares. When you do it, you also have an opportunity to make it back, right? And so there it goes right there. We hit Palantir with no fear. We hit Amazon with no fear. And we hit CCL. So right now we are absolutely spinning right here in this market and just continues going. Let's see how high Palantir could go. We said it even in our note. This stock always goes for a dump and then gets bought back up. Unfortunately, we did not buy the dip. We buy the breakout there in Palantir. We are out of 2/3 of that play, man. That went all the way to 42.20. We already saw what happens, man. Stocks can go bad against you real quick. So we are going to get out of that one. And then also, man, ring that register for $1.70 on NVIDIA. 133.40 right there on that one. Man, that's a good day here again. It's only 10:10. We're just getting heated up right now.
Yeah, it's all heated. The market is still continuing to churn higher. I'm going to take, first thing that wasn't in the plan of action today because Rivian News hit, right? So it wasn't in the plan. You don't know that headline's going to come in, but double top in here at 1075. You know 1080 was a level I'd mentioned. A few people have already said you're going to short Rivian at 1080, not when there's a story. So breaking out the top, it almost got to $11. Pull back in, bounce off VWAP, go long, back through that high, lose VWAP, get out. I'm offering on the way back into first resistance. I think $11 is going to be probably a level here on Rivian. We're still in CCL. That's not really, now you're getting a consolidation next level up here on TCL. I'm going to pop up the next plan for myself. That trend, we're gone off this trend. You're now breaking out. So I want to look at something like this here, or maybe I should be joining that above that 19.5. So if we can hold on to this trend line, push into 20 even, if we break this 19.5 reentry, I think we're back to square one if we lose the trend, at least for myself. Back to square one if we get back to 19.5. Want to try to make it all make sense in here. You're up 5 points. Market's taking out the highs. I don't love the fact that we got high on Apple. And then again, like Apple, you get the reload on Apple out to the high of the day, and then it just doesn't really follow through. So now it's on the back end again. Now I want to look for that next available buy in Apple. Let it bounce. Get in after it bounces. Not going to try and catch the falling knife with this. Try to keep it relatively simple, but very, very patient with the entry. Be able to get out, be able to get back in here is going to be the name of the game. That's worked so far this morning. It's what I didn't do yesterday. It's what I definitely want to make sure we're doing going forward. So we got our first out there in Rivian. I'm going to reload off VWAP, see if we can't get a push into that $11. If it breaks 11, we'll cross that bridge when we get there.
All right. Oh, man. We just tweeted it out again. I mean, this is on the sticky note. We have Palantir log 42. We have CCL long 1925. Both of those have been huge. We found in the wild, we found Amazon, which has been absolutely huge to the upside. It will be, I mean, P&L number one is now going to be looked at as possibly, where's my damn hat? I mean, I don't know. I'm thinking that honestly, after today, you know, we may have to go and upgrade these glasses because Palantir is that stock for your boy. Right now, 42.30, man. We are loaded up on the PA on this one. And there it goes, man, through $42. Look, if I liked it at $9, I mean, what are we thinking about it now at 42.50? It's still going higher and higher and higher right there. You want some swing trade? I mean, we sold Alibaba at 117. It doesn't matter what Alibaba is at right now. Who cares? All right, thank you, Fabian. Thank you very much. But there it goes, continuously going upside. There's Palantir off the 42 bid right here on the sticky note. We haven't had Palantir on here in a minute, but we put it on there today. 41 long, 42 break long, take it. Look, see what this says here? Take it. This is not like, oh, I'm looking at this level. If it goes there, we'll adjust our plan of action or anything like that. Once it was there, we went right in immediately and we were like, oh my God, if it breaks 42, we want it. But for some reason, it broke, fell down 3 cents, and then continued to go higher and higher and higher. So there it goes, man. It's Palantir and it's Moon City right now for that name. And then NVIDIA also, it's not one, but we're looking to make $2 here on NVIDIA back to the upside. And we're basically green. We'll have a couple more ticks and we will be green. We took, again, a pretty big hit right there, and we had talked about that, but thankfully we got out of 75% of, well, not thankfully, I wish we got out of 25%, but it breaks there, and then we just, as soon as it held and it retook 132 and 131.50, 131.75, we just started to buy this thing right back up. You got to believe in some stocks, and if you do that, then that is what it is right now. So, you know, D-Loaf, look, we don't talk about share sizes, but I already sort of said that already today about some of the differences there. So you guys can sort of use the math and figure that out. But here we go, man. NVIDIA, Palantir continuously going right now. CCL also 55 cents, 56 cents to the upside there. And then Amazon. I'm wondering about Amazon now. It is a good story. I mean, sure, they're deploying some Rivian trucks. I mean, I think that's great. I think it's great for their future as well, for Rivians, but also for Amazon. I mean, I think it's a good story there. And the reason why is that you're going to have the carry forward trade, right? So, I mean, the more and more that Amazon and Rivian start using some of these, the technologies, right, of EV is going to make them more efficient, I hope. So whether or not, you know, they have an upside play moving forward now on Amazon, I don't know, but we're long. We are just taking that long early. We noticed that it was strong in the market versus the market. So the fact that it's going up is really nice, but this is kind of like what we expected here to have happen to us on Amazon. So it's a good move there. I wish we would have still had the whole boat. We still have that 20% that we talked about on AMZN. Palantir just continues to go. 42.50. Let's get a piece out at 42.39 or so if we can do that. That is the high of the day, 42.36. So we're right here right now. Let's just get another piece out. I mean, 42.50, it could stop. There's nothing to look at here, but Palantir just continues to grow and you know, really have a nice little relationship here. I just feel like it gets bought up all the time. I was saying that we may get out of some of this, and I think that might be something. Again, stocks can continue to moon forever and forever, but this is a big trade right here. $32 this was back September 10th. You know, so you're a month and you've gained 30% on this name. So there goes Palantir. Oh boy, that is your chicken dinner winner right there. So it's more than chicken. We just got some out of 42.39 as we go, and then look what's happening to NVIDIA. It is approaching the double dollar club right now, known here to all of our families in Canada as a toonie trade. So there it goes right there to the upside goes NVIDIA. Big winner. Let's just wait. I said 134, right? So let's try to stick to that. We'll see if we can get something in and around 134. What about 133.80? Let's put an offer right there. This is going meme crazy right now. So we'll put another offer right there on NVIDIA. We're still watching out for CCL. And Amazon's at highs. So yeah, we're rocking right now.
Yeah, we're rocking at this point. I mean, I have a trail in the CCL. I don't think anything needs to change, but there were a couple of super chats. Apologies to to Juan Alejandro Castro here, because you did mention a couple times here, super chats. We appreciate you. Max N, tradable now? Question mark. So everyone's gonna have their own like litmus or I guess rules for trading. For myself, when you reverse split, there's obviously that fundamentally what's happening is just less liquidity is going to be in there when you reverse split. It looks like it was just a 1 for 10 here. It's on 330,000 shares, so that to me is a no. The spread on a $7 stock right now is 7 pennies, which effectively on a $7 stock it's like a 1% spread, and there's no liquidity, there's no volume on it. So I would suppose if you're swing trading things like this, it can make some sense. But I'm not touching it. And usually when you have a reverse split, I mean, the levels don't really matter. I'm waiting for like some kind of a fail for when it's going to inevitably be a short. But yeah, 340,000 shares is a no-go for me on just about anything. Like I can't imagine a scenario that I'd want to be trading something which has no liquidity. It'll never be scalable. You develop a strategy on something which will never be scalable, and it's like you don't necessarily want to be getting into that game. So it might not be the answer that you want, but tried and true. One of the things I've always believed in is if you care about somebody, tell them what you think. If you care about yourself, tell them what they want to hear. So you might want to hear, hey, this got these levels, I would be trading it. This is just not the truth. So I can't tell you that I would trade Max N because I don't think anybody on the floor with that little volume would. I didn't get the reload here on Rivian. I thought we'd maybe get into VWAP at 1070. It's holding that 1075 entry point. Looking for the next press up, we get the high of the day. I thought I was already in offer, but I'm going to go there now in front of the high. I meant to put in 89s, not 88, so we'll go to 89 and go to the desk with Adara.
This part of the show is brought to you by Trade the Pool. Trade the Pool allows traders like you to get evaluated and trade real shares using the company's capital. No PDT rule holding you back. That's how to give a true trading edge. Here's the exciting part. Trade the Pool has just launched a limited edition program to evaluate stock traders like you. For a one-time fee of just $97, you'll receive $20,000 in buying power. And all you have to do is reach the profit goal. The best part of this limited edition program is that they've reduced the profit goal and the minimum trades required to reach the funded phase. And the profit split has been upgraded so you keep 70% of the profits. You should definitely want to check this out. Scan the QR code or click the link in the description for more information.
Thank you very much there, Adara. You're absolutely right. Glenn Smith, Tesla's at 246. It was a huge V-shaped recovery, not just in the market, but also for Tesla. And when you're breaking out those highs, it can change the litmus. Like you have, obviously it's already broken this top in here, but not the 46 even level. It's how it comes in. I've taken one fill that I feel like was against the grain in terms of I was trying to catch the bid and just play the price instead of actually playing the stock and what it's doing. And that would be just jumping out in front of it. So I don't want to jump out in front of Tesla. It has to either set up a short here or it's still going to be a breakout through 246.25. So I want to take out 46, confirm above, take the 25, maybe the quarter break, give it underneath that 46 level, and then let it try to ride to the upside. CCL, the trail's already in. We already mentioned Rivian. Apple, I feel like the last time it might have wicked me out, but we'll look for another entry here. We've had it 3 times, and until it gets to this 227.5, I still think you can look for additional long trades here on AAPL. So it bounced off VWAP. It's been wicking. See like what's going on here with Apple? Like it gives you like these wicks, and you almost have to quickly jump back into that side. So kind of missed this opportunity, not wanting to chase it too far. So you get the whipsaw action. Still up on it, but should still be in Apple. The next time it does a dip, I'm going to wait for some wick like that because I'm not in it, and then I'll play off the long when we get that price action back through. So I think that's your opportunity here. Like they're really gobbling Apple up after it takes out any key level back to the downside. I think that's going to be the key, trying to re-enter that trade to the long. And the good part is we don't have any trouble getting back into it. CCL still kind of consolidative up here off of 1970. I'm going to move my trail as it continues to try to hold on to the trend here on CCL. Up 5 points, RCL obviously going as well. Just if you're looking at some of those chip names, my eyes are now over at TSM, which just got to VWAP and a little bit of a pullback. I feel like this could be a really key turning point, watching SMCI and NVIDIA in lockstep. NVIDIA turning at pre-market lows If it bounces off 133 and TSM can hold 184, then I want the long off VWAP. But I don't necessarily want to be fighting against the TSM move because that's what's been leading these chips so far. Let's go to Adara because it's time for the small cap recap.
IWM starting to look pretty bearish here. We got a topping tail candle here in the 3-minute chart, followed by looking like it's going to be 3 straight candles to the downside, though it's worth noting some of the bullish volume is a little bit stronger than some of the bearish volume as of right now on that Russell 2000. In terms of small caps here, we're going to start here with Helen of Troy, HELE. This one is not a micro cap by any means. It's about $1.7 billion market cap from what I can see here. The reported earnings this morning beating across the board here for HELE with a just under 10% short float. Next up, we have HOLO. This is Microcloud Hologram. You might remember this one because it had quite the rally on and off for most of the latter half of the month of February 2024. HOLO, not any catalyst that I'm seeing on it. I saw it hold it for news last night, though I never was able to find what happened there. They also have held it a couple times today, and we've got a float of about 20 million shares here. Last but not least, this is a day 2 move here for BURU, removed from its high of day, but still up about 15%. On Monday night, they announced they've received $65 million in financing here from Liquius. It's worth noting here, too, this is pretty significant because Nuburu has a market cap of just around $5 million. We do have about a 5.5% short float from what I'm seeing here, and a float of roughly 3 million shares, guys.
Wow. So just very quickly here on Palantir is a rock. The market, the V-shaped recovery on the market was incredibly impressive. So Tesla, I said I'm not going to just sit out in front of it and let it run me over. But I've got since it broke here, this is the trend until it closes on 3-minute, close underneath, that's the entry. And then out at the local high. So that's the plan of action. It needs to close underneath the trend line. Not, it kind of breaks the trend line and I get short, which I've done before. Like short it here. I'd be short right now at 244.90 if I wasn't waiting for the actual setup. It needs to close underneath. Otherwise, this is going to be a hold and a breakout of the top. So Tesla looks like it's going to be the next entry point for me because Apple's through that high. We're almost going to get that 1090 over there in Rivian. Shout out for that news, the Amazon news. I think better for Rivian than it is for Amazon because Amazon's Amazon and Rivian needs all the help that it can get. But hey, if you like the show, like the show. A wise man once said. So if you're into it and you want to engage in the chat, remember it's a subscribers only chat. We're here for you. If you want to ask us questions like that Max N, no worries. Just make sure you hit that subscribe button, throw it in there. We'll get to it if we can, when we can, because that's what we try to do here at Trader TV Live. So far, so good. No missteps just yet, but about to take first short if we close under here on Tesla. Market's ripping high, but it's got to show me the setup. If it doesn't, we don't take it.
Market ripping high, yeah, that is for damn sure. I said this yesterday on the after recap show. The Fed is with you now. You just be buying all the dips, man. And that's been working so far here since Fed. And it just keeps on getting bought up, right? You have one negative day, and it's just like, nope, that's enough. We'll be back the next day. And even yesterday, continued move here. Give me that 70. I'm at 78. That is crazy that it's not filling me there at 78 on NVIDIA. I might as well just go right here at 74. See if we can grab it. Give me that 74. There it is. That's your official first $2 winner there today. So we'll go $2 on that. That's exactly the play that we wanted right there for NVIDIA. It's really too bad that we had gotten some out there at the bottom, but that's okay. We'll make it back right there. NVIDIA really going. And like I said, the loss on this name is now like basically in the pocket. There's like nothing that I can complain about now, especially in life, but definitely in trading. This move here on Palantir, let's just go, man. Let's just give some props where props are due, I feel like, on this name. Like, not just for this trade, but just for the stock in general. Another 3% to the upside on Palantir. This will probably be on the note again tomorrow right now. Okay, we're flat. So we are now flat on the day. So honestly, man, I will face slap myself on that one because with the amount of shares and what we did here on NVIDIA, got stopped out at 75% of that. To be back to zeros on the day is like, for me, really something. So we'll take it, man. The confidence is honestly at all-time highs right now for trading. And the proof is really in the pudding. If we don't have that, look what else we have today. Amazon's $1. These are the trades we have. We have NVIDIA. It's going to be a good one. We could hopefully go green on it. So we have NVIDIA. We have Amazon right now, $1.50 in the money. CCL. These are, and not only this, these are the trades that, and again, I do take, like when you guys message me on Twitter or Instagram and things like that, you know, I do take it to heart. I read over those things. And it's like when you guys are telling me you're looking for bigger trades, you want me to talk about like where we're holding for bigger moves. You know, that's why I said NVIDIA, let's hold for 134. You know, once we make that bottom and it keeps on going, let's always get some out at VWAP and at the 50 period, but let's hold it for a little bit longer. So there's $2, right? And so we're kind of doing what we said we would do here. But at the end of the day, we're going to try to make money for ourselves and make the best decisions that we possibly can. And I just feel like we've been doing that. So there goes NVIDIA, there goes, I mean, and here's another banger too, like Palantir, you know, take that 42 break. You know where the stop was? Probably 10, 15 cents. I didn't even have time to put it in on this stock, and you can see what it's doing right now, starting to make that move upside. So good trade there on Palantir. CCL, I mean, CCL could be one of the bangers of the day. It looks like it might be that as that continues to go higher as well. So far, so good, man, on the reload. It was a rough first 10 minutes there again. So we'll figure that out, and we'll be back. But yeah, we're doing pretty good here so far.
Absolutely. And Fabian, yes. Fabian was just asking me in the ear. The answer is the position board is correct, at least. I mean, from what I can see, it looks like it's...
Yeah, for me, I only have three, or I have 4 positions.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just in those 3. I'm not sure. Yeah, like I don't know. Maybe it took a second to matriculate. Sometimes we'll get a fill and you'll see it. I've noticed. Sometimes it's 5 seconds. Sometimes it's like 20. But it is absolutely correct. So Tesla did not. It holds on to the trend. Remember, if it closed underneath, I was going to short it. Old Neil, yesterday, I would have probably taken this breakdown on that wick. Instead, that's a confirmation of the trend line and a breakout of the top. Now, I've scalped out and want to add back in on the trend line until we get to, you know, unless either you make a really big parabolic move that goes way far away from this trend, or you get to like a 250. I want to be playing dips into the trend and no out unless it breaks underneath the key level at the trend line, which is now just the even. CCL still doing its thing. Rivian is still basically chilling in here. It just got another higher low here. Sorry, you know, higher low, lower high, breaking out the next level. The volume's tapered off after that Amazon news, but it never broke the top. So the news high is still the high of the day, and want to wait for this trend to come back in as well. So that's a bad-looking trend line, but you get the idea. If it holds on to this trend, we're buying dips. In Rivian. So far, so good. I mean, we've been out early a couple of times. I think the one I'll be the most angry about is probably Apple. Like, I think we got a good entry there. We tried to play it the second time through. That kind of worked and looked like it was going to go stop out. I think this one, we added to it. Stop out, did not get that entry back in. And now it's in that zone where it needs to break 227.5. So we got to be careful with it because this is the spot on Apple where that massive seller just sort of came in and held things up the last time it had a move like this. It spent the entirety of the day almost chopping up underneath 227.5. I think buying the dip into 226 high to 50 will make sense, but I don't want to be buying anything out up top above 227 the way it kind of responded last time. Let's go to Adair for the crypto update.
We do have here the crypto update. Pretty interesting one today. I really quickly want to address as well. We just got some EIA inventory numbers. So higher than expected crude oil inventories, lower than expected EIA gasoline and distillate inventories there. So that is the EIA numbers in a nutshell here in terms of higher, lower than expected. For crypto, we actually have a pretty different look here today. We had yesterday the release of this HBO documentary called Money Electric, the Bitcoin Mystery. It covers the beginnings of Bitcoin, and a lot of people online were excited because they actually have some theories as to who the true identity is of Satoshi Nakamoto. This was the name used by the person who authored the initial Bitcoin white paper. They suggest, apparently this documentary suggests that it could be Peter Todd. He's a Canadian software developer that was also interviewed for the documentary and apparently says, albeit sarcastically in the documentary, the words, "I am Satoshi Nakamoto." So pretty interesting story. You could check that out, I guess, on HBO if you want more information, because that just coming out here as of last night. Bitcoin itself on a now 3-day downtrend, starting with a pretty nasty topping tail candle into about the 65,000 level on Monday. The last 2 days, though, has been much smaller price action. As of right now, we're just teetering below 62,000. In terms of what we're looking at here in these other names in the crypto space, we have Ethereum actually slightly positive on the day, while Bitcoin slightly negative. We don't see that very often. Right now, Ethereum up almost 1%, just edging into that 2450 level that we looked at yesterday during the afternoon Bitcoin update. Rest of these names are pretty flat, but actually worth noting here, much like the Ethereum and Bitcoin disparity, we're seeing a lot of discrepancies here between some of these names. We've generally seen them all trading positively or negatively, but that's not the case today. We have Dogecoin and Tron up both more than 2%, and we've got other names like Cardano and Solana to the downside. So a bit of an interesting mixed picture in the crypto space today, guys.
Oh,
Yeah,
boy.
I mean, it's not mixed in the market, but it is mixed in the chip space. AMD here, so I didn't notice. I mean, I put up, usually I'd be looking at NVIDIA and AMD and maybe Intel, which I haven't even checked today. But because I was watching TSM, I didn't realize what was happening to AMD. This is obviously, there's something wrong with AMD. Down 1% when the market went green, when NVIDIA went green, TSM at least made a pretty solid bounce. Yeah, this one's not good. And if we do get any kind of a rollover, I'll probably be looking to AMD for some kind of short. It's at VWAP and you're making higher lows now, so I don't think don't jump into it. I'm not going to jump into it as the market's taking those highs. But if we get a bit of a curl and confirmation that there's a bit of selling coming into this, I feel like AMD is it's not looking very good for them. Remember, I'm not short on NVIDIA, but I had to take profit when we trailed out of it. I wanted a consolidation above VWAP. It's giving you possibly one here at that pre-market high. So I thought we'd get a consolidation a little bit longer. It's either going to give you one right here on this little pullback, or we wait in for VWAP to come back down. So the market's trying to come back to the other side. All right, what's going on? CCL still doing the same thing. Rivian still doing the same thing. Matt C saying, check out MSTR. It's MAR that I usually will look at. And I was going to go to MAR after we just had that crypto segment, but this has lost the top. Like, you go into previous close and reject it, that's key, because closing prices matter more than opening prices, in my opinion. So when you double tap that, that's definite weakness. It's MARA that I generally prefer to trade, and MARA is even weaker. So MARA goes into that 16 level, rejection, underneath VWAP, and underneath support.
Wanted to cross
I prefer underneath support more than anything else. So if I get into a crypto name, I think it's MARA at 16 or MARA under yesterday's support level. I know MSTR, a lot of people like to trade it. Great. That key close price, it double topped it. Breakout if it goes over, but I'd be looking short. If you're red when the market just went green on that V shape, I don't know that I would want to be fighting it to the long side. There's plenty of things that are cruising to the upside right now that you can try to get into. Speaking of which, Apple's almost at that 227.5.
227.
So it's about to get through that. There was a bunch of selling here. It looks like today it's not happening on Apple. I was looking for a pullback to give you this range and be able to play 226.5. The same selling that was there before has yet to come in. So I'm going to be dip buying at 226. Call it 80 to 227. That's on the off chance we even get that, Phil.
Yeah, all right. It's been a great day. It's been a celebratory one. It's obviously a lot of great trades. Neil's put on some great trades. We've had some great trades. Amazon is now, we have two $2 winners right now. Amazon and NVIDIA still trying to go. I just want to tell you, like, we have that 10% left of everything. We just have a little bit more on NVIDIA, that's all. Palantir, we only have that 10% left. You saw me get out of it. We talked about it. We have a bunch. I mean, here you go. You can just see. We have a bunch of outs in here. A lot of our outs are right here in the 25, 30 area. And then we got something out at 50, then again at 60. And now you're trying to pull just a little bit right now. So I don't want to count chickens before they hatch or anything like that, but I'm not going to reload this name. If this breaks back down below 42, we'll just get out. We'll still use that 41.90 area as our out. That's what we were going to do in the beginning anyways. We talked about that. This was going to be about a 10-cent hit because we've been in NVIDIA many times before, into Palantir before, where it goes, breaks, comes back, breaks again. So I know Neil was trading this yesterday. It's you have to play momentum when momentum's there. And right now it's coming in a little bit and it's against the market, which puts a little off-putting there for me. All right, so Amazon might just be near that level. We tweeted this out before, man, that we really like this trade, but now it's up to this 184. I mean, we could be in it all day. There's no doubt about that. The futures are only up 0.24. There's lots of rally still to come in this market, I would feel like. but let's just put it out. We'll offer 72s there, and there it goes, man. Let's put that stock into the hot dog cannon and fire it off, because right there, that's 182.20 all the way out 183.72. We'll take it, man, and end the Amazon trade right there. So that's it, there to there. I don't know, can't do much else. We talked about getting it out at VWAP. We take it for 40 cents. Then VWAP is 70 cents. Then at that point, I guess the 50 period was up here at 183.20. Then it breaks back down below 183. We take another piece out. Then it rips into the close, into where we closed it right now. So, all right, man. NVIDIA with the pullback as well. So that's, again, a good out there. We talked about this. We have about 15% left of our NVIDIA trade. It is the largest piece of something that we have left. But I do think that, as we say, you know, we like to play names that come back into VWAP. So looks like NVIDIA is doing that right now, possibly a long area here for NVDA. Good out maybe on Amazon. NVIDIA we have to think about.
Yeah, the only thing I'm left in is CCL, which is still going, and we're going to be on the bid here. But how do you find those key levels, everybody? How do you find the stocks to trade? Well, I'll give you an answer there. eSignal, fantastic. You want to trade smarter. You want to analyze. You want to strategize. You want to back test. It's a fantastic platform for all of those things. In reality, charting is your eyes to the market. That's your eyes and your ears. You want to look at that past data and try to predict the future. And the best way to do that is to get the best tools out there for you, for the best scanners, to find the best stocks, to have access to every single symbol that's out there and every single indicator that you could imagine. Everything you're going to need is going to be all in one place with eSignal. You can use an API with it, be able to program some trades. As I said, you can have your own customizable watch list. Very, very important. Truth of the matter is, on this trading floor, there's always at least half a dozen people that have been using eSignal over the years. So if you're interested, you can see this QR code, scan it right now if you want a professional charting platform. Check out the link in the description as well, and start your journey with eSignal here today. So thank you very much, and shout out to them. Great platform here. I wish I could tell you the reload on Rivian was good, but it wasn't. Like, that was a candle. So we just got the 90s, reloaded on the way back up through VWAP. Let me zoom in so you can see better here. And then we lost our support. So on the news, now support meaning this was the bottom on the news at 1070, right? So we fired out, got out at 68, roughly flat on it now because of the reload. This needs to calm down. That was a hammer to the downside. If it's going to be a long again, I'm going to wait for the other side of the trade. So we're still in CCL. It hasn't really broken this flag. It also hasn't broken the high. The second it breaks the high, whatever the trend is, I slap a trend line on it and hold till 20 or till the break of said trend line. And now you're starting to get some VWAP holds in here. This is going to be key, like what is holding and what isn't holding VWAP. I want to aim to get an entry that doesn't resemble the Rivian one, but resembles how we were getting into NVIDIA the last few times, which is catch it as it holds that and not on that absolute bottom. So we'll try to get it in here as it's trying to bounce off of VWAP on NVDA and go to Adara for Sector Watch.
We've got a market right now that's slightly positive. That's both the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ. And there are really a lot of sectors that reflect that. We have some green going on here right now in producer manufacturing, but a strength consumer non-durables. Consumer durables as well, with Tesla leading the group, aren't too weak here either. Neither are process industries and transportation, but there's not a lot of outsized strength in this market today. Now, we've talked about these sectors that are definitely going to give you a lot of excitement, a little bit more of mixed energy here, and that's going to be these tech sectors. As Neil alluded to, there's a lot of waffling going on here in some of these semiconductors. AMD to the downside, NVIDIA and Broadcom a little bit more unsure. Qualcomm, though, doing quite nicely today, and Boeing also bringing the sector to the downside. We had quite a few negative catalysts with this one yesterday, including the FAA issuing airlines warnings about some rudders on some 737 planes. We had a potential junk rating being flagged there by S&P Global, and also their machinist strike is said to continue. So BA still on watch. Even more weakness, though, if you look here at the technology services sector. Microsoft pretty strong here, as is Oracle, but Google, Meta, and CRM all a little bit weaker. So we'll have to wait and see how this tech sector unfolds. Also, you have to keep an eye on finance in the next few days leading up to bank earnings, which kick off on Friday morning with JPM and WFC, guys.
Banks to the rescue? I don't think so. Very quickly in here, I left a bid in on Tesla. Ooh, that was close. So Tesla broke trend. Obviously, as you can see, I'm missing a candle in there. It'll fill in a little bit later. But Tesla broke that trend line, which usually I only want it back in on trend. So it's a quick in and out because that violates the rule. Like if anything, I should be usually shorting that move, but I think you got to be getting it around here when you get that wick back up with a stop at 47. Like there is the trend, and the trend is since it broke the high. So not this trend, but I'm talking about there's the break of the high, there's one bottom, there's the last bottom when we had the breakout trade. Those should not have been long, so we just jumped right out of it instantly. I'm like, why am I still bidding that price?
Oh boy.
So if we're gonna hold underneath here, I'm looking for, the top's 47, so the close is underneath, looking for the pop that gets me something above 246.5. Might have missed that chance there on Tesla on the mean reversion trade. Maybe there's something else setting up. I feel like if there's gonna be a short though, it's either that sets up, or maybe we take a little bit of AMD. But AMD's not really moving much. The money fills have been over VWAP short on AMD, over 171 into 171 like 65. So you want the fills over, or I guess it would have to break this low. It's clearly relatively weak, but it has to set up an entry. Like you punch short now, you're kind of hitting the local range bottom, which doesn't make a heck of a lot of sense as far as I'm concerned. But this is the one that I would short if we're shorting anything in the chip space.
All right, we bought NVIDIA. I mean, we bought NVIDIA down here. We bought some 20s, and we bought some 23s and some 25s. But we still want this to go. I mean, it's it's a good trade, but it needs more. So we'll let this go to the high side. We're going to give it a break and see if it wants to do anything and get back up to 134. I'm just going to sit in this and hold it. I mean, it could drip down. We are going to buy some of these dips as well. There we go. We just bought some 10s. Look at that break. Wow, pretty aggressive break there. My stop is not too much lower than where we are right now on NVIDIA. So let's be careful for that 132. I put down 79s. As a break lower. So we're in this right now. That'll be basically a flat trade. We just bought some more down there, so maybe we can get something out if it gets back into the 20s again, but right now on a market pullback. NVIDIA not actually trading that well today. I mean, it was a nice move up. We took advantage of it. Pretty happy with that. We talked about getting back to zeros right now, but we'll have to wait to see. This position now pending could put us red again right now, but we'll try NVIDIA down here at 133. It's a decent level there. If anything, we'll give some back on this last little bit of that trade, but it's a good thing that it did drip into VWAP here, so we'll take advantage of that. The strategy that we've been doing forever, so we'll wait to see if it does hold VWAP down here at 133. I mean, we're long at 132.80, so it's not horrible. Maybe we'll take a piece out here in the teens as it just went into that level and then stopped again. I can see the net here. Like as long as this goes back, we will be completely fine. We are long and we just reloaded it. We actually got 133.10s there, some in the 20s, some in the 10s. So it has not given us a beneficial reload yet. So we'll have to wait. If it goes back up, great. If not, this will come out in and around flat. Oh, the position board is down. That's okay. Fabian will get that going in a minute, but we are
just take a fill.
Yeah, we are long NVIDIA right now at this price, 132.80.
Yeah, I feel like it looks like it just needed a bit of a reset. So whenever that happens, they refresh it, and then we just get whatever the next time you take a fill. So when I got out of the last position, it's going to refresh. I'm only in CCL. The new trend is it might actually break into VWAP here as we speak. So the trade that I didn't get short in Tesla, just cancel my other stop because you got to cancel one stop to be able to put another one in there.
Yep.
So if we can't hold this 119.75, CCL I'm not going to short if it breaks this trend line. But I am going to get out of the long if it breaks that trend and look to get right back in at VWAP. And if it holds, this is similar to Tesla. If it holds here and breaks back out above, I'm going to look for a break of 19. It's 1985 that sits up top. I know it's kind of a tight range in there, but look how long it's been sitting there. I'm going to cancel my offer in front of 20s. I'm going to have a stop. I'm going to go manual. Wow. Okay.
Fabian, I'm taking fills over here. It's not working.
It's not. Okay. Well, I might get a fill here. As I was just saying that, CCL just broke that 85. I just took a fill.
Yep.
Yeah, so it's now changed. Yeah, my average price now 78, so it looks like it works in there. And now I want to give it to the previous trend bottom in here on CCL. So it works out to my average price, 1978. You get under that, it's a break of this trend line here on CCL. The play now into the 20 level. This is huge. It's a big resistance level on the daily and weekly of CCL here to the $20 level. So relatively tight stop to see if we can play back into some of those highs. 20 even. I still say in the middle of the day it's going to have even more shares than it would have at the open. I'm expecting like a few mil on that bad boy. AMD, yeah, money fills. I mean, charts will tell you the history. The money fills were above 171 in a streaking market. I elected to not take the short right there at 171. Now it's hunting for the low of the day. It's obviously a relatively weak name here. I just didn't see an obvious entry in AMD. SMCI, however, is holding while the market's bleeding back, and I feel like this is pretty good to try and take something for a bit of a dip. Like, it's got VWAP out there when the market pulls back in. Same thing with Apple. Like, Apple's a relatively strong one. You got to be patient for it, I think, with this market pullback. It's the first real one. I'm waiting at 226.80. That's the level of interest for myself. So we're only in CCL. I just saw that just went again. So CCL held the trend, broke out the top, offers in front of 20, and patiently waiting for the next dip buy. Possibly Apple or SMCI, the things that are holding VWAP.
Yeah, so we now the position will just starting to hit again, so that's good. All right, so just quickly looking, we're going to get out of this if it breaks too much lower. We've actually was able to take advantage of that as we went over to Adara, or when Neil was talking there, I'm not sure when exactly, but we did break back on NVIDIA, and we got some out in the 20s. So again, pretty good there. I'm getting stopped out if it goes down 10 more cents. Like, I'm not letting this thing fall. I mean, the market is already at the 50 period, so the damage has already been done. This stock is already fallen in right now. Any more than this, let's get out. We're expecting the market to rebound here. If it does not, then that's a clear signal for us to fly out of that trade. It looks like we made a good decision on Amazon, though, as we get out at 183.80s, and that's all the way back down to 40s. Again, another reload position possible here for Amazon. I mean, you're down at the 50 period. You're down at the 200 as well. So I like that. VWAP is right there. So this is looking pretty good to me, but you know why everyone's here is for this. All right, come on, NVIDIA, first of all, go up to the upside. All right, what is for, yesterday we had brie and ham cheese sandwiches. I think that was pretty good. Oh my God, today is a favorite. Today is the most anticipated lunch
Jerk chicken
in a very, very long time. I know Big Patty Ice loves what's coming right now because I saw him last time. He was really, really enjoying it. It's that teriyaki beef strip loin again today. So there it is, man. Everyone propsing it up right there. So there we go. The teriyaki. I'm trying to do that. That's what I got to do. Give some suspense to this one there, Big Patty Ice. Teriyaki beef strip loin with vegetable fried rice, steamed broccolini, and a little bit of sweet corn there on the side. So for me, that is a win. So that's a face slapper right there. And then whatever was yesterday will be on the top of our salad. So I think we'll maybe have some chicken. I'm hoping for sure for me that it is tuna on top. But okay, so that's what it is, man. That is what's for lunch. Okay, and we are waiting now for NVIDIA to do something. Anything lower than this, man, we're stopping out. NVIDIA wants to dance, that's fine. You can find a different partner. I'm only here for the long. If it breaks lower, we are out, and I do not want to hold on to this. We've done a hell of a job making back what we lost there early, so we'll just sit here and squeeze Josh Allen's head over here and get ready to throw it over to Adara for Money Talks.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at the U.S. dollar. Worth noting, though, just tweeted 25 seconds ago. We have another update here from Ming-Chi Kuo. This is that supply chain analyst. Earlier this morning, tweeting a bit of a cautious note for short-term investors for Tesla with regards to its robotaxi event. Now just tweeting out here about iPhone 16 shipment updates, saying that the assembly orders have remained almost unchanged and that suppliers are apparently have been asked to continue producing 2 Pro models during China's national holiday. But it's also worth noting here the bulk of this here that Ming-Chi Kuo maintaining previous production estimate here for the iPhone 16 at 88 to 89 million units for Q4. That'd be slightly lower on a year-over-year basis from last year's 90 to 91 million units. So just a quick update here. Ming-Chi Kuo with some more analysis today. Now, in terms of analyzing the U.S. dollar, nice breakout here for the USD after hanging out here not 1 but 2 days straight. Bit of a doji, 2 doji candles here on that daily chart. Now we're nicely into that 102.80 area. Let's see if we can reclaim this previous area of resistance, that 103 that we saw going back to mid-August. We did actually earlier today get wholesale inventories month over month, a little bit lower than expected here, 0.1% versus the estimate here of 0.2%. However, the big economic number is going to be coming, or data, I guess, going to be coming at 2 p.m. That's going to be the FOMC minutes from the September meeting, where we had a larger than expected rate cut of 50 basis points. When at that point, we had a lot of analysts and market participants leaning they were going to cut 25 basis points. Until then, we have so many Fed speakers. Fed's Goolsbee started talking at 10:30 a.m. We'll get Fed's Barkin at 12:15, Fed's Jefferson at 12:30, and then in the evening, we're also getting comments from Fed's Bostic and Collins at 5, and then comments from Fed's Daily at 6 p.m. If you want more information, there's the entire list of Fed speakers available on Mortgage Trader TV Live, guys.
Yes, sir. That's right. The list is also on the watch list as well.
I know.
Lots of Fed speakers going on. I just want to quickly answer your question here. Market, stock those markets. What is the name of the strategy you described on Tesla? There's no name. It was a simple like trend reversal. So, and again, everyone's going to have their own, like, just check out your own strategy, check out like your own entry points. Because initially, if you come to my chart, you can see where it goes parabolic on Tesla. Like, that's the parabolic move. It's this break of the high in here. Like, that break of the high, your first real consolidation. There's your bottom coinciding there. So, okay, so significant level 1. I know this one because I was in it when it lost to 246. It then held that low. So it's just a simple, like, parabolic-ish trend reversal. You break that trend, and the time frame you're using here is a 3-minute, so it has to show a candle closing underneath. It did it here, gave you an entry. Like this closed here, and then it gave you an entry back up to the top. So when I got in, I had a bid that was already sitting out there, which is like, no, that's a reversal candle. I should be short underneath that. I got out of that long immediately, ended up being a flat trade. But I think I should have been short back in here on this wick. 246.5 would have been the entry, stop there. Would I have been out in front of 245? 100%. I'd be able to, like, if not all of it, at least 2/3 of it, because that's an obvious level. We closed just underneath 245. It's like prior highs in there. Now you're seeing it barcode. It's not really a name of a strategy. Again, it's just like a trend reversal type of play. And usually you want it on something which is streaking to the upside for that entry. But it's already bouncing off the 245 level, which looks pretty good. As we speak. I'd like to see it start making some higher lows. The market still in a bit of a pullback mode here. AMD is, like I said, AMD is looking relatively sick. It's held 170 now twice, so it's wicked that bottom. On a higher time frame, this is also yesterday's low. So basically, you've just double bottomed off yesterday's low. That's a pretty terrible place to me to want to be short at the low of the day. I think it's a pullback into VWAP is about the only spot. We're still just in CCL. Tesla's trying to set up. It's Apple. I thought this pullback in the market was going to give Apple at least somewhere close to 227. But, I mean, Apple is super, super strong here. Look at it just consolidate off of this top. Doesn't seem like it wants to fill in any part of that gap to get longs. So if it holds here one more time and the market doesn't fall over itself, I guess we got to take Apple where it is, not where you want it to be. Oh, and as I say that, it's starting to come down here.
It's just like Neil says 170 on AMD, and I'm just like, didn't we write that down? Honestly, man, we got to take the trade, but 170 long right there. Came in right there, perfect. Went up $1.50. Came in again, went up another $1.50. It's back here right now, so we'll take it one more time, or the first time, and see if it, now it won't work, of course, because it doesn't always work, and we have to wait to see if this key level will hit. But we already had that level marked down there for AMD. All right, so NVIDIA, we got out of that one as it dropped below that level there. Breaks through 90 finally there for NVIDIA, so we get out, which is fine. You know, again, if we can get into this 132, that's where I'd like to dip by that name right now. So we'll have to wait to see if there's any sort of love there for NVIDIA on a dip buy right now. No point in going long on anything down there on NVIDIA. We'll just wait for a Palantir. I mean, that's a face slapper. That's right back upside again. So we're going to use the 50-period moving averages are out, but that continues to work. And there goes AMD. So AMD finally right now starting to go. So we like that trade right now for advanced micro DAM devices. As there it goes, man. Yeah, never fear on here. That was a good trade. We should have had it multiple times before. So let's see if we can continue to get something out on the upside. We just missed it. We're only long there at 25s. It got up there to 50 or so, and then we stopped. So we'll take it out now if we can get it on AMD. Hoping, there it is, we get it. So we get that 43 or 44 there. So we'll props it up there. It's another sticky note level that just banged it out right there again. 170 long. Thanks for Neil for bringing that out to me, because That's a name that we had written there many times, and we should have taken that. So we did not notice it. So it's good that we do now. And then, yeah, if NVIDIA breaks back above, fine. CCL, I mean, face slapper again. I don't know what else to do. This was 1925. We're still in this one. Only 10%, but we're cruising on CCL right now, man. 1990 is the high. I think we can get a lot higher than that. So we'll wait to see if that does happen here for CCL. But so far, so good here as we get ready for the close. The midday show coming through right now. We have Satya coming on, so that should be a lot of fun. I mean, crypto's been moving around today, so we'll hear more about that. If you have any questions regarding there's some lessons to be had and fun times on the midday show. So yeah, man, so far so good. Let's just keep on watching these markets, hopefully get higher and higher. And that would be starting with AMD for me.
Yeah, we just got into Apple here. It's not a double bottom, but like you have a wick bottom twice underneath 227.30. So consolidation off the top, kind of let it run the stops underneath, get back above, get into the long. I still think it can be a breakout from this level as well. So nice consolidation pattern happening over in Apple. Up at the highs, I mean, it's super, super strong here. I know it was just a couple of questions on, I've seen people asking about like crypto again, like MSTR and Mara in the chat. And they are relatively weak, but I've been waiting for Mara. There was this retested VWAP and then yuck, just immediately down back into some lows here. So I'm looking for that VWAP trade, but you have to be really quick on that. It's not spending a lot of time up at that top. So we just got an Apple, and Apple's now running that high of the day. So market's right back up to the top. Apple's been, I mean, it's a rocket ship. I know it's only up 0.8%, but the market's 0.2. When we started the day, Apple was the same as the overall market. One reminder, it does have 228 and then blue skies above the 228 level. So play into 228, then look for breaks off of the 228 level. We kind of missed that re-entry off of 226, but stay long and strong, Apple. It's the one that's going today. You can say whatever you want about Google, but Apple's cruising, and if anything happens negatively to Google, I think that's good for Apple in the long run as well. So, you know, Apple will have to get to the 1% mark. I think it's inevitable. 228 is its own level, though. Remember, this is a big gap fill. A couple of dollars once you're past that 28 into 230.
All right. I'm just glad that we were able to get this trade. So we did not get a reload, but we finally get the trade going through as well. And that's it right here, man. Look at AMD. So right there, we took that 170. I was glad that you guys brought that up there, or Neil in the chat. And that was just, again, another level that we had written down here on our sticky note that we just did not get to. And there it goes. We always got to keep this right in front of us here to make sure that we are able to find out more and more what we want to do. It looks like that NVIDIA out is going to be a bad one, obviously, as there it goes right back up. So we got out right here on that break, right? 132.80s or 130. I thought it was 89 break. I'll figure out what we got after. But there it goes, man, right back up there to the upside. So hallelujah if you were buying any of those dips there. I was going to wait for 132. We talked about that. So yeah, man, failed opportunity for your boy there on that one. But you know what's not failing? Oh boy. It is Palantir again, as that is now at the highs and going higher. This is a 42 break. So far here on the sticky note, let's just have a little quick review if you guys don't mind. So right here, AMD long 170. All right, NVIDIA long 135. That didn't break yet. Hold the 133.50. We're going to try to do that right now. NVIDIA down on that today, but okay, we'll see what happens there on NVIDIA. 41 didn't come in. There's the 42 break long. So that's good. CCL, 1925 break. Praying for Florida, and that has led us to these good trades there today, including Amazon is going to be P&L number one on the day show here right now. So pretty pleased again with what Amazon's been doing today. You take the trade, you put it on. Now it's breaking higher, but there's Amazon, man. My number one stock today, Amazon, the show's number one P&L stock as well. Palantir there, Apple there, CCL there. I know you have CCL, you have Apple. Tesla's been a good one there for Neil. But Amazon, CCL, NVIDIA. Look at NVIDIA now. Oh boy, as that continues to go. And what's up with that, AMD? What are you saying, my guy? As that continues to make some traders happy, including your boy right now. Okay, what a recovery, man, off that open. But what a great trade there. AMD off of 170. Again, right now, apparently Biden is speaking.
Yeah, Mr. Biden, I don't know what he's talking about, but as we said, it is already past 11 o'clock. So market at highs, almost everything at those highs of the day. It's going to be a great one in the middle of the day, but it's going to be even better, I think, in the back half because we still have a lot to cover. And the market seems to want that 1 point to the upside. We're only halfway there. The Nasdaq's only up 0.4 as much as it's screaming. But we've got Satya, we've got Sharif. It is learn to trade. Go get them.
See ya. Oh my.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as that Midday Show. That is your girl, Satya.
Hello, guys.
And I'm Sharif. We're going to wait for everyone to come on over from the other stream. We already have Adara giving us specific levels about Meta. Keep your eye out on that. I believe we have Adara in a hot second, but I just want everyone to weasel on over from the other side. We've got 9 to 5 grind. Good morning to you as well, my friend. We got the OG Darwin, who typically dances right when he gets in the chat. Because, you know, he's pumped off that morning show. Let's go, says Others Zinc. A proper dang paradox waving back to you. I think the stream is taking a little bit longer to weasel everybody on over, so we're just going to pack our patience. There we go. We got the Piper. Hello, Sharif and Satya. Hayes, we love you too, my man or woman. We're going to wait for more people to come on in. Let's go, YouTube. You can do it. Don't get upset that Google's being come after by the government. Everything's fine. YouTube's not being affected. Monty G coming in as well. What's up to you, Monty G? All right, we're a little slow today on the transfer, so we're going to keep packing our patience. There we go, Rob EV. I was just yelling SMCI to the big kahunas over here, breaking into that $49 area. Now we're getting everybody on over, finally, because I'm finding that the commercial is playing now on the stream. So, Pitchbull, shout out to Enjoying Fun with Josie, Brandon Townsend, Ronaldo. We got Vic Yan Novak, the OG, and Fiddleback, Masked Crusader, and Uncle Ron. What's up, Uncle Ron? Andre Brooks and Barry, who's dropping dollar signs in the chat. He must have had a good morning. We got the OG Gorb. We got Donnie Zimbabwe. We got OG Game Player Glenn Smith. We got Jesse Hernandez, Brian Rubin, TH Zion. La. We also have, I don't know, who's this? Medical Marinara. I love that name, man. Asu Evan. I've been going on for a little bit too long. What's up, Satya? We're going to send it to Adara real quick. She's got something for us at the big desk. Sure. Take it over, Adara.
Resistance level here with a catalyst. We have Meta announcing it's expanding its AI to 21 new regions, which include the UK, Brazil, Latin America, and Asia. They also announced they're going to be launching their Ray-Ban Meta glasses in the UK and Australia, also announcing the support of some new languages and saying that after gradually rolling out these features, Meta AI is going to be available in 43 countries and over a dozen languages, though it doesn't actually give a time for that, quote, gradual rollout. Either way, Meta breaking nicely out of that previous resistance level, pushing into 589s now, guys.
Introduction to Hanna-Barbera or something like that. I don't know. Where is that from, Fabian? From where? NBC. Okay, was that like a Saturday morning special or something like that? Yes.
I've never
the PSA, the Public Service Announcement. Why didn't I know that? Good morning.
It was cute.
I like it.
It's a nice day. It's a beautiful day. So today I wanted to talk a little bit about stop loss targets. So I was talking to my friend one day on the weekend, and so he was asking, he's like, why do you guys get out of your trades like so quickly? And I was just like, because we have, constraints with our like the amount that we're allowed to lose for the day, like we have a shutdown and things like that. So we have to keep our risk.
I think he needs to fix your mic, so I just need to take over for a second while Fabian comes on over and helps out. Sorry, guys, we're just going to let Fabian assist in the mic for a second. Let's have a look at what the Mag 7s are doing. We'll get right back to Satya's lesson in a hot second. As Adara mentioned, she got on, or she was telling me about 588 on Meta right before we got onto the show. There it is. And I was telling her, look, Adara, I think that was a 20 exponential retracement, but look what it did. Higher low, and now it's breaking that top. She's bringing us that news. Meta has been a dang rocket ship as of late. So, it's all right if it retraces back. We've been knocking on the door of that $600 for a while. It's just a matter of time till that door opens. Anyway, going to be keeping an eye on Meta, no question about it. I want to see if it wants to come back in and test that 588 level. It was an obvious level of resistance earlier. Does it act as support on the way down? I'm all eyes and ears looking for a possible trade on Meta. I haven't been trading the Mag 7 in a hot minute, but today they're certainly in play. So it behooves me to get on my A game when it comes to these Mag 7s today. As you can see, there is most of the Mag 7s are awfully bullish. We're talking about Microsoft. We're talking about Apple. We're talking about Amazon. The future's pumping too. It's up 0.5 point. It's at highs. It just printed high. 20,386 is the level we're talking about today on the NQ December contract. Nvidia has been a bit of a laggard, but no question about it. It's still now up on the day, up 2/3%. It is, though, putting in lower highs but higher lows. So I'm unsure exactly how to trade this. It's a bit of a compression pattern. I don't know which way this resolves, but if history is any guide, we resolve to the high side today. We still have the continuation of that NVIDIA AI event. I don't know how many speakers we've got slated today. Speaking of speakers, we have a plethora of Fed speakers today, so get ready for some market volatility as they love to hear the sound of their own voice outside of that blackout period. So get ready for that. Tesla, marginally green. Look at this. This is a very interesting level here on Tesla. This is the IB high at around 244.50. 244.50, by the way, on Tesla is yesterday's closing print. And look what it does with this candle. Comes right into that 244.50, bounces back off. Now we're about 50 pennies higher at 245. So interesting area we're in right now on TSLA. And also, it's a skosh a little bit lower, this level, 244.50 level I'm talking about here on Tesla, than the pre-market high, which got into about that 4/5 of a dollar, 244.80 and change. Tesla looking like it wants to recover nicely into possibly this midpoint of the day. So we're going to keep an eye out on all these Mag 7 names, but true to form, we kind of knew that Google would be a bit of a lagger today, just given the fact that the government's coming at it to no end. We'll have to see how that all resolves. We know that, they're likely going to appeal everything. So Microsoft benefiting from that, Apple benefiting from that. But Satea's mic issues have been rectified and ready to go.
Sorry about that. Just a little technical difficulties. Yes, but so I was talking to my friend about our stop loss. And so he was saying, because of the platform that he's using, he can't really get out of, or have as many stop losses as we do just because of all those incurred fees, right? And so as we all should know, stop losses are put in place as a risk management tool to avoid unnecessary losses, right? However, if used incorrectly, stop losses can lead to unnecessary loss as well. And that sounds pretty crazy. That sounds like counterintuitive. But, if you have too many, and especially with the fees that you may incur on the platform that you're using, those might stack up and you don't want that. So have you guys ever been in a trade that had the right sentiment to go long or short, but your stop loss was just a little bit too tight, or you got stopped out right before the move fully developed? That's happened to me so many times. Yes. I hate that. Or have you guys ever experienced your stop loss getting triggered and immediately, or a couple of pennies down below your stop loss, the trade reverses and moves, in the direction that you wanted it to initially? That is the most frustrating thing to me.
Oh, yeah.
So I've endured that so many times, and I've created so many paper cuts for myself during that. So placing your stop losses at arbitrary levels, as we know, can lead to unnecessary losses, incurred fees, over trading, and can weigh on our trading psychology, right? So I know that everybody does not have the luxury of getting rebates for entering or exiting trades like we do on our P Pro 8 platform. And I know that everybody does not have the luxury, of that. So sometimes with the platform that you're using, you might incur, a $5 to $10, $15, $20 fee for executing the trade, whether like on the buy side or the sell side, and those really rack up. Or you have other fee structures where you have a set amount of trades, within a month. And so let's say you have 100 trades for the month, and then any trades after that, you may incur a fee. Or in other instances, you may just pay a percentage of the trade's value. So regardless of whatever your fee structure may be, we just want to make sure that we are not, wasting too much of our capital on those stop losses and those fees. And so this is what I wanted to get into, the stop loss targets. So let's get into it. So we're just gonna
Come on, computer.
come on, introduction. All right, so we are gonna get into, and we will cover how to avoid triggering your stop loss. So that is very important. How to avoid liquidity grabs, and how to avoid excessive drawdown. So let's get into it. So where should I put my stop loss? So 3 things that I like to ask before putting my stop loss is, where am I truly wrong? Where should I be concerned, and what level is out of reach? So we can get this here. So yeah, where am I wrong? What level should I be concerned with? And what levels are out of reach? And the reason why that I like to ask myself these questions is, rather than focusing on a price action alone, I transition to looking at the chart structure, patterns, and key pivotal levels. So from a visual perspective, I'm a very visual person. So some people like to ask themselves, how much money am I willing to risk? And then they put their entries and exits based off of, the arbitrary, things that they kind of made up based off of, how much they want to risk. But the thing is, the market doesn't care about what you are willing to risk, right? And so what matters most is the levels that you are risking off of. And so we're going to get into that. How do I avoid triggering my stop loss? You don't want to end up like this guy. He's looking stressed. He's looking bad, So one thing that I like to say is, I like to indicate where my risk level is first, and then decide what my share size is going to be, rather than the other way around. I find that it prevents me from just, creating arbitrary levels where I'm like, okay, I want to risk $50, and then randomly I just see a market price, I enter, and I'm saying, okay, I'm only risking $50, but it's not very specific enough for me. Yeah. So that's what we want to get into. So choosing the significant level to risk off of is very important. So couple of points that I like to look at is, I like to look at the high of day as a risk level, the low of day as a risk level, the pre-market low. Those are pretty common, risk levels to use, especially if you're a person who doesn't want to get in and out of the trades, too often. You have those key levels there so that you don't have to just get in, get out very quickly. So we have those levels there. We also have the pre-market high as a risk level as well. And so that is an entry level as well. I like to call it like an extended level. So that is what you can use. And then risk at levels where you are wrong. So when looking at this trade, for example, you could have gotten here, you could have gotten here, you could have gotten here. Wherever you would have gotten in, your risk level still could have been the pre-market high, and it would have never triggered your stop loss at all. So I think that finding those levels where you ask yourself, where am I wrong? If it reverses and, retest that level, then most likely I should probably get out of the trade and reassess. So that is really good level as well, guys. So the next thing is, next to the day's high, the pre-market low, the day's low, the pre-market low, we also have another stop loss that you can use, which is the prior bar high and low as a risk level.
Love it.
So I find that these are most accurate on higher time frames. So I like to use them on the 15-minute, the hour, the 4-hour, and the daily. Typically, I find that they don't let me down, during these times. You can use them on the 3-minute and the 5-minute, but sometimes it can get a little bit more dicey. I do find that you can get more size in on that 3-minute and 5-minute level, but just be aware, because, the shorter time frames can be a little bit misleading sometimes. So what do I mean by the prior bar high stop loss example? So the prior bar high is simply just, the prior bar. So if your entry level was around here, then your stop loss would be the next bar that was previously before it. Or don't get, too intimidated by the little arrows here.
Yeah, I like how you depicted that.
Yeah, but I just wanted to show, people a visual representation. So this does not necessarily mean that you're getting in and getting out at these arrows. It just means I'm just showing you a visual representation of what the prior bar may look like. So if your entry was here, I really like to use the prior bars during my morning drive trades, just because with the morning drive trades, those can go awry very quickly, and I want to make sure that I have a distinct out. So a lot of the time, I'll use it within my morning drive or between 9:30, 9:40. And so I'll use that. So if this was your in, this is your out. If this was your in, if this was your in, this would be your out. If this was your in, this would be your out, and etc. Making it easy. Just wanted to show you multiple examples just so you didn't see it, during one bar. So going back to like I said before, using the higher time frames are a little bit more accurate. They don't lead you astray as much. But if you are going to use the lower time frames, because I know someone will ask, you just have to be aware of what you're looking for when you're using those lower time frames. So prior bar highs and lows can be great for scalping on a 3 to 5 minute time frame, especially when you want to put on more risk. However, using prior bar highs and lows too often can lead to overtrading if you do not have parameters around. So you want to look at what do you want to see on the time of sales. So for example, an example that I like to use is a failure to print $1 cent above an even dollar level. So for example, if I'm seeing $49.99 on the tape consistently, $49.99, and it's not printing that $50 level, then I could say, okay, this looks like a very distinct level, of resistance. And so maybe I might use the prior bar from that level because I'm seeing this distinction on the tape. And then you also want to have an idea of how many times you will attempt the trade before you leave the idea. You don't want to have the prior bar high or low on every single trade that you execute, because then you're just going to be over trading, and then you're going to get into the unnecessary loss through stop losses. So for me, I like to have 1 to 3 time attempts, and then after that, I'll just leave the trade alone, look for a better setup or a better idea. And then you also want to look at what conditions must be met in order for you to choose a prior bar high or low stop loss. So for an example, I like to use them, in the morning, as I stated, like around 9:30. But another example is, in order for me to execute on a prior bar low, I'd rather, on a smaller time frame, there must be a break of a consolidation range above the day's high. And so when I'm going long, that's the parameter that I like to use and have for that. So, be cautious of that, but definitely use those as well. And then this is on a higher time frame. So this is from Palantir. And so as you can see, with the higher time frame, you could see that there is a bigger distinction. So if you enter here, you have this gap here. You enter here, you have this gap here. And so it's visually, it just looks better, it feels better, and you're not having to guess, okay, which prior bar low is the best entry there, where you already have that hourly candlestick that was formed, and so you would just risk off of that. So that is a really good tool that I like to use as well. And then the meat of this lesson is how to avoid liquidity grabs. And that is one thing that I really like to use. So one thing that I like to use and say to myself is I avoid putting my stop losses precisely at psychological levels, even dollar levels, and option strike price levels. So what do we mean by that? So 3 ways to avoid liquidity grabs. So avoid putting stop losses precisely at psychological levels. So $50, $100, $150, $200, $250, $500, $550, $1,000. Those type of psychological levels that end in zeros or 50s are typically levels that people, they gravitate to. I don't know necessarily why, maybe it's just easy, but those levels I like to kind of steer clear from. And then another stop loss that I like to avoid is precisely at even dollars. So $1, $2, $5, $20, $21, $22, just anything that is an even dollar that doesn't end in any type of cents. And so the reason behind that, I'll get into in a second, but that is also something that I avoid. And then I also avoid stop losses precisely at strike option prices. So you could look at these on Benzinga or bar chart options, and then you can see what the strike prices are for different tickers. Typically, they're at even dollars or 50-cent levels, and so that is what I'm looking at. So the psychology is simply behind putting my stop loss slightly below the even dollar or psychological level is that most people place their orders at even dollar levels. To most retail traders, it makes things easy. However, I want to avoid the concentration of orders being triggered. On average, most of the volume occurs at even dollars, which means that it is very likely for price action to reach those levels on a consistent basis. You want your stop loss to be at levels that are unlikely to be reached, and that is very key. So in most cases, it is more likely for someone to be bidding at a $50 level rather than, a $49, $97 type of level. And so typically I like to have my stop losses a penny to 4 cents below the even dollar level. So here as an example, let's say the psychological level or even dollar is $50. I like to have my stop loss at $49.99, $49.98, 97s, 96, and then if I really want to give it more room, I'll do 89.88. But typically 1 cent to 4 cents is really that sweet spot that I like to get in the middle of. So as we all should know, right, trading is a transaction between parties, and market makers and brokerages are looking to match buyers with sellers and vice versa. So if you're willing to sell your long position at $49.97, but no one has placed an order on the book to buy at that level, it is unlikely to trigger because the concentration of orders are at the $50 level. In combination with being a psychological level, people are more prone to bidding at or above the market price to catch the move. So price action at these levels can happen very fast, and some people do not want to get left behind. Therefore, you have the help of FOMO traders on your side attempting to bid at 50s, 01s, 02s, ultimately avoiding your stop loss by a couple of pennies, guys. So that is like my little trick here. And then, 1 to 11 pennies, but on average, I use 1 to 4 pennies. And then, so an example that I have here is you not avoiding liquidity is just putting it directly on that psychological level, that strike price, that even dollar level, and then avoiding liquidity would look like putting it at this $98 level. And you know what? 1 to 4 cents can be the difference of you getting stopped out for a loss or staying alive for the duration of the trade. And so that is what I wanted to get into.
That was solid. That was seriously solid. And let me just say, I appreciate the colors. Because mine are mundane. All right.
For sure.
We got Adara at the big desk. She's got news for us. What do you got, Adara?
Adara.
As we have the SPY pushing higher here, we have news coming out here of Iran saying, quote, there won't be a war, but we'll hit back if Israel strikes. So Iran saying they're not going to strike first here. S&P 500 pushing a bit higher on that catalyst, just to be aware here. Some war news. I'll keep an eye on that, guys.
Thank you, Adara, for that. The belligerencies continue in the Middle East, just hoping that it doesn't get as bad as some are predicting. All right, guys, let's talk about some of the trade. Well, the one trade I took while Satya was dropping hotlines. Thank Adara again for that 588 level, baby, because we got in on that retracement of the break of 588. Took $1. We can actually hit the dollar club there. Appreciate you. Let's see if we can do it again, because it just came back to 588 again, and you're getting another bounce. Now, I want to watch what this one does, because we got a bit of a 4 or 5 candle holding pattern right now at said 588 level. Where did we take out 588? I'm going to go ahead with this candle. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 now. We're basically whiffling and waffling above this key area of technical previously resistance. Now we're using it as support. Let's see what 588 has to offer us on the day. Obviously, looking for this bad boy to curl up, and there it goes again above 589. That will giving you another $1. Not going to lie, I looked at that 588 in real time the second time around, and I was a little gun shy. Not going to lie to you. Didn't want to give back the money I had made the first time around. That was a mistake by me. I'll look to do better next time. I shouldn't be letting this off the hook, especially if it gives you that 588, baby, and I don't know what else. Trigger shy, gun shy. I know that, the weapon analogies may not please everybody, but that's the way it is. Let's have a look. This guy's a joke. I'm not repeating that. But that's funny, Fabian. He's always chirping in my ear. Microsoft at day's high. I believe right now we're knocking the door of that 420. Where's 420 Bud Monster at? You're going to take that short at 424, but no, you would never do that. You would go long at 420, right? 420 Bud Monster. Shout out to you. I don't even know if you're in the chat, but we are moving up quite nicely here on MSFT. Nary a touch at even the 10 exponential. You haven't had anything close below the 10 exponential since that 5-minute candle at 9:55. We've got Adara though. She's at the green screen. What do you got for us, Adara?
Let's take a look here at some of these S&P 500 names making outsized moves to the upside and to the downside. This first one, a bit of a continuation play, and it's Pfizer. PFE up more than 3% here. We know we had on Monday news that Starboard which is an activist investor, has accrued about $1 billion position in the company. Now we have news that CEO Albert Bourla, who's one of the people targeted by this activist move, is set to meet with Starboard. So this is just a report, but PFE moving up on that. We also have here Caesars, CZR. We know a lot of these casino and resort-related names have been on watch with regards to what's going on in China because there is some involvement there in Macau. Today, we have CZR to the upside with a price target increase from Stifel to $58. And last but not least, GM at high of days here. We know in the afternoon yesterday, this company announced some updates with regards to their EV strategy. That they're actually going to be rolling out more affordable Silverado EVs. So that's an interesting look. They're directly trying to compete with the Ford F-150 Lightning and Cybertruck. So trying to compete in the EV truck space. Today, getting some positive ratings maintained here by both RBC Capital and Woodbush. Let's see how the rest of this day unfolds, guys. And if there's any tickers you like, make sure to vote for them in the chat. Exclamation point, Dwayne, space, $ ticker. The top 5 tickers will be featured in the afternoon segment.
In case anybody's wondering what that code is, there you go. Thank you, Adair, for reminding us every day about this. There is a space between the word join and that $ symbol, so make sure you enter it correctly. Otherwise, Streamlabs gets very upset and will not register your vote. I'm going to throw it to Sate in one hot second here, but I want to show you guys what I'm watching on the side chart, obviously, in addition to the Mag 7. Shout out to Benton C, who brought to my attention Snow. Snow's doing a big boy move here. 113.50 is where we closed out yesterday. Now we're knocking the door of 118. It's been a very directional move, and since continuing up here, there hasn't been a breach of the 10 exponential moving average. And I know I sound like a broken record when I say that, but that means it's really in a good momentum look right now. So SNOW, WCT is a small cap gapper holdover from yesterday, but you'll see next to Snow is NCLH, and that entire group, as Adira mentioned, moving big boy today as Citigroup upgraded NCLH after they reported. Much better than expected, missed on the top line, but certainly beat on the bottom line. The forecast, the guide, I should say, was fantastic, and the market rewarding them right now up big, looking to knock on the door of 23. I was trying to get in, guys, at this 2260, 2250, thinking, we had kind of whiffled and waffled here as an area of resistance for a while. I just made the kind of assumption that we would come back and test that as support. We didn't, and I didn't get my entry, so I just canceled that order. We'll look to do something a little bit different. MNTS, the big boy small cap gapper du jour, up triple digits, started its life sub 50 pennies at 41 or so. Didn't have eyes on this as I filter everything below 85 pennies. But right now, it is moving up big and awfully respectful of the 10 exponential moving average, despite, topping tail at around 93 pennies. I think we probably test $1 today. How I get into this is going to be a bit of a challenge because I'm seeing a lot of resistance for whatever reason between 85 pennies to 87.5 pennies. A lot of chop and churn. And even when we breached it here right at 1050 and weaseled up into that 93 penny area, right back down we went. So shout out to the individual. I forgot who it was that picked this up at 80 pennies. That's where I tried to get in. I missed it. I'll look to do a little bit better. But MNTS certainly in play. Lots to talk about, guys. There's no shortage of momentum. I'm also looking at SMCI. It's breaching the 10. I'm not going to be quick to jump into this one, but it looks awfully directional today. Zigging and zagging. 30% day or 20% day before yesterday. Down 7% today. Up 6 1/3 today. So it's zigging and zagging everywhere.
Making up your mind.
Honestly.
Damn. So right now I am looking at Google as of right now. Google, it's banging down. So where is my little Google? Here. Okay, so I like the fact that it is below VWAP. I really like that. We have the bearish kind of sentiment already. A target that I'm looking at is this day's low around 161.17. Looking to risk, I don't want to give this too much risk. I know I was talking about, giving it to the day's high or the pre-market high. But in this instance, it's a little bit, it broke a little bit above VWAP. And so I like this level. And so I'm not necessarily going to put it right at VWAP. I think that a good level for me would be around 163.70. I think that if it goes up there, then my trade is wrong. But I'm looking to enter around 162.14, 162.10s, and hopefully catch that move on the way down. I would get in here, but I want to see what it does here because I see a little bit of a bounce here at 11.20 at this 162.36 level. And so I want to see what it does from here. But what I'm looking at is I want to see this consolidation break a little bit. So that is what I'm looking at in terms of Google. Another thing that I was looking at Tesla, I really wish that I got in on this Tesla move because I was staring it down. I was in NVIDIA at the time, and I was looking at it at this level at around 10 a.m. And 10 a.m. is typically when I like to transition and go over here and get everything sorted. But I was just like, this Tesla level really looks nice. And my target would have been around that 250 level. And I say, okay, we have, some room there. But I wish I had gotten there. I feel like that was the key spot to get in. As of right now, I'm not too sure. I'm looking at this pre-market level, and if we can surpass that, maybe I look for the long again. If we can stay above VWAP, but we'll see what it does around this 244.20 level. Another thing that I was looking at was Palantir. Palantir looks really good, really overextended for me to get in at these highs. I'd maybe want to see a little bit of a pullback here at the day's high around 42.60, 260s, and see, if we can consolidate there before moving upwards. And if it does break that level, then again at VWAP around 42.20s. And so that is what I'm looking at, Sharif.
All right. I'm in Amazon right now. I just wet my beak there on the bump up, got in at the 10 exponential. And it retraced off the 10 exponential, but I'm a little worried, guys, about a trade on the Mag 7. We just topping tailed through 20,400. And I don't want to be fighting the futures here. If we're going to reject off a 100-point level, that's not a fight I want to take on, quite frankly. So I wet my beak there on some profits for a 15-penny winner. Oh, no, so less than that, actually. But I'm going to keep my eye on this 184 level. Now, I happen to like the level. Specifically on Amazon, we had a lot of chop and churn at this level. We got into it in the pre-market. We got into it around 10:30 or thereabouts. We didn't quite make it up there. And then once we did take 184, defend, and defend. So, if we hold up at the 10 exponential, you got the whole dollar there backstopping you, fantastic. We want to take out the highs, great. But this is what I'm seeing. NQ December contract, 20,400 breach. I saw somebody in the chat saying SPY all-time highs. Really though? Let's find out. Katina Man confirmed it. So SPY is at all-time highs. So I'm not trying to equate the SPY and the NQ. I know they're two different beasts, but well over the Katina Man says. 574.70 was the high. Now we're breaching 576, Katina Man. So your point is well made there. And we're right back at 20,400 on the NQ December contract. My concern was, we get into that 100-point level, we start doing the topping tail dance or the wick shimmy, whatever you want to call it, and then we come back down, and I'm caught holding the bag on Amazon. I don't want that life. So we're going to keep an eye on the future because it's important for my current trade. So that's the look right now. Apple is a dang rocket ship on the day. Now, it's only up 1.13, but look at this. This is quite directional. The second they push this stock down, I don't know who they are, and I don't care. It gets bought up again. So here we go. We're breaching these levels. Oh, we're actually at interesting levels here, Katina, man. This 228 was a top back on October 4th. So this could be, we're above it right now, 228 and a third we weaseled up to, but.
Remember, they're going to miss shipments.
Oh, hold on. The Katina Man wants everybody to remember that they're going to miss shipments and that the iPhone 16 demand has been very bad. So, be careful. And he's saying that tongue-in-cheek, obviously, but fantastic response, Fabian. Buy more if you believe in it. So that's a look there. The future is certainly in play. I love Sate's idea about shorting goggles. I was actually thinking about shorting this. I think I was a little too aggressive with my entry. I didn't get into it. My idea entry idea was a 10 exponential. Here we are, back at the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. It happens to just, coincide with that $0.50 level, 160, 150. But I do like Satea's idea of waiting for the volume weighted average price, which currently on my charts is a skosh above $162. I think that is the right move. In addition to that, it's shown you its propensity to reject VWAP on the day. Like, look at this. 3-candle rejection here from 1025, 30, 35, weaseled up to VWAP, and then we broke down again, holding the 10 exponential on the way down. So Google certainly in my purview today as a weak name. Tesla, for whatever reason, is a little bit weak as well, but that could change. Let's have a look at the Amazon trade. All right, nice in the money here. Let's see if we can weasel up into the $0.50. I'll wet my beak there. Satea, what are you looking at?
For sure. So I'm looking at Tesla as of right now. It's just at that VWAP level, and I just have this feeling that it wants to break. Obviously, I don't want to rush into things, but I'm looking at this level here. And so I'm looking for the break of around 243.49, risking this wick here around 244.59. So that is what I'm looking at there. Still trying to see if it may break because it is fighting this VWAP level. And so I might throw it out in order, but I want to see a couple of, maybe the next candlestick at 11:45, and we'll see what it does from there. Another thing that I was looking at is TSM. TSM is on my trending ticker list. This one's a little bit interesting. It made this bottom here at 950 at this 182.28 level. It's holding a VWAP a little bit here at 184.28. And so I like it. As long as it can hold VWAP, I'm looking to put my order here at the break of this high, 185.74. Not the high of the day, but this high here above VWAP. And so I'm thinking that if we can get some more volume, I feel like we could definitely, retest that local high there. And then something else that I was looking at is Boeing. Back to Cali.
Yes.
Cali. Yes. And so this looks interesting as well. It's zigging and zagging. What I'd want to look at is this day's high around this 152.23 as a point of resistance. Ooh. And yeah, I'm looking, possibly to initiate a short there. But I want to see what it does at that level. Don't want to be too hasty and get in too early. But that is what I'm looking at in terms of that. And then RCL, that was also on one of your scanners as well. And so this is a really interesting one. I really like the fact that it blasted through this part here. So like it went above this high, which was like in the morning, which I really like. And then we have this a little bit of like a consolidation here, and then we made our next leg up, and I really like that as well. And so what I'm really looking for is if there is a retracement, I feel like it should be no lower between this 189.70 mark or this 190.50 mark. That's kind of the range that I'm looking at for the pullback. And those are levels that we may not necessarily get it, to be honest. Like, we might be asking for too much, but I don't necessarily like punching in at the highs just because it's just not in my playbook, to be honest. But I'm looking for that pullback around 190.41. Hopefully we can get that and continue higher. How about you, Sharif? I
just added to my Amazon position. I have a tiny bit left. I added at that dip into 184. I've got a super tight stop. So if it breaches that 184 level, then I don't want it. And here it is. So if we cross one more penny, that's going to be the end of the trade. Otherwise, we got to bounce up. I'm looking to defend 184. It's shown its propensity to act as a level of support. Previously, resistance area. We'll find out whether or not we get stopped out or it bounces back when we get back from Madeira, but I'm going to stop out.
We're going to take a look here at some earnings names, as we usually do around 11:40 any day. If these are any tickers you want to see on the afternoon show at 2 p.m., make sure you vote in the chat, !join, space, $, and your ticker of choice today. It's a bit of a smaller one, about $1.7 billion market cap, but I want to look at Helen of Troy. HELE is the ticker. They have just under a 10% short float and currently holding support as of right now around this previous resistance area earlier as we headed into the market open around $74. In terms of the earnings themselves, they beat for both earnings per share and for sales. Nice beat for both here. So adjusted EPS of $1.21 versus estimates of $1.04. Sales of $474.2 million versus estimates here of $458.23 million. They also maintain their guidance, the lower end of their revenue guidance for the year, a little bit below market estimates here. Now, in terms of earnings on watch, we have a doozy tomorrow. Not one, but three really interesting names reporting before the market open. And there's a little bit of something for everyone. If you want a smaller cap name, we have Tilray, which is expected to have earnings per share of -5 cents. Just looking for a 5-cent loss on revenue of $216.47 million. If you're looking for some of these travel names we know have been in play, we have Delta. This one is expected to report earnings of $1.54 per share on revenue of $15.76 billion. If you like a more spready ticker, we have you there too, because Domino's Pizza, DPZ, also reporting. Analysts are looking for $3.70 per share in earnings on revenue of $1.1 billion. And again, if these or any other tickers are on your mind, make sure to vote in the chat, !Dwayne, space, $, and your ticker of choice.
Thank you very much, Adara. All right, got right back in as it defended the area support over here on AMZN. Got out, got right back in because I liked what I see. Now we're 20 pennies in the money, looking more. Come on, baby, let's go. 183.80. I kind of front ran it with the whole dollar. There it was. I got in a little too early. I was able to take some profits on that initial trip, or on that initial entry, but there it is, this 183.80. True to form, I get 88s. Obviously, I don't get 80s. Here we go. Let's see if we can weasel up a little bit into that $0.25. I'll wet my beak again on this one. A bit of a bigger position for me here, so I have to be careful. But so far, happy with this trade. Unhappy how I executed it before. All right, let's go, Zon. Come on, Zon. We're going to hang out at the $0.25 over here. What's life without whimsy? We'll take it out right at the same area we took out last time if it wants to work its way back into the $0.25. Having a little bit of resistance right now with this not fifth of a dollar. We haven't even got up there. 15 penny area. The future, the NQ that is, right back into highs, baby. 20,421. The future strong. I'm assuming it's being led by Apple because there is no other name right now that's at highs except AAPL. Microsoft is strong, it is, but Apple is the one that is at highs. Amazon, in my estimation as well, is strong, but it is also off highs. Meta is sideways. Tesla is just trying to stay green. And here we go with Amazon. And there it is, Satay. We get the print at the $0.25, 88s into 25s. Happy with this. Let's do it again. Appreciate you right there. So we're going to look to defend on AMZN. There is a 50 penny level there that I'm going to keep my eye out. High of the day is 42s right now. So let's keep an eye out on the Zon. It's pamping here. Let's see if it wants to reject off that $0.50, up 0.84. Top right. I've been handed the sticky note, and I've been told to read what's on the top right, and it's AMD 170 long dip buys. Let's load up AMD and see what's going on and what the Katina man was writing there on said sticky note. Here is the 5-minute look on AMD. Is that a quadruple bottom there, Katina man? No, he's long right now. No closing print below 170 on AMD. In fact, the low of the day on a wick basis, 169.73. It is breaking through that 170, 175. On its way, Katina man, I'm willing to bet you probably into 172.75 to break even. Get it, Katina man. Great look there and great calls out by SHAWN. If you want to see what Neil and Sean are trading while Satya and I are dropping hot lines on the How to Trade Midday show, please work your way on over to that right there on the bottom right of your screen. It's called the Markets Dashboard. It's on a different channel called More Trader TV. You see the entire gauntlet. Katina Man's trades, Neil's trades. There it is. Thank you, Fabian. I always appreciate when you help out. You got the indices, the SPY, the Qs. You got the economic calendar, Satya, top stocks. You got, the ticker down there telling you about all the belligerencies in the Middle East.
Yes.
In case you were inundated with that enough in your life. So there it is there. Appreciate Fabian for putting that up, and keep your eye on that channel because the Katina Man and the Neil are trading while we're on. CCL's pumping, apparently. Keep your eye on that. What are you looking at?
Yes, so I'm looking at this Tesla as of right now. It was fighting at that VWAP level. Actually in TSLA, not Tesla. So let me just switch over here. And so, yeah, I was fighting with this level. We are on this downtrend, but I also see kind of like an uptrend going this way here. And so we're kind of like at these crossroads. And so who's going to win? Who's going to win? I don't have, too much size on this. I have my stop loss around 1189, 1188. I feel like if we reach that level, then I'm going to be out. I'm gone, Zeno. But my target level is 1210. So around here, I'm trying to get to this high. And so that's what I'm looking for as of right now. The reason why I like it, even though we are kind of on a downslope, is just because we're holding that VWAP. And typically I find if there is a little bit of a pullback, sometimes there is a bounce on that VWAP. And I feel like in this case, it looks a little bit more stronger to the upside than the downside. But we'll see. We don't have, too much on this, but we'll see what it does from there. That RCL, oh my gosh, still, see, it's not retracing at this level, doesn't want to give me that 190.47. That is what I'm really looking for. So that is that on there. And then I'm interested in what you guys are looking at. Let's see here. SPX is crazy. SPX, let's look at SPX. Oh, it's the features. Okay, gotcha. SPY.
It's like the actual index itself.
Okay, rather than this. Okay,
Yeah.
the SPY. Okay, got you. What else do we have here? CCL, that was covered. Apple is not at all-time highs, but I'm interested in this Apple. Don't like Apple, to be honest, but let's just see what Mr. Apple is doing. Okay, so this is interesting. What I like about this is that it's breaking through this Friday's high. So like there's a resistance level there at $228, 2 cents above, whatever. But what I really like is that I feel like if we can hold above there, I would really like, for the long. Like typically I don't like when it's so overextended, above VWAP, but I do like this level. This is very significant to me. And if we look at the EMA, I'm interested in what the EMA looks like. I'm just gonna pull it up from here. Okay, interesting. Okay. So what I'd like to see is kind of this bounce off of here. I don't want it to breach this EMA too much. I would like to see this 228 pullback, but if we don't get that, I would like, the bounce off of this 9 EMA, just trailing back, not breaching it too much, but just bouncing off of it and going up to the upside. And so that's what I'm looking at. Looking pretty good. How about you, Sharif?
Yeah, so there's this dude in the chat. I think he needs a straightening out, so we're going to straighten him out. When we talk about the SPX and the SPY, yeah, sure, they're not futures contracts, but they are reflective of the futures. So when we look at the NQ and we execute on the Qs or the T triple Qs or the S triple Qs, it's almost the same thing, except obviously one is triple levered and some other variances there, okay? So when we're using these words on a 3-hour show, we're not looking to be audited by you. Rather, we're giving you our levels and trying to help out. So take it easy a little bit there, bro, okay? All right, let's move on into the next look over here. I'm really interested in your level at Google, Satya, because that 162 that you called out could be coming in pretty soon. We're working our way up through the 20 exponential, and we're getting into that 162 level, and that interests me a lot because you've got that double whammy. We've got that whole dollar, we've got VWAP, and we've seen the propensity of Google to reject off VWAP earlier in the day. And history doesn't always repeat, but it certainly rhymes. So if we can work our way up into that level, again, I'm there with you. Now, the concerning part about that with Google for me is, one, the futures are awfully strong. We just took 20,400, I believe, decisively. Yeah, we're at high day right now on the NQ December contract. And the other issue with Google is we're putting in those higher lows. So that also concerns me a little bit there. So you're not going to see me with a resting order at 162, but I will be all eyes and ears. Once we get into that level, I'm going to be looking at how the tape moves and how exactly we are trading at that level. So very interested in taking this short. Sadly, we have some negative headlines today with Google, with the government coming out, and proposing that they may want to break them up. Google, obviously, to their credit, has fought back and said, we're going to appeal this to no end. We're going to have to wait and see how this all pans out, especially being an election year. I mean, the individuals who are part or responsible for let's call it the antitrust case against Google may or may not be in office in 26 days. Can you believe the election is in 26 days?
I cannot believe it. Damn, we might get some more Americans coming over here.
All right, we're gonna leave that. That's your topic there. No, but seriously, like we could fundamentally have a different look, and who knows whether they pursue. But to be fair, though, I think we've gotten some, let's just say, bipartisan talk with respect to some of the antitrust, especially with big cap tech. So, yeah, we'll have to see there. We'll have to all wait and see. Anyway, I'm feeling kind of bad about my trade on Amazon right now because it keeps on going, baby. Breaking through $0.0002 on the way up now, over 1%. AMZN, baby. Strong 1%. Apple strong 1.25%. Microsoft strong 1.25%. Google, no. Meta, Tesla, not today, and NVIDIA literally is flat. It's up 0.02%. So the future, certainly the strength on the future, I should say, definitely a product of Amazon, Apple, and Microsoft, and not any of the other names today. So we're going to keep an eye out on those. I was just telling Big Spile in the chat, I've been trading up a storm on these small cap gappers for the past couple of weeks. I feel like I need to get my mega cap legs under me again because it's a different look. Obviously, trading them is not the same. So what I've got here is these are not small cap gappers. NCLH, Snow, SMCI. These are obviously not small cap gappers, but these are non-Mag 7 names I'm looking at. MNTS is on the way to $1. Do we have to go to Adara? Super chat, Nick. Oh, we got super chat, $2 super chat. Thank you very much, Nick. What's your level on MNTS? How much room up? Man, I was looking at getting an 80, but obviously that has come and gone. Here's the look, bro. It becomes a fundamentally different trade once we get into that dollar or once we clear that dollar and then use it as support. So the psychological resistance, as Tateo was dropping hot lines during the lesson about, not placing your stops there. There's other reasons why we account for these psychological levels of resistance and support. I don't want to take a breakout trade through one that's not my style. I'm going to either want it to come down into an area of previous resistance, like this 88 penny area, 90 penny area, or I want it to clear a dollar by some distance and then come back in and try to use the dollar as support. So that's just a bit of the difference here of trading these small cap gappers into the dollar or, just once it passes the dollar, as opposed to, somewhere else, like sub $1 or well above $1. So I'm going to keep my eye on this one. Obviously, finding a bit of a rejection off $1, I would have guessed that, but I think we'll probably take it out. We're up 133%, so it's a fantastic look so far for MNTS. Definitely keeping that on watch. As I said, NCLH, and shout out to Benton C, man, showing me Snow. Snow is a dang rocket ship today. It is getting awfully extended away from the 10 exponential moving average on the way, it looks like, here to 120, up into that 119.25. Guys, we closed out at 113.50, so this doesn't even have a headline. And I'm just hypothesizing that this is moving maybe in sympathy with the overall cybersecurity names. We saw Pandup fly up yesterday. It's up today. I saw Zscaler today up 3%. Not really sure if this is moving in sympathy with them or what the deal is, but definitely interested in keeping an eye on that and certainly keeping an eye on SMCI as it works back into the volume weighted average price today.
Awesome. So I'm looking at AMD, and this is really interesting. Obviously, we have, those bottoms here. We have one at 945 at this 169.85. And then we have another bottom here, 1048, 169.74. Really distinct kind of shelf level there, which I really like. And then there was a consolidation, which it looks like a little bit of like a breakout that I'm looking at. What I'm looking at exactly is 172.19, 172.20. And I'm looking for kind of a break of this level here because I find that this is going to change kind of how I feel like it may develop into a rounded bottom, but I don't want to get tricked out here just in case we just hit a high and move back over. But I do have my entry level here at 172.02, 172.04, and hopefully we get triggered there on the way up. What I'm looking at is my bus stop level is 174.13. I'm looking at that. But I might want to take some off before we get to that level because, I don't see, too much volume there. So a level that I'm looking at is 173. And so I have that in there and hopefully we get triggered on that very soon. And I'm just going to go over to my TSLL. This is looking pretty good still. It is approaching this 11.99 level, so around exactly when I got in. I got in at 12. And so I really like the fact that we aren't breaking that VWAP yet. It kind of just bounced a little bit. It's consolidating, and we're kind of breaking. I want to see a break of this trend line, more so being supported by, so I'm going to change the color here, like this green line here. I want to see that being supported, and then a break of this orange line here to the upside. So that is what I'm looking at on TSLL. And then AMD is still going to wait for that to trigger. And then MNTS, yeah, that's looking pretty interesting as well. Microsoft broke 420.
Bro.
420, let's see.
It took it aggressively. Fabian's excited.
He's like,
that's
woo.
not Fabian, that's Andre. Hey.
Oh, switcheroo over there.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I really like this Microsoft as well. Interesting level. Let's look back on a higher time frame because I don't know too much about like if there's any news on this or not, but I like the fact that it's okay, it's going through this level. This was Friday's high. And then a bust off level that I'm looking at is around 422.93. I feel like that is an interesting level as well. But you also want to look at the ATR, what the average ATR is for Microsoft. So I'm just going to go to FinViz here because I don't want to be guessing. And I'm going to go to Microsoft, and then I'm going to, so $7 on average for the ATR. So when we started the day, 414. Okay, so we're, kind of reaching that ATR high, but I'm looking at this bus stop level, 422.74. That's what I'm looking at as my first kind of take profit level or a level that we may reach. And so that is what I'm looking at on there. And then interested in something else you guys are looking at. Let's look at this Google, because Google I've been waiting forever and it's not doing what I thought it would do. Interesting. Okay. So I thought that we would have had a break around this 161. Okay, no worries. Around this 161.04, I was waiting for that break there, but not seeming to see that as of right now. We're, breaking through this VWAP level, and so this is really interesting. If it could hold this VWAP level, I would risk off of this 161.78, but I want to see more of a little bit of a push there, maybe around this 162.50 level, 162.55. To get over that options price kind of level and see what we do from there. And so that is what I am looking at. How about you?
I want to shout Willis Addison because I think he dropped 2 super chats today. I'll try to get to the first one. I will not miss the second one. Shout out to Willis Addison, $2 super chat. He goes, vegan drinks on me. I like that. SPY 573 calls from Tuesday. You know what we're going to do, Willis? We're going to drop the money for you like that, and then we're going to spin the money, and look how nice and smooth they're working today. Shout out to the Chilean Nightmare, man. He got that taken care of today. There it is. Sean is flying through the screen, sitting on piles of money. Money's flying everywhere, Satea.
SPY and flying.
Right?
Oh my goodness.
Good luck there. Good luck there. Shout out to Willis Addison. Hope you print up multiple storms. All right. I'm looking at MNTS over here, and somebody was asking me about my levels. I said I wanted it to wait to come into an area of support, so I loaded up the 1 minute, and I saw a nice little area here at 92 pennies. It didn't even break 96. Okay. So, I think this one I might just have, if I'm going to punch, I might have a couple of entries. One, I'll punch in small size at the high for a break of $1, but I'll have a real order waiting, not a real order, but a bigger order, misspoke there, at 92, 93 pennies. Here we go with the dollar again. Look at the tape teleportation move as we get into that dollar. People taking profits, people instituting shorts, people getting long. It's up 140%, but we can't breach that one, or can we? How long is it till we breach the one? We've got now 4 wicking candles on the 1 minute chart, albeit on the 1 minute, that have rejected that dollar. Here we go again. Where are we at? We're still at the, 99 half penny there. The best I think I saw there on the time and sales. Always on the left, guys. You can get bamboozled on the level 2. You can't get bamboozled on the time and sales. Even the hidden orders are going to show up here, but obviously, it's a lot easier to say than do. And by that, I mean actually being able to read something moving this quickly. Now we're back down to 97. I'm going to pack my patience here on MNTS, but I want to weasel a trade into it some way, somehow. Keeping an eye on that. Looks like SMCI might be finding a bit of a bid here. Let's have a look at SMCI coming in. I was waiting for VWAP on this one. We didn't quite get VWAP. So it's up 6%, 5 and change, whatever. This one came in about 49 and a third, now back down into 47 and 3/4, finding its footing up back into 48. There does seem to be about 15 to 20 minutes worth of resistance at 48.50. So we'll see. We'll see there with SMCI. Another interesting name for me. It's a lot more attractive to trade now that it's not $1,300 with a $100 spread. No, I don't think it was that far, but you know what I mean. It was awfully spready earlier and not earlier, pre-split. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. The Mag 7 back into these bad boys over here. Softy breaking back down below 420, but still maintaining the price action above the 10 exponential moving average. There you go. About looks like what could be a hammer candle here, coming right down to that 419 and a third, back up into 2/3. So looks like that 10 exponential featuring again on MSFT after that 420 break. Where's Google at? Oh, Google is at that level now, Satya. Now we have to actually pay attention here. So now we're at 162. We're at the volume weighted average price. It is the whole dollar and the volume weighted average price conflating at this price action or this price level, excuse me. So definitely interested here. And then it's dipping below 162 again. A bit of a red candle there. Let's load up the trading screen here on goggles. Oh, MNTS is coming in there. Okay. Let's give us, yeah. Wow, there's just so much to trade, Satya. I don't even know where the hell to look.
So much, right?
MNTS is in my level. You know what? I'm going to have to get in here, and then we're going to give this to about 0.87. There we go. Oops. 0.87. Then we'll get out 0.85, whatever. We'll give this one the old try, and then we'll look to wet our beak here. Oops. We'll let wet our beak maybe we'll try it there. Okay, now let's go over to Google. Where's my Google? There it is. Okay, so we're still whiffling and waffling with 162. Okay, I don't need to be first. But I need proof that it's going to reject off VWAP or 162. So I'm definitely going to be paying a lot of attention to Google right now. And we just got a bit of a rejection candle in the future, but we're still above the 10 exponential moving average. So we got about 20,450, not quite, 448. And then we put in a bit of a red candle. We're coming down into 420 right now. So let's see if that helps Google come down. I'm seeing red come in on Microsoft, Meta, Amazon, Apple, Tesla, and NVIDIA. So you're getting red candles on all of them currently right now. Does Google reject off this level? That's a tough one. We'll see what we get there. All right. What are you looking at, Satya?
Yeah, so I was looking to get filled on NVIDIA as of right now at 132.45. Kind of skipped over me and didn't fill me. That always happens. But I got the fill, what did I get the fill at? 37s, and so I'm looking for that short as of right now. My profit target right now is 131.64. Approaching those lows, I definitely think it could reach there. I'm going to have my stop loss here a little bit above VWAP, so around 133.39. And then as it works, I'm going to start bringing my stop loss down to break even and then a little bit in the money. So I'm going to put my stop loss here around 131.64. I'm going to put that in real quick. So going to do that. 131.64. And yeah, got that in. And so, yeah, I'm definitely looking at that there. Definitely think it could reach there. We're coming down. We're trailing this 9 EMA. Really like that. It's bouncing off of that level, and it's below VWAP. Really like that as well. But what really made it stand out to me is kind of this consolidation break. This is something that I've been working on as well for those breakout trades. And so we see kind of like this McDonald's M here. And so I really like that double top here around 133.97, not exactly, but 133.97, and then around 133.82. And then we're coming down to the downside, as Sharif would say. Yes, I don't have the cadence for all that, but definitely going down. And so really like that on NVIDIA. And then, so gonna switch over to Tesla here. Tesla, I don't know, make up your mind, man. Can we just go? It's holding that VWAP, but it looks like it may break, but I'm just gonna keep my stop loss where it is because it's holding. And then we're going to Adara.
Get it, Adara. Oh, are we? Did you get any call for it? Adara?
Oh,
Oh, okay. All right. She's ready to go.
Hi, sorry about the confusion there. We're going to take a look here at happening now, the 12 p.m. edition. What are some of the bigger things making moves so far today? We've just gotten in our first red candle right now on the S&P 500, at least forming so far in this 15-minute chart. And this looks to be right now a bearish engulfing. Nice push up here for the SPY all morning. Could be a little bit of turbulence here for this. Look, we have so many Fed speakers on watch. Amongst them, we have Feds Barkin at 12:15, Feds Jefferson at 12:30. Then we'll get Feds Bostic and Feds Collins after the bell at 5 and Feds Daily at 6. Now, we also have at 2 p.m. the FOMC meeting minutes. This could be pretty key because we actually had, for the first time since 2005, one of the Fed members dissenting or having a different opinion. That was the Fed's Michelle Bowman, who was not in agreement with the Fed's decision to cut rates by 50 basis points and preferred a 25 basis point cut. Here we have some comments from one of the many Feds that spoke this morning, Feds Logan, saying that there are, quote, meaningful uncertainties around the outlook of the economy, though is generally seeming, quote, strong and stable. In terms of stocks on watch here, a little bit less stability in Boeing, BA. We've had some higher lows since that big push to the downside, but still down about 2.5%. Yesterday, right before the close, we had S&P Global saying that they were considering cutting Boeing's credit rating to junk. We also had Boeing deciding to withdraw its contract offer for the machinists to end that strike. That's 30,000 workers being impacted, and that's been going on since September 13th. Also on watch with Boeing, about 20 minutes ago, Airbus reported its deliveries for September 2024. So the airline industry on watch, but we also still have these cruise line stocks continuing to sail higher here. NCLH up about 11% here, near high of days, getting an upgrade from Citigroup and a price target increase from $20 to $30. And it's also worth noting for these cruise lines, these ones were also pushing higher yesterday as oil prices pulled back. We know lower oil is good for some of these cruise and travel-related names. If you like these or any other tickers, make sure to vote for them in the chat. !join space $ticker, because the top 5 tickers voted for will be featured during the 2 p.m. rundown segment, and Neil and Sean will go over them. Speaking of Neil, he's actually going to deliver his lesson of the day right now.
Thank you very much, Adara. Lesson of the day here. If we do not learn from history, we are doomed to repeat it. It's an easy thing to say. Everyone's heard that a million times, but put into practice as a trader, it's important. It's not always the easiest thing. But you know what? I've heard a lot of really smart things throughout my life, from my parents, from other traders, just in general, anybody that you look up through. We get wise words all the time in our community, in the chat, and I'm like, you know what? Let's use that. One of the ones that I find really, really important is it's not enough to say that, hey, I don't want to make the same mistake as yesterday. But if you're trying to get better at something, the first thing you have to do is admit exactly where it is that you fouled up. Because if you can't ask the right question, you'll never get the right answer. So it's easy, and I love using extreme examples to make a simple point. That's another thing. Extreme example here with SMCI, and we'll talk about NVIDIA as well. But if I can't ask myself the correct question on SMCI or any dip buy trade, then I'm never going to get the right result. So for the number of times where a stock drops right into your level and gives you the bounce, and I'll give you an example. I'm just going to show a chart of Apple, right? Like, let's just say, you're looking at Apple. There's 225. It dips into 225. You just stick your bid out there. You get picked up. It ends up being the low, and you're off to the races. Like, it couldn't have been any more perfect for you there if you take it. So that's going to embolden you in a situation like this to sit on the bid, just have it out there, take the fill, and let it fly. Now, obviously, if you did the same thing on SMCI, into prior high or into the close or maybe into support, you got run over like an absolute steamroller at the open. That's the other side of the trade. So you have to ask yourself this question. It's not whether or not the one on Apple is good, because you get that 225, you're great, or that SMCI is bad. Okay, well then, maybe I'll be patient. I won't wait. I'll wait for my key level. It went to the key levels and it blew right through them. So what you have to ask yourself is, do you have an execution strategy that allows you to not get destroyed here so you can win there? Because it doesn't matter if you win here, if on this trade you lose your day or week. So in coming up with some kind of an execution strategy for these, there's no such thing as a free lunch. You were never going to mitigate risk without giving up upside. It's impossible. Life is about trade-offs. No matter what you hear in politics and all the nonsense back and forth, where like, this is the way to do it. No, that's the way. No, everything is a trade-off. When you make one decision, you're foregoing another. If I decide to be disciplined with an entry point or have a tight stop, I'm going to get rinsed out more. I'm going to miss more trades. I'll get wicked out at the bottom and miss some of those moves. But you will stay alive and not get SMCI. So you have to try to find the balance that works for you. Here's where I'm going to come into NVIDIA in here. Because I don't think I was perfect on it, but I learned from yesterday's lessons. It didn't hold the prior low to a wick. It did hold it in a general sense. The breakouts weren't clean. There's a breakout of the prior high, not clean. The VWAP hold, not clean. The hold up here at 131.5, not clean. None of those entries for myself. I ended up in an upward trend. I think I had 4 or 5 longs in NVIDIA, and like maybe a couple of them worked out, but I still ended up stopped out multiple times. So I think I made one bad entry point. I think it's easy to see. I jumped the gun on the first available bounce, but there was no strength on that close. What I asked myself was, if it's going to do that gap fill, it has to make a bounce, not in a general target area. I'm talking right exactly where you want it to, or show me a higher low. And if I don't get the long, I don't get the long. So in this particular case, you had actual support levels. The close price, there was nothing. Then you had afternoon support right in here in front of 132 change. And then you've got the bottom here at 130, call it 131.70 into 131.5. So maybe it never carries further down. Like I get out of this trade for a loss. Maybe it never carries down to 31 and I just missed the trade. But we wait for it to actually bottom off that 132 change. There's the low. It's back up through. Take the long, scalp it. If it breaks a low, get out. Then wait for it to make another push to the next key price level. Willing to miss the trade, it bounces off of it. Show me strength back through. It comes back through 132. Long again. The next key price, take profit. It's downward trending. Now all of a sudden you've got higher lows. This is where it's more interesting because suddenly you're making higher lows off of the bottom you like. So there it is. Don't anticipate couple of red candles. Don't anticipate here. You see a rejection underneath, so you have a nice little tight candle, and then you hold the same low, back into the long, there's the stop. It tries to stop out here, but it doesn't. Comes very close, holds that higher low, play into VWAP. Now, should I have gotten out in front of VWAP? Maybe not, obviously not, but that was the plan of action. And sometimes sticking to your plan is what you have to be able to do in a situation like this, because ultimately, what you're trying to avoid is, yeah, you want to be able to capture those up moves. You want to be able to have the NVIDIAs. You want to be able to have the Apples to the long side. But you've got to have an execution plan that allows you to be in it, A, when it works, but not be destroyed when it doesn't work. So with Apple, look, sure, it bounced off that 225, but the execution strategy wasn't to just sit in front of 225. It was to wait out that crazy 930 where they rinse everybody. There's your break of the 225. There's your hold. There's your push back through the pre-market low, stop underneath the local candle. Suddenly you're in risking 25 pennies. Or to the low of the day, you could be risking 40 cents, 35. First push is going to get you more than that. Then the push into the high of the day. Play the high of the day break. A wise trader once said to me, and he's a very, you know what, actually one of the two traders I'm the most proud of, because one of the most proud moments of my entire trading career had nothing to do with myself. It wasn't when I made my first big check or when I hit any milestone. Who cares about that nonsense? It was when the first two traders graduated from myself and Sean's floor. That was a great moment. But when one of those, both of those traders, in my estimation, whether or not they had actually passed in terms of P&L, I didn't care. When in my estimation, they'd become better traders than myself. And then years down the line, this one trader said to me, and I never put this in obvious terms, You got to be willing to miss the trade to make the trade. And I've always considered myself relatively disciplined and willing to miss a trade here, there, or miss a fill here or there to make sure that I get a good entry. But it's such a simple concept. Be willing to miss the trade to make the trade. Because it doesn't matter if you have every trade. You want to make sure you've got the right ones so that you're never really getting rinsed out and have the chance to still be in when it's good. So if you're going to be disciplined and have professional entry points, it's not enough to have your price level. If your price level holds one time, great, and it doesn't hold the next time, blown away. The question isn't, did you have the right price? Because most of the time the answer is a yes. You're making the decision at the right spot. It's find yourself an execution strategy. Ask the right question about why it didn't work for you. And if it was, I didn't execute right at that price entry, then try something different. A more disciplined approach. Let it rinse the stops and then get in. Wait for a higher low. Maybe you've got a moving average you can use around that price. Something different that allows you to execute the trade at that price and capture the gain or capture the move without taking that big hit. So at the end of the day here, everybody, there's a million ways that you can skin a cat. I hate that saying, but it is what it is. Just make sure when you have a winning trade or a losing trade and you're evaluating it, ask the proper question. Not just did it win or did it lose? Did I execute well? Could I have done it better? What is the better way to play that move? Why did I lose? Was it just that I bought the dip at the wrong time, or was it that I actually didn't have the right stop? Was it that I averaged in? Ask yourself all of those questions until you come up with the right answer, because trading's not ever going to be easy. But if you can ask yourself the right answers and be honest about it, or questions and be honest about those answers, you're going to definitely improve your trading game. That's what it's all about. That's your lesson of the day. Get better day to day. If you don't listen to history, you're doomed to repeat it.
So I'm not allowed to say this anymore, but that was some hotline dropping right there. So shout out to Neil Roberts every day, man, around that noon hour. He's always with, well, when he's here, lesson of the day with Neil. Thank you very much for that. That was awfully informative.
Always.
And a lot of wisdom was just dropped there in a 10-minute span. So we're going to thank him for that. Sateya.
Yes.
All right, quickly, I just wanted to show my Google trade and how I paper-handed it. I'm really happy with the entry. This was Sateya's call out at 162, Fabian, which happened to be the volume-weighted average price on GOOGL. As soon as it started doing the dance with no pants, we punched short. Took that 162 short, and then I wet my beak right there into 65. So I'm happy with this trade, but it did work its way down into about $0.25, just about $0.25 now, popping back up above the $0.50. So GOOGL down 1 3/4. The weakest name, I want to make sure I'm right about that. Yes, the weakest name today in Mag 7 World, followed by Meta, which is down 1%, and then followed by NVIDIA, which now has given up the, no, I don't want to say given up the ghost, but it was break even last time I looked. Now it's down 0.75 point. But NVIDIA, before we throw it back to Sateya, very interesting level. Possible double bottom here off this 131.5. Look at this, the IB low, the implied balance low. Shout out to Dan, the dang man Emmons. Haven't seen him in the chat in a hot minute, but he's the one that taught us this. Implied balance high and low, 131.33. We printed that right at 940, and there we go. We just got to 131.2. Do we hold up here? Let's see if we can make another newer high. Where's that newer high got to come? 132.2, because both these candles top out there. So I'd like to see a new 5-minute candle to make a new high. I'm not going to have a resting order in and around here, but I know that NVIDIA is a monster, and it could be an interesting long off these levels. So going to keep that one definitely on watch. NVDA, some other stuff I want to mention, Meta at VWAP. And Microsoft has given up the ghost at that 420. It goes to 420 1/3. Now we're down $2 off that high. And it's broke the 10 and the 20. Another an interesting area could be a VWAP entry on Softy. 417.5 right now is where VWAP's hanging out. We'll have to see where it's hanging out if we make it down there. So some weakness coming in to the Mag 7 midday here, Sateya.
Awesome. So going back to my NVIDIA trade, I just want to, is it wet my beak? So what is wet, when you wet your beak, it's
Take profit.
when you take profits. Okay,
Yeah.
but on the whole position or half?
No, it's, well, I don't think we've actually defined that. That's actually a
Yeah.
good way. Yeah. Beak chugging, says Fabian, or beak wetting? Well, I'm going to go ahead and say it's going to work for both.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm
Get
going to wet that beak.
Hey.
Yes, because my NVIDIA trade had worked out. I didn't hold it to the level that I necessarily wanted to. I really wanted this level here around 131.64. Kind of paper-handed it, to be honest, but it is what it is. So I got in around here, around 132.36, got out here around 131.94, and I like it, you know. I could have held it longer because I did say 131.64, but I was just a little bit wary about that bounce, but that one worked out as well. So really liking that NVIDIA, that worked out. Another thing that I was looking at is Tesla. So see with this Tesla, like this VWAP level was very interesting. I wish I didn't like it. When I was holding it, I was just like, it should have gone, you know, by now, around this level, around 11.54. Didn't really like that. Was focusing on other things, but you know, now it's broken VWAP here around 243.81 a little bit. And so initially I really wanted that long. Why? Because around this level, this level right here was very interesting level to me. I had originally thought, okay, if we get above that level, then I'll go long. But this downtrend here should have been a signal to me that I shouldn't be fighting the trend. So fought the trend a little bit on that one, you know, but you can't win them all, to be honest. And so it is what it is on that one. But Adam DeLuce, shout out to you. Adam. Yes. So Adam is someone in the chat that came down to the trading floor last week, and he, you know, dropped some hot lines and gave me some great knowledge. So shout out to Adam. You know, the lines that he gave me has definitely been helping with my trades. I am up for the day a little bit, and so yes, shout out to Adam. He's a great trader. He's a great guy.
He is, man.
Yeah.
He is. And I saw him sit down with you there. I was like, okay, all right.
Yeah.
Satea's getting some one-on-one. All right, fine.
Yeah, I definitely learned a lot, to be honest. He broke things down, made me look at things from a different perspective. He said that he comes from like an algo trading background, and so he broke things down into like things that I can comprehend. I'm very visual, and so, you know, he gave me an indicator that was very visual, and so shout out to Adam. He's
Shout
great.
out to Adam, man.
Yes.
We loved having him around, and hopefully we see him soon. Jeremy Newman, Lace, playing around VWAP. We'll have a look at that. I've actually loaded it up. Ugly topping tail into that 940. We'll look at that in a second. Adara, if you take out the entirety of the position, have you drowned or drenched your beak? I imagine the duck is no longer thirsty at that point. I mean, I need to ask this duck himself. I mean, these are the type of questions that keep me up at night. And Fabian wants to play within the Geneva Convention. We do not waterboard that duck. Shout out to Fabian. He told me to say it, Adara. I mean, like, that's the way it is. It's on him now. I'm having a good time today, man. Let's keep an eye on some of these Mag 7, or not Mag 7, sorry, small cap gapper-ish style trade. I've added a couple of new ones here. A new one has appeared on my scanner. It goes by the ticker NUWE. It is printing highs right now, guys. Big boy mover right now. Here's the deal. This is a very small cap gapper, $3.65 million market cap. It's traded a decent amount of shares on the day. Not great for $1, but as you can see, it started really moving at 11. So this one's moving midday. It wasn't a pre-market mover. 8.45 million shares traded so far, with the majority of the shareage coming right after 11. The float on this one moment, please. There we go. Oh, wow, very small, 485,000, so sub 500,000 share float according to my platform. Let's find out what Trade Ideas has got to say about that. NUWE, there it is. Okay, so Trade Ideas has it at 1.38 million. Regardless, that's so small. Look at that short float, 20.33% of whatever, either 500,000 or 1.3 million, depending on who you're listening to, is borrowed for short. That means this one can go parabolic. Let's see if this one can move, right? 199 right now, HOD. It's knocking on the door at 2. It's setting up in the right way. But, you know, as I always mention with these small cap gappers, I use the 10 exponential moving average as an informal gauge of overbought and oversold conditions. It is a little extended off that 10 moving average. I would love if this one wanted to dip down into that 175, 180 level to account for this obvious area of previous resistance now that we had on NUWE. If it wants to dip in there, I'm certainly going to take it as a dip trade. I love these kind of names. Let's load it up on the trading screen as MNTS is trying to hold 86 pennies. I'm not going to take this one off the trading screen because it's still setting up well. I'm talking about MNTS. NUWE, let's load up that bad boy. Here we go. Let's set up the dip trade. Why not? We're going to put it at double sevens. It's a lucky number. We're going to put that there to account for this area resistance. Now, look at this. The wicks go into 75, 77. But when you look at the closing prints, it's really that 70 penny level that is the area support previously resistance. So I'm keeping my eye on this one. Very interested in trading it if it wants to set up the right way. I just don't want a big boy rejection off $2 and then tank the entire thing. So let's keep an eye out on that. I'm not seeing any news to account for this 11 a.m. move by NUWE. It looks right now to be a technical breakout. Nothing is coming in on my news blotter, so I'm unsure what to make of that. Adara has something at the big desk. I'm hoping it is something about NUWE. Fabian, what do we got?
It actually is. It is going to be here about Nuwellis and UWE. I'm going to talk about this more during our small cap segment in a few minutes, but this company apparently is presenting at the 3rd annual Roth Healthcare Opportunities Conference today. So I haven't seen anything specific in terms of what they said, but I know they have been presenting today. I will continue to look for news on NUWE, guys.
Black sheep trades thinking the same thing. NUWE dip buys coming in. I'm hoping because we've got a resting order hanging out here. Let's see if it gets filled. And if it does, do we have the right trade or are we kind of seeing what we want? MNTS, guys, could be coming into the volume weighted average price right here. Big boy breakthrough 86. There was this area of resistance. I was looking to it to act as previous support. It looks like it did for a hot minute there at 86 pennies. VWAP on MNTS, about 82 pennies. So we're still about 3 pennies or so from that level. Keep your eye out on that. So good look right now on these names. And yeah, that's my look. I'm looking to set up either on NWE or MNTS today.
Awesome. So I took a little bit, of a trade on Google. So I'm a little bit of a scalper, and I'm not going to lie to myself anymore. Before, previous weeks, I was holding on to those trades, and that is not me. And so I like to get in, I like to get out. So I'm just going to zoom in a little bit here. So I got in a little bit, didn't like the level. We went up here, so I'm just going to put my line here. Yeah, okay. So yeah, I got in around 161.56. Didn't really like how it was interacting at that level. Got out a little bit, for a 2 penny winner. And then I got in again because I liked this consolidation kind of break here. And so I got in around 161.51 and then got out around 161.43. Really like that small scalp. That's me. And so I'm going to stick to that. And then someone else said SMCI in the chat. So I'm going to just squeeze my way over and check that out. So let's see what's going on with SMCI. And so they're saying, can you look to go long on SMCI? And so let's look on a higher time frame because I feel like that may tell us something. And so what I do like for the long with on this trade is the fact that, it goes to VWAP and then it bounces off of that VWAP level. However, I want to see how it really interacts on this level. It's 12:30 right now. I would wait for another 2 minutes for that 30-minute candle to form and see what we really do from there. Let's look on the hourly. Let's see what we're doing on the hourly. I mean, personally, in order for me to get long, I like to get long at times where you're going through a level rather than, blasting down through a level. So what I would be looking at right now is around 48.17 on that SMCI level. And so that's what I would look at because it seems like we're coming down. We're holding VWAP, yes, but I think that A, we want to look for that confirmation on the 30-minute. And then B, we kind of want to retrace to this level around 48.10 in order for more confirmation that we're going to the upside because we do have a little bit of a downtrend here on the 15-minute. And so we have this high around 49.30. 49.30. Then we come down. And yeah, not really liking that, but wait a little bit, 12.30, 12.45, see what we do from there. And that's what I would do on that. CELH, let's go. What is going on, CELH? Ooh, wow. Oh, wow. This is nice. Okay. I really like this. This has, broken through that day high at this 29.73. Really like that as well. Really would like to use that as a risk level. That looks really good. Bus stop level that I'm looking at is 30.37. That was yesterday's high. Another bus stop level I'd be looking at is 30.84, the pre-market high from yesterday. Definitely a good look on CELH. I don't know if there's any news on that. Let's take a quick look to see CELH news. Let's just see if there's anything quickly on there. Okay, 20.
Maintained, yeah. Piper's saying
Unusual
giving them some love today.
Oh, you see something there?
Yeah,
okay.
Overweight with a $47 price target. That came in today about 9:30. So
Makes sense. There you go. And then I also saw something around here on Benzinga, Celsius holding unusual options activity. We really like to see that as well. So great look on that. Shout out to you, giving people some trading ideas. And oh, we're good? Okay. And then what are you looking at?
I've got a dip trade set up here on NUWE at 7.7s. That doesn't look like it's going to fill right now. We're still hanging out in the top or the mid 80s, excuse me, there. So that's a look. I've also got another dip trade set up on MNTS to take advantage of this VWAP area, which is still on my chart around 82. I put it a little bit higher, but it looks like it may have found its footing at 84. I'm not going to be quick to jump into this, but if MNTS does break above that 89 penny area, that'll be the first 5-minute candle to make a new high. And the 5-minute candle that I'm looking at over here is a hammer candle. So if the next candle after that wants to close above 89, then we're going to go long. We'll find out if I got rinsed on this or not when we get back from Madeira at the green screen.
Talk about these small caps right after I quickly deliver here another piece of news with what's going on in the Middle East. We do have apparently reports that Israeli warships are being seen in a city near southern Lebanon. This comes less than an hour after we had Iran saying they're not going to strike unless Israel strikes first and that they don't want a war. So just an update there. Israeli warships apparently seen near southern Lebanon. In terms of small caps here, bit of a downtrend as of right now for the IWM, though we haven't really run into a clear area of resistance yet. Let's see what we do with this top and tail candle, a little bit off the open. It's worth noting as well, Russell 2000 up about the same amount as the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ as of right now. So good look for small caps right now. Let's see what happens as we get this move a little bit to the downside. WW, first up here, Weight Watchers. This is a day 2 play, still up about a 40% here, announcing yesterday that they're adding GLP-1 to their roster in order to help expand the accessibility and affordability of these medications. We do also, it's worth noting, have about a 20% short float for WW. Next up here, Momentous, MNTS. I know Sharif is involved in this one as well. Announcing here this NASA contract in order to help provide military or provide launch services with NASA for some future agency missions. So good luck here for MNTS. Momentous has run in the past as well. New Ellis, NUWE. I couldn't find any more information on this conference, but I know they are set to attend here this 3rd annual Roth Healthcare Opportunities Conference today. Still up around 45%. I was seeing on social media as well a lot of talk on the technicals of this name, so it could be a technical type play as well. It is worth noting here too, I was seeing a float of about 1.1 million shares, short float of just under 20%, and a market cap of around $1 million for NUWE. And if you guys like these or any other tickers and you want to see them covered on the afternoon show with Sean and Neil at 2 p.m., all you have to do is go in the chat and vote for the ticker of your choice. Exclamation point join, space, $, and that ticker. The top 5 tickers will be featured on the rundown.
Appreciate you, Adara. Thank you for that. Always my favorite segment, Small Cap Gapper segment.
Yes, of course.
So we did get into MNTS and NUWE. Hopefully we'll do well. Here's the look. I had to front run the entry, Fabian, on MNTS because it wasn't coming down into my 82. So I don't have the good price, quite frankly, but I like where I'm looking to DCA. I still think 82 makes sense because VWAP is still there. But if we want to take some profits at 92 over here, which is the neckline of the double top, into $1, right? So the neckline always an area of support until it's given up and it becomes resistance, or so say, the textbooks. And then the other one that I'm in right now, NUWE, I got it on this level because this was an area of resistance. Again, looking for that resistance, previous resistance area to flip to support. I'm looking at wetting my beak, taking profits at 185. We'll see if it wants to work up there. It worked into 184. I thought about moving down my profit taker, but whatever, it's all good there. We'll see what we get, and we will not get upset. So those are the two entries that I'm in right now. NUWE, small cap gapper, MNTS, small cap gapper. We'll obviously keep an eye on some of the other names that we've been trading today, but NUWE, zigging and zagging right now, making me a little nervous here. What are you looking at today?
For sure. Sorry, I'm going to push it to you for a second.
For sure. I can keep going over here. Let's look at what NCLH is doing, because I feel like it might be finding, I don't want to say a top, but at least taking its breath here, because it just broke down for the first time on the day, not just, at 10 after the hour. For the first time, it closed below the 10 exponential. I mean, it hadn't closed below the 10 exponential until this time. Now we're putting in kind of sequentially lower highs, not much in the way of lower lows though, still finding a footing at the 4/5 of a dollar, that 22.80. I'm liking this off a key area of previous resistance, now support, or I like it off VWAP as well, that 22.50. Looks like it might be a nice entry if we give back a little bit over here. So that is an interesting look on both of these. You good?
I'm ready now.
All right.
Okay, sorry about that.
No worries.
So what I'm looking right now at is NVIDIA, because someone said NVIDIA in the chat, and people know I love my NVIDIA. Someone's saying looking long. And so I'm going to look at it from two different perspectives, okay? So from the long perspective, you can risk these lows at 131.50. I think that, is pretty reasonable if you are looking on the long side. However, what I don't like about this position, I could be wrong, this is just my opinion there. But what I don't like is like this downtrend here from the morning and from pre-market high. And so what we're looking at here is, me personally, I would like more confirmation above VWAP. That is just me. That's just how I like to trade. And so more of a confirmation for the long would be around this 133.42, 133.50 level. I feel like if we can get enough volume there, I would be convicted in the long, just for my setup personally. And you could also, if you're getting in around here, around 132.38, I definitely think it's reasonable to risk these lows, because we did have like that double bottom there. And so perfectly reasonable, where you're wrong, exactly where you're wrong. I wouldn't necessarily hold it any, further below that. But I definitely think that's reasonable, to be honest. Either way, it's a good look on there. And then looking at Google, I wish I held it, but you know what? I'm a scalper. It is what it is. With this, it's kind of has like this consolidation here. And then I do like this break again here. So around this 161 level, I do like this break down to the downside as well. Not necessarily targeting the lows, but maybe a little bit above, around 160, around 160.50. That's what I would be looking at as of right now on Google, because it does look like it's really fighting this level. Like, it wants to get up here, it wants to breach this 162.28, but then it just comes down. We bounced off this level, 11.24, come up, and then we just come to the downside as well. And then we have that negative catalyst as well. And so I definitely think that doesn't help. And so I'm definitely thinking Google, to the downside as well. And we have a super chat. Ian Rispetto, I hope I said that right. $10 super chat. How do you feel about VST at these levels? Thinking of taking a long position to hold for my portfolio. As they say, nuclear is a hot place to be. AI needs energy. What do you think about that, Sharif?
I love the idea. I don't know anything about the company because I don't, I should probably know about it. Here it is. Vistra Corp. Okay, so it's a big boy, $42.5 billion market cap. Let's look at the chart. But I like the idea because, we've seen that with Constellation Energy, with SMR. Let's look at the daily on this one. Let's start with that. Look at this chart. You think this is a good play? You think this is a good play?
What is that? Oh my God.
It's all energy
The
stuff,
VST?
man. Yeah, it's
That's
integrated retail electric power generation company, operates 6 business segments: retail, Texas, East, West, Sunset, and asset closure. Okay. Well,
What time frame is that on?
Daily.
On the daily? Oh, okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. Because I'm like,
Oh, it's not intraday. No. I was just looking at, what we got here in terms of an actual play.
oh, like the overall picture.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
So this is a fantastic look, Ian. I'm getting this on any dips. You've got a 3-candle, 3 daily dip over here. I like this 115 area, possibly as an area low to account for the 20 exponential. I'll also like this 105, 107 area crest over here. That would be interesting. Look, man, I don't know anything of the fundamentals. I like the sector, the idea, the AI play. We need new energy, cleaner energy for data centers. And we also need it for electric vehicles. Feel how you like about EVs. The fact of the matter is, it looks like, we're going to get more of them on the road. And if we do, we need the power grid to be able to support their charging. I don't think that is currently the case. So I love the idea. The chart looks fantastic. Again, not really a comment at all on the fundamentals of the company, though. So hope you do well on that. All right, here, NUWE's coming into 170 here. And it's going to have to hold up here. I have my stop below this area a little bit. But if this keeps bleeding, this isn't the trade. Okay, we're at VWAP right now. If we break VWAP, and here we go, we're breaking VWAP right now. Unless we bounce up, I'm going to get stopped out. I thought I had something over here, and it shows how much I know. So this one's bleeding, and there we go. We get stopped out on NUVE as it continues to trickle back down. How about MNTS? MNTS is also having issues with 92 pennies. This is the neckline we were talking about, and it's not jiving right now. This one's setting up a bit better, though. I don't mind dollar cost averaging at around 82 pennies. I might move it up actually to reflect 83, but it's going to have to hold up above the volume weighted average price for me to take this as a long. If it doesn't, my last DCA or my first DCA, because I haven't DCA'd yet, into 82.5, probably move that up a skosh. But if it doesn't hold that and the volume weighted average price, which is right at that level, then that's the end of the trade there. So we'll keep an eye out on this one. I thought I had something with NUVE. Looks like that maybe that 160 is coming in as support, but I'm not going to take a blind shot at that. It's going to have to prove it to me by setting up again. So currently hasn't done that quite yet. So that's what I'm looking at there. Let's look at some of the big, or the Mag 7, I should say, big tech, whatever. Wow, Apple is just a dang rocket ship. Broke 229. Guys, where'd Apple open up today? 225. We're moving up nice. The other day, we were about to give up the ghost at 220. Now we're talking about maybe a 230 take. It's been in a range. I mean, obviously I have to watch Apple every day because it's my largest holding. And this has been the range kind of on Apple. If you want to make a bit of a case of higher lows, I would tend to agree with you there with the area trough, and then maybe yesterday area, a little bit of trough. Who knows? We'll see with AAPL. Such a bamboozler. So that's my look right now. Not much doing there. NUWE stop. What's the other situation? We'll break even on this one. MNTS. I like this trade a little bit better. That's really it. Keeping an eye out on NVIDIA and Tesla as well, see if they want to wake up. But it looks like Apple is the trade that I missed today. I don't like typically trading Apple because I don't do that well on it, to be honest with you. So.
Why do you keep going to Apple though? Because
days high.
But it's also don't you feel that holding, in your long-term portfolio kind of messes with your psychology a little bit?
Yes, it does and it doesn't. I've had days where I've seen the technicals and rather than what I wanted to see, which is obviously bullish because I'm involved in it, right? Yeah. So some days I've done well, some other days I haven't. I don't know if it's just a stock that I don't execute well on. Maybe it is the psychology. Fabian's like, look, man, you're involved in a relationship with Apple. You're always going to feel some type of way. You're always going to go back.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Not that I know, but, that's the way it is there. All right, we took some profits on MNTS, Fabian. So we get stopped out of NUWE, doing well on MNTS. Here we go. Looks like it's making its way back into that dollar and change. We'll have to see if this time it breaks and takes that dollar. We have an exact level of $1 high a day right now, but unable to break through 94 pennies as we whiffle and waffle right now, up 125%. Man, let's put some respect on this one's name, guys. So good look there. What else we got in the chat? MNTS balance. I see you, New York City urbanista. I see you. All right. Doing your urban thing over there in New York. Good stuff over there. What is everybody else talking about there in the chat? Anything you guys want to look at? Small cap gappers. large caps, whatever it is, make sure to throw it in the chat and to also vote, exclamation point, join, space, $, and the ticker of your choice. The big kahunas, Neil and Sean, they're going to be there at 2 o'clock going through the afternoon rundown, but only the top 5 tickers make it on, guys. So make sure you're voting or you're helping your friends vote their way or whatever it is you got to do, but get your ticker on there and we'll have the big kahunas look at it for you. So, Taya.
Yes, awesome. So someone said Reddit in the chat, and I haven't really looked at Reddit since the IPO, to be honest. And so it's interesting. They said that they're looking at a long as of right now. Very interesting. What I see here that stands out to me is this 7159, 7160 level. And so we have this resistance here on the 3-minute. Let's look on the 5-minute here. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4. We got these 4 candles here bouncing off of that level. So that really looks good, but I feel like it's not enough confirmation for me yet. I mean, we do have this 15-minute candle, 1245 setting up as of right now. I really want to see this. So this is an instance where I would use like the prior bar low. So I would risk off of here, not risking too much, or even this low here around 71.65, or the prior bar low around 71.99, 71.98, and look for that. But if you're looking to get in passively, or I would say around 72.52 is a level that I would be looking at as well. Definitely, but I don't know, like it needs to break this level here, like this range here. So between this 72.40 and this 71.63, I want to see a break of that range because it's just consolidating a little bit there. I do like the look of it in terms of setting up for the long, but I just want to see a little bit more confirmation there. LLY killing me today. What? Oh, no.
Lily, not Lily.
Not Lily.
Adara, did you hear that? It's killing somebody.
Oh yeah, this definitely looks nasty as of right now. It just looks like a no trade day, to be honest. I would stay away from Lily a little bit today just because, like, look at this range. We have this 921.10 top, and then we have this bottom around 912.08. And so it's not making a definitive break higher or lower. It's kind of just ranging through that. I want to see a definitive break above 921.10 or these lows here. But honestly, I would just give Lily a break today because she's tired. She's not doing anything today. And so just put her on the side. MNTS going. Let's look at that. Oh yeah, wasn't this the one where you said you didn't want to get in at $1? Yeah,
I'm in.
Oh, you're in?
Yeah.
Oh, where did you get
89 pennies, right?
Oh, 89. Okay, yeah.
See for that dollar break.
Yeah, you see, that was good that you didn't get in around that level because like it just kind of bounced back through, and getting passively like near that VWAP level, not necessarily like at, but like on the pullback was definitely a good play on that. What else are people looking at? LI. Let's look at that here. Lee Auto. Oh my.
Get it, Lee.
Woo.
Get it, Lee.
Wow. Was this on your scanner today?
I was involved in this one for a long time.
Oh, really?
Like actual investment.
Oh.
It hurt my feelings many times.
Oh, so you never looked at it again after that?
I look at it every day.
Really?
Every day.
So why didn't you get in today? Today would have been the perfect
You know what?
day.
I'm kind of lamenting because the Chilean Nightmare got a couple of calls on on basically the Chinese ADRs.
Okay.
And when he did that, I was like, man, why am I not getting back into Lee? Why am I not getting into that David Tepper trade, or whatever you want to call it, the ADR trade? Morgan Stanley's bullish on him as well. And every day it pumps up. I'm like, it's too high now. It goes up higher. It's like I've never seen this unfold before. Get it, Fabian. I didn't even see you there, sir.
Oh,
I didn't even see you there. Yeah, he was on the screen. Yeah, so I mean, I didn't get into it, but
that is crazy.
It's a good look today, sir.
That was wild. Yeah. Shout out to Lee. I don't really have a good read on this just because I like, tickers above $50, $80, but this is looking great. I like the fact that it consolidated around VWAP, broke this day's high, and then clear skies from there. That was a really good look on there. CELZ HOD. I guess you mean hold?
We gotta do this ad read? Yeah.
And to the ad
Fabian,
read.
I think we're ready to do the ad read. If you are ready, my man. All right. Imagine trading with someone else's capital instead of your own. That's what it means to be a funded trader at Trade the Pool. And this is how it works. Complete the evaluation program by meeting the profit targets. Once you succeed, you trade the pool's capital, which gives you the ability to trade with up to $260,000 in buying power. The best part is you keep up to 80% of your profits while the firm takes all the risk. It's literally the ultimate way to trade, whether you're a beginner or a professional trader. So go on and check out tradethepool.com. I went over to their website and it looks promising. Scan that QR code on the bottom right of your screen or click the description of this video for more information. Shout out to the good folks there at Trade the Pool. Yeah, I didn't want to interrupt you, Jetvoy. I know you've been asking me to look at LACE. I answered you in the chat. I just think maybe you missed it, so I'm going to go over it quickly here. LASE was a good winner for me yesterday, my man, but today it's not doing the what I like to see from these small cap gappers. When it's directional like it was yesterday, I'm very interested in trading it. Today, even though it's not giving up the ghost, it's not giving up the profits or the gains that it made yesterday, excuse me, it's not directional in the way that I like trading. It's above VWAP, fantastic, it's off the lows, it's positive on the day, it's got a lot of check marks beside its name when you look at it from a superficial perspective. But when I look to employ my small cap gapper trading strategy to this, I don't think it jives. So, let me know how you do today, but I like this kind of price action on LACE. It helps me get in off key technical areas, and then I can kind of make the assumption that will continue. In this case, I can't make the assumption will continue, right? Because we're zigging and zagging, and we're kind of, I don't want to say we're flat, but we're definitely not as directional as we were yesterday. I should mention, guys, that this company is advertising quite aggressively on CNBC. I don't think that that's a reflection of how the company is doing, but they are spending quite a bit of money because every morning I'm seeing their ad running and they talk about all the different technological areas that they're investing in it. What caught my attention, which, sadly caught my attention, is the anti-drone technology that they're employing right now. And if anybody's seen these TikTok videos coming in from the war in Europe, drones are involved, and it's terrifying, man. You got to see some of these soldiers not commenting on the war at all and which side to take, but these soldiers are like hiding from the drones. They're like literally hiding in the foliage, and above their head, it's like, it's like some Terminator.
Yeah, that's scary.
It's scary stuff. So apparently this company is employing anti-drone technology, and that obviously will have a lot of people interested. A lot of countries interested, I should say. So we'll keep a look on that. So I did take some profits there on MNTS, but I'm still holding, looking for that bigger move through $1. Whether we get it or not, an entirely different thing. Rob EV, do you think MNTS looks a bit of a head and shoulders? Let's have a look. Yes, and I do see that. I do see what you're saying, but I want you to also keep in mind that, yes, looks left shoulder, head, right shoulder. I see what you're saying. However, we're still putting in those higher highs and higher lows. That trend is still intact. So you're not wrong. What I would look for, Rob, is a decided break of that 80 penny area. Now, that may not be the neckline. It could be VWAP at 82.5, whatever. Look for a neckline break before getting in. And I have a rule with these small cap gappers. I'll never take them long as a breakout trade south of VWAP, but by the same token, I'll never take them short as a breakdown trade if they're trading above VWAP. So if you want to take this bad boy short MNTS, which on my personal platform here, there's no shorts available, but I bet you on Real Trading there is, I would wait for a neckline break. That's just my little 2 cents on that. We're break even on it at the moment. We'll see exactly what goes on. We got Adara at the big desk. She's got some for us. What do you got, Adara?
Beware here, GSK. There isn't a ton of volume on this, under 3 million shares traded today, but it's worth noting this one actually did have some news coming in. It was halted for news. This is not a particularly small company either here, $78 billion market cap with a float of 2.04 billion shares. Worth noting here, they apparently have settled 93% of their Zantac litigation here at the U.S. for up to $2.2 billion. They also resolved another complaint here with Key Tam for $70 million, and they're also set to recognize apparently a 1.8 billion euro charge in their Q3 2024 results. So the charges here could potentially, or that 1.38 billion euro charge could be impacting their Q3 2024 results here for GSK, guys.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. Appreciate you dropping hotlines midday. All right, we're going to give this one the old college try. I see SMCI curling off the volume weighted average price. Gonna take a bit of a trade here. Tight stop on this one because I'm not going to let it bamboozle me. So if we get stopped out, we get stopped out. We're going to risk very little here, looking for it to kind of curl off VWAP, knowing that you just get bamboozled quick as you like. NUWE though. So I got stopped out of this one, but now it looks like it's forming a base, a really interesting base here at 60 pennies. So I don't want to be quick to jump into this one because I know we can flat bottom break through that, but I'm going to be on the lookout here to see if I can weasel something into this. What are you looking at, Satea?
For sure. So right now I'm looking at SPY. I feel like it may bamboozle me, to be honest. I was liking what I was seeing on the book, on the tape. I got in at this 75, 75, 72 level. I'm looking for the breakdown as of right now. So what I liked about it was, I'm just going to move this over here. So what I liked about it was this. I really like consolidation breaks. And so my target level is around VWAP. But I don't know. It looks like it may be a bounce, to be honest. And so I'm not liking it anymore. So I think I'm going to bounce out of that because I don't like the look as of right now. It really had to make that flush as soon as I entered, and it's not really doing that. It's making that bounce. So I'm just going to hop out of that. That's not working out the way I wanted to. So just going to jump out of that. And so what else are we looking at?
Don't forget we got the lesson too.
Oh, yes, we have the lesson coming up in 4 minutes.
When you're ready, we don't have to do it right away.
For sure. So SPY breaking down, someone saying that. Google, let's mosey on over to Google. So yeah, I see it did what I thought it would do. It's breaking down. It's coming down here. It's breaking through this level around 160, 62s. Definitely, I want to see what it does here, though, because I don't want to get bamboozled at this level where it could potentially bounce. Definitely want to see what it does there. I would wait until, the 1 p.m. candlestick forms in order really to see the direction that we're going from there. So that is what I'm looking at. And then for my crypto lovers, just want to take a look at it, looking at coin, I feel like I missed the move, definitely for sure, around this 172.44 level. We are below VWAP a little bit here. We're consolidating. And so I don't really see a clear direction as of right now. If we can stay below VWAP, I could look for the continuation of the short, but not a clear direction as of right now. Let's look on the higher time frame here. Could bounce, could not really seeing anything too clear. I feel like I missed the move, so you just got to move on there. And then I'm going to get ready for the lesson of the day.
All right, okay. Just took some profits there on SMCI, so it is curling up off that 447 and a quarter. I'm looking for a 48 break and take, but that may not be as forthcoming as we'd like. So I'm going to pack my patience on this one. I'm seeing, Fabian, what I believe to be a 47.60 kind of previous resistance level. We kept working into that level, right? And kept rejecting. And then let me zoom in a little bit over here to show you what I'm talking about on the one. Then we dipped into it a few times and then held 60 at... I can't even talk, dude. You're killing me today. Fabian's like, is he double dipping? Did you double dip that chip? Do you know what I'm talking about?
What?
You're showing
chip?
your age at your hug right now. Seinfeld, girl, double dip the chip.
No, who's eating chips?
George Costanza. He was double dipping. He dipped, he took a bite, and he dipped again. That's blasphemous. It's like putting your entire mouth in the dip.
I know, it's kind of gross. It's kind of gross. I get that.
Yeah, anyway, so Fabian is like, yo, you're double dipping there. So anyway, no, seriously, I'm looking for a break and take of 48. Ideally, though, Fabian, I want to see it hold 47.60 because that's where I perceive to be a former area of resistance, now current area of support. Let's weasel up. We're weaseling. Let's see if we can break through 90. We just weaseled up to 90. I'm probably going to be waiting in front of 48 for a beak wetter there. Let's hang out at 97s. What's life without whimsy? Mark Susi, don't you dare double dip that chip, bro. Vicky Novak, the George C. double tip, hilarious. Yo, it's so funny because he's at like a wake, right?
Okay.
So his girlfriend, I think she was his girlfriend, her uncle or aunt or whatever died. So he doesn't know the protocol. He's like, she's not my girlfriend. Do I go with her to Detroit? It's an expensive ticket. So he goes over there, and her little like punk brother, right, little Timmy is called, right? And I love they give him the little name Timmy, right? He watches George double dip the chip.
Oh.
That infuriates him.
Ew.
He wasn't having it, Satea.
No, that's
And then
nasty.
he went over and he let him have a piece of his mind. And then George, being, you know, the kind of individual that he is, he's not going to back down. He's like, no. I'll double dip if I want.
What?
And then he double dipped again, then it broke into display. So you got to watch that episode. By
for
the way,
sure. I'll
we just
look out
took
for
that profit there on SMCI, baby. There it goes through 47.95. We took it out at 97s. I'll get back in at 48 if it breaks and takes. Satea, happy with this trade. Let's see what else we can do, man.
Awesome.
Are we going to the? Are we going to Adara? Or we're good? Okay, no. All right. So we got the lesson du jour, baby.
Awesome. So today we are going over stop loss targets. So today we will be covering how to avoid triggering your stop. Sorry, we're going to Adara.
Yep.
We're going to take a quick look here at crypto at 1 p.m. here just before the lesson. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, I like to usually look at different non-Bitcoin names in the afternoon. So today I wanted to look at Tron here, Tron USD. This one has been really strong lately. We usually look at all of the names that are moving to the upside, and Tron's on there more often than not if you look at that Binance list. So nice little bull flag forming for this one off that roughly the 1200 area. We've gone as high here as 1650, now consolidating with a bit of a rounded bottom. So let's see what happens here. To me, the clearest resistance that we kind of have seen here that could form a support around that 1436 level, which we had as a bit of resistance going back to February. So quick look at the Tron chart. It's also worth noting, we've had comments here from Bitwise CIO Matt Haugen saying that there's a couple different factors that could potentially drive Bitcoin up to 80,000, saying some of them do have to do with the outcome of the U.S. election, but also that there's some geopolitical elements as well, including the fact that the Federal Reserve cut interest rates by a larger than expected amount of basis points, also saying that the stimulus coming out of China could be a role as well. So potentially $80,000 look for BTC. We'll have to wait and find out, but that is the crypto update for today. If there's any names that you're looking at, IBIT, CLSK, or any non-crypto related stock, you only have about 50 minutes left to vote. So go in the chat, !Dwayne, space, $sign in your ticker of choice to make sure your voice is heard.
A lot of gifting going on in the chat.
Woohoo. So thank you for that, Adara. And so we're going to jump into the lesson. So we're going to get started here. So we are talking about stop loss targets. So that is what we're going to get into. So today we will be talking about how to avoid triggering your stop loss, how to avoid liquidity grabs, and how to avoid excessive drawdown. So let's get into it, guys. So where should I put my stop loss? So when I ask myself these questions, rather than focusing on price action alone, I transition to looking at the chart structure, patterns, and key pivotal levels. So this is what you want to ask yourself. Where am I wrong? That is number one. Number two, what level should I be concerned about if there's a break in structure? And three, what levels are potentially out of reach? And so I find these are like little questions that you can ask yourself rather than just focusing on the price action. You're more so looking at the charts, looking at that structure, and really tuning into that. So that is what we're getting into. So how do I avoid triggering my stop loss? So that's what we're getting into. So you want to choose a significant levels to risk off of. So significant levels that I like to risk off of is the high of day, the low of day, and the pre-market low. So we have the pre-market low here, we have the high of the day, and then we have the low of the day. So those are very significant levels as well to look at. And then you also want to find extended levels. So an example that I have here is the extended level is in the pre-market here around this 604 mark. And so that is what you can risk off of. So say, for example, your entry was around here, around the $600 level, then your, to Adara.
Really quickly here, we're just going to take a look. We did get coming in there the bond or the note auction here, the 10-year note coming in a bit higher than expected here, 4.066% versus the previous print of 3.648%. So you can see here we're actually getting this number at a pretty critical level of potential support here for this buy at this 575.75 area. So S&P 500 and this market on watch here with that Slightly higher than previous 10-year note auction, again, 4.066% versus 3.648% previous. Again, sorry for interrupting the lesson there, guys, with that note auction.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that, Adara. So just jumping back into what I was saying. So you want to find those extended levels. So say, for example, your entry price was around the $600 level and you're getting in, for that morning drive trade, then you want to make sure that, your stop loss is somewhere relatively where it makes sense. And so I have it here at the pre-market high. And so that is an extended level that I like to look at. So another thing that you want to make and keep track of is risk at levels where you are wrong. So in this instance, you could have got in around here, around 600. You could have got around here, around 598, even here around 594. And your risk level would have been the same in each and every instance. You may have risked a little bit lower, as we move further away from that risk level, but you know that your risk level is the same in these instances. And so in order to make sure that you're not getting in and out of trades at arbitrary levels and having, unnecessary losses due to your stops just being at random levels, you can have just an easy, distinct level here. Pre-market high is definitely one of them that I like to use. Another thing that you could use is prior bar highs and lows as your risk level. So I find that on higher time frames, it's most accurate. So the higher time frames that I'm talking about is the 15-minute, the 1 hour, the 4 hour, and the 1 day. And so I find that those are typically the best levels when you are using prior bar highs and prior bar lows. And so I'm going to show you guys an example of what that looks like, but I'm also going to show you guys what it looks like on lower time frames. Now, I don't like lower time frames as much, but we'll get into that as well. So what does a prior bar high stop loss look like? So simply what it means is that it's just the prior bar high, the high of the prior bar. It's within the name, right? And so you have your entry level here, and then you have your stop level there. And so that's what that may look like. And then I also showed you in other examples here. So we have, if your entry was this candle wick, for example, your stop loss would be here. If you entered here, the prior bar would be here, and etc. Here. Entry level here, your stop loss would be here. So pretty much it's just the next candlestick over is the prior bar. And so that's the level that you would want to risk off of. So that's what you're looking at. So when you are using the prior bar highs and lows, you can use lower time frames. I find that they're really good for scalping, and because you can get in a lot of size with a distinct out level. However, you can get yourself into some hot water with these lower time frames because, sometimes you may overtrade and you want to have distinct parameters as to why you're using the prior bar high or the prior bar low. And so what are these parameters? Let's get into it. And so that's what I'm looking at. So prior bar high, low parameters. What do you want to see on the time of sales? So this should be something that you're thinking of before you even enter that trade. And so, for example, for me, I want to see a failure to print 1 cent above an even dollar level. So if I'm seeing constant on the time of sales, $49.99, $49.99 on the tape consistently without it printing at that 50 level or 50.01s, then that is something distinct that I like to see. And so I might think, okay, this is a good entry for a prior bar high or a prior bar low. And then also, too, you want to have parameters on how many times you're actually going to take this trade. So with me, I like 1 to 3 times. I keep it at that. 3 strikes, I'm out, and I will not try again. So you want to make sure that you're not just entering and exiting around that same level. You want to have a point where you're like, I'm going to stop trading it and wait for a new trade idea. So that is something that you could look at. And then going back, what conditions must be met in order for you to choose a prior bar high or low stop loss? For example, in order for me to execute on a prior bar high or low on a smaller time frame, there must be a break of a consolidation range above the day's high. And that's kind of some parameters that I have for using the prior bar high or the low. And then so, on the higher time frame, I find that it's more distinct. If you can see here, we have your entry level. It doesn't breach this level. So, it could whiffle and waffle, but essentially it's not breaking this lower level. And so that's what we're looking at. And so we have this entry here, and then this is our power bar low. And so it's just more distinct, more easily identifiable on the higher time frame. So that's what I like to look at as well. And then we also have 3 ways to avoid liquidity grabs. So I like to avoid psychological levels, even dollar levels, and option strike prices. So what do we mean by that? So with the psychological levels, I like to avoid $50 levels, 100, 150, 200, 250, 500, etc. We are avoiding like those zeros or those $50 levels just because it's an easily identifiable level that, retail traders like to use. It's just, something super easy. And so I like to avoid those levels, and I'll get into that very soon. And then I also avoid stop precisely at even dollar levels. So the $1 level, $2, 20, 21, 22. And so that is what I'm looking at as well. And then I also like to avoid stop losses precisely at option strike prices. And so you can look at this on Benzinga or bar charts as well. And so it has a list of the strike prices here, $5.50, $6. And so you can have those as well. And I'm going to tell you the psychology of why I like to avoid these prices. So the psychology behind me putting my stop loss below the even dollar or psychological level is that most people place their orders at even dollar levels. To most retail traders, it makes things easy. However, I want to avoid the concentration of orders being triggered at that price. On average, most of the volume occurs at even dollar levels, which means it is very likely for price action to reach these levels on a consistent basis. You want your stop loss to be at levels that prices are unlikely to reach. That's why you have a stop loss. You don't want to just have your stop loss and then it gets triggered. You want to make sure that it's at a level where you think that the price may not go. And so that's why I feel like a lot of people, they put it at levels like psychological levels where they think, I'm just going to stop out there, but even a couple of pennies can help you out there. So in most cases, it is more likely for someone to be bidding at a $50 level than a $49.97 level. So as we all should know, trading is a transaction between parties. Market makers and brokerages are looking to match buyers with sellers and vice versa. If you're willing to sell your long position at $49.97, but no one has placed an order on the book to buy at that level, it is unlikely to trigger because the concentration of orders are at that $50 level on that psychological level. In combination with being a psychological level, people are more prone to bidding at or above the market price to catch the move. Price action at these levels can happen very fast, and some people do not want to get left behind. Therefore, you have the help of FOMO traders on your side attempting to bid at 50s, 01s, 02s, ultimately avoiding your stop loss by a couple of pennies. So here I have, I put my stop loss 1 cent to 11 pennies below the psychological or even dollar level. Typically, on average, I like the 99s, 98s, 97, 96, 96s. And if I want to give it a little bit more room, I'll do 89s and 88s. But typically, I give it 1 cent to 4 cents on average. And then to conclude my lesson, we want to look at an example of what not avoiding liquidity looks like and then avoiding liquidity looks like. So if I just bring this up here. So not avoiding liquidity is putting it at those psychological levels, those option price levels, and those even dollar levels. So an example of this would be at this stop loss here, right at 50. And where our sweet spot is we want to put our stop losses 1 to 4 pennies below that even dollar level so you could avoid liquidity, so you don't get stopped out. So you get, you can stay alive for the trade. And that's what we want to do, because nothing feels worse than when you have the right sentiment, you're going long, you say you put your stop loss at $50, it wicks that $50 and then goes up when you could have just put it 2 pennies below, and then you could have stayed alive for the trade and then made, whatever money that you could have made. And so that is it. And so then to conclude here, 1 to 4 cents can be the difference of getting stopped out or for a loss or staying alive for the duration of the trade. And that concludes my lesson, guys. Hope you guys learned something.
Appreciate that. Yeah, there's a lot of information there that made a lot of logical sense that I'd never heard of before. So appreciate that. There's always something new being dropped on the lessons. So appreciate Appreciate you. I'm in Microsoft right now. I'm trying to take the dip off the volume weighted average price. I don't think I have the best entry. I'm 6 pennies out of the money right now, but I'm looking for this kind of 2 candle double bottom to hold at $1/3 of a dollar. The future is above 20,400. You're getting green candles on Meta, Amazon, Apple, Tesla, obviously not Google. I shouldn't say obviously. No, nothing on Nvidia either, but we're not getting that move up on Softy. And I was biased with this level because there was an area holdup here in the pre, albeit at 6:30 a.m., not too much volume there. But there was also the volume weighted average price, and we were quite directional today on Microsoft. So I had a bit of a bias that we hold up at these levels. My bias doesn't matter to the market. We always try to put ourselves in the best position possible to make these trades. And here we go a little bit, bumping up into that 70 penny area. This one's going to be one that I hold for a while. If it goes my way, because I got stopped out on it before. So we got to make up for the L there. Bouncing into 80s. Hopefully we get maybe something a little bit more in and around that 418.5, something in and around there. There was a lot of chop and churn in this mid area over here, but we'll have to see. If the future doesn't hold up above 20,400, this Microsoft trade is doomed. So looking quickly over here at the future, see what it's doing. We're marginally above 20,400. We're kind of curling to take out possibly this top at 25 points or so. So we'll see. We'll see what we get with Microsoft, and we will not get upset. We do have the ad read coming up shortly, Fabian. I think maybe in like 1 or 2 minutes or something like that. Work Sport 1:15. Yeah, are we ready for that? Okay. All right, let's get to business, baby. Introducing a new discovery on the NASDAQ, Worksport, under ticker WKSP. Worksport is a US-based manufacturer and rapidly expanding with growing revenues, government contracts, and innovative green energy products designed to power your life off the grid. Whether you're on the move or seeking sustainable energy solutions, Worksport has you covered. Now trading on the NASDAQ under WKSP, discover the future of clean energy with Worksport. And I should say, anybody who's got a Rivian out there, apparently these guys are making a tonneau cover. There it is, Fabian. Thank you for that. Is that for the Rivian, or is that a different car right there that they're showing? Because I know that Brendo said they were making the tonneau cover now for the R1T. So, not that I have one or anything like that, but so that's a look there. All right, we're holding up here on Softy. The future's bouncing up here. I'm not taking any profits here on MSFT. This is going to be a VWAP bounce, and my bias says we probably move up a little bit more. Let's give this one the old community college try. We're going to take out some into the 18s over here. Satea, just a wet or beak or whatever the kids are saying these days. There we go. Now we took some out there. Nice 40 penny. I took out the entire position.
Oh.
Moron. Oh, I've done that a lot lately. Good for me. Good for me. All right. Hey?
Gonna hop back in?
Can I read what's on screen right now? Fat finger. Fingers. And it's a verb. In the context of electronic trading, this refers to a trader incorrectly keying in an order, guilty as charged. All right, so hopefully we'll do a little bit better next time. So that it ended up holding there on Softy at VWAP generally, but still some indecision right now. Oh wow, what is this candle here? So interesting level of resistance we just got into here on the Fuge NQ December contract. We were talking about this 20,425 being an area of resistance. Boy, oh boy. Did it respect the technicals there? And there's been a lot of chop and churn at this level. This 25-point level, take your guess as to why, but there's 1, 2, 3, 4, and now 5 candles since 12:05 today. We've been rejecting off that level. Mind you, we've been putting in higher lows in the process. In the meantime, the crests and incrementally higher lows have been higher than their predecessors, but that flat top, that 20,425 is still a bit of an elusive target to take on the day. So we'll keep tabs on that. And we'll also keep tabs on some of these small cap gappers. Let's see what they're up to. I'm still involved. In MNTS, I'm break even. The remaining amount right now at 89 pennies it's basically right there. NCLH has bounced off the 20 a couple of times now. The 20 exponential moving average, which is the yellow line on my chart. But look at this rounded top it's doing. So this is interesting here. Could we get a mean reversion on NCLH? I mean, it's up quite a bit, guys. It's up 10 1/3. Where's Obi? There he is. Obi, do you want to look at NCLH for a mean reversion trade? Let me know what you think if you're not busy. He is the OB. He is the one. And he's the Kenobi. Maybe he'll give us a quick look at NCLH. Tell us if this one is worthy of even looking at it as a mean reversion trade. As Obi says, you know, the mean reversion can sometimes be mean, so we don't want to jump into it too quickly, right? Anyway, it's still holding above the 20 higher lows, but you feel like at some point, you know, this gives back a little bit over here. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it holds into the highs. We'll see. So yeah, keeping an eye on that. A nice mean reversion trade, possibly. You know, what is this level? 2280. We've been bouncing off that level a bunch of times. There was some chop and churn there. You know, at the end of the day, we're gonna have to see. We're gonna have to see what the book says at that level. We're not gonna just jump into it super quick. So. Weight Watchers, you guys have been talking about Weight Watchers all day, not one that I've had a trade on. I felt it wasn't as directional as it was yesterday. It was beautiful yesterday. It was all in one direction. Really got a nice move in the aftermarket. Look at that. As soon as the halt parameters shut off. What time was that? 5:15 or so. We jumped from 117 all the way into 142. What percentage jump is that? Yeah, almost 23% there. 24% in the aftermarket. We continue to go in the evening. We got him to that 160. So this one was trading aggressively in the aftermarket yesterday too. So yeah, that's an interesting one. Up into that $1.75 with that $1.80 technically being the high of the day on Weight Watchers or WW or whatever they're calling themselves these days. We have a pre-market high though of 190. So yeah, we're not above the pre-market high. Hey, Brendo. Look at him and Mark. They have no idea that they're on there. There he is. he couldn't care less either, right? In any event, what are you looking at?
For sure. So right now, I was looking at Disney. I really wanted to get into Disney at this $93.25 mark. Didn't get filled. What the heck? But that, you know, it's part of the game. But I was looking here. I really like that it's trailing this 9 EMA. I really like that as well. It bounced off of this level that I was looking at. This was the bottom of a consolidation level, so 92.95. So I really like that bounce. And then I was trying to get in here. I don't necessarily want to punch in at these highs. I want to get in at that 93.25 level. That's just the level that I like. That's just a level that I feel like I can properly risk off of. And so that is what I'm looking at. And so I'm just going to wait. I'm going to wait. And that is what I'm looking at there. And then SPY was something interesting to me as well. I did have a level that I was looking at was around this 575.74. Didn't look at it in time, to be honest. I was waiting for that pullback here, and it happened around 103. Bounced off of this level, and we're going through those highs. Looks pretty good for the long, but I don't know. I really wish that I put an alert there because I would have gotten there. And then NVIDIA, it faked us a lot of people out. It looked like it was doing a bounce here around 1220. It got up to this trend high here, and then it's breaking down here. And so honestly, I think that the long as of right now, it's not looking too great, but we still have to be aware of these lows. Could see a bounce there, but we want to see volume coming in there. And so I feel like around 2, around 3, we want to see that volume really coming in there, or else I'm not really convinced in the long, to be honest. And so that is what I'm looking at in terms of NVIDIA. And then someone said, much love to the entire $50 dang dollars.
Whoa, loan, bro.
Oh my.
He gifted Neil like 1.5 zillion points already, and now he's gifting the show $50, my man. We're dropping that cash loan, one of the OGs in the chat. He hasn't been with us in a hot minute. And, you know, not that because he dropped $50. We're going to say happy to have him back. I was telling him happy to have him back, obviously, before that. Loan, thank you very much, my man. Appreciate you there. Always doing the absolute most in a great way loan. We're going to give that one a like. Jeez, everyone's giving this guy the love.
You guys need to put some pink hearts in the chat. Pink hearts for loan right now. He is, or she is amazing. Shout out to you. So someone said in the chat, Google, let's take a look at that. So Google, see, did Google break your heart or something? Like, what did Google do to you? But looking at this Google, it's still looking pretty bearish on the day. I feel like, to me, the sentiment is not going to change. I feel like unless some news comes out, it's not really going to change anything about the negative catalyst that happened with Google. And so I definitely think that there needs to be a change in tune in order for us to see some volume there and getting people excited about Google. But I definitely see it, bleeding into the rest of the day. Who knows? I could be wrong. 2, 3 o'clock, we may see a bounce, maybe like a change in sentiment around the imbalances around 350. But as of right now, Google not looking the prettiest as of right now. So looking at some other tickers, just some random tickers, TSM looking, not like a good trading day. And so not looking great there. Someone mentioned Walmart in the chat. Oh, we do have another. So people are sending the money. Jeez. Damn. So LASE went from $17 all the way down to $1.60 and is now back up to $9 all within a week. What happened, and any thoughts from here? I feel like this is a smaller cap. So
yeah. Look, like what we were talking about earlier, I was waxing poetic about this company. They're spending a lot of money on ads on CNBS and some other networks there. Look, I don't know too much about everything else that they do, but what caught my attention with Lace, who was it? Ben, was the fact that they're employing anti-drone technology. I don't know the extent of what they're doing and from a technological perspective, but it interests me as an area to get into just based on the current state of war. I mentioned, informally, obviously, the TikTok videos that I'm seeing about some of the soldiers on the Eastern European front lines. They are inundated with drone attacks. That's against infantry as well as against hard targets. In my humble estimation, I think that's probably where the war or the nature of war is going. And if they're investing in anti-drone technology or that kind of thing, it interests me from an investment perspective, not that I like it personally, obviously. So that's what's going on. From a technical perspective, my man, this thing's been running for a hot minute. Nothing new here. It's been on the small cap gapper list, I don't know, multiple times over the past few months. Let's go to the daily. Well, there you go. Look at this. This really started moving. I mean, it was a former runner back in April of this year, but look at the actual price action move. We really started moving. I want to say end of July, early August. And it's been a small cap gapper since then. And so we've been trading it like one. It looks as if, there is support at this $4 or $5 area, given the area crest, defend again. Resistance, though, on the daily, looks like between 9.5 and 10. So, we could get above that. There definitely is some resistance as well with this dip at 11. So it's a bit of a tougher one to see. Not that I have any investment advice for you because I don't know any of the fundamentals about the company. But again, I'm interested in that space. Anything to do with drones or anti-drone technology, it interests me just from, a trend perspective. I hope that helps, and I hope you do really well on whatever you choose to do. All right, so I'm in Microsoft again. We just wet our beak on some profits into the moving 40. I'm looking for this one to hold. We got a 4 green candle set up right now on the soft one as it took 418. Why does 418 matter to me? Well, it acted as support on a few occasions. I was looking for it to break above 418 before I got involved in a long because I was looking for it to act as support now that it's no longer resistance. Where am I looking? 1220, we bounce off 418. 1245, we bounce off 418. Then we give up the ghost. Finally, at about few minutes to 1, go softy. Here it comes into that $0.50, baby. All right, so nice move here on Microsoft. I'm seeing more resistance, though, not at the $0.50, but at the $0.75 to account for this area crest over here. So certainly taking it out if it ascends above the $0.50 at which it's whiffling and waffling right now. I'm going to be looking at it, take it out 2/3 of a dollar, 3/4. That we may not have to wait that long to take because it's on the way up over here now, knocking the door of 55, but the bid still below that $0.50 mark. So we'll wait for that to ascend and watch possibly as some tape teleportation comes in there. Now, with respect to the NCLH mean reversion trade, Obi wrote me the following message, and we thank Obi for even, writing this while he's trading. So with respect to NCLH, let me put up the chart over here so while I talk about it, so everybody can follow along. Here it is. This is the 5-minute on NCLH. He wrote, reversion of the short-term trend already happened 15 cents ago. I'm assuming he's talking about that high 23 print. Market's all-time highs as well, and that sector is pretty strong right now, talking about the cruise lines, so I don't know. Not an A+ reversion for sure. The OB, he is the one, Knob has spoken, so we ain't taking that bad boy short. NCLH, not a good mean reversion trade. If you take it, it might be mean. So be careful. They're still waiting for this $0.50 break and take on MSFT, Satya, because we've been whiffling and waffling here for a few minutes now. So unsure about what to do here.
For sure. So I'm looking at Intel because someone said Intel is going, and I see it going, but it's doing it in such a weird, obscure way. And so I'd just be, a little bit cautious. I would say, going back to our lesson, if you want to make sure that you're not getting stopped out and you're going for that long, I would say risking, right here at this low is a pretty safe level just so that you don't get stopped out because it's coming down here, it's bouncing up, it has this rejection here at this trend high and then this trend low here. And so it looks like it's grinding up to the upside, but I definitely think it's not going to, make that green candlestick that you want to see today. I definitely think it's just going to chop around, definitely moving to the upside, but, in a choppy kind of fashion. And so definitely look out for that on Intel. And then, so another thing that I'm looking at is Walmart. Walmart, it's been fighting around this 80s to 80.26 level, pretty much all day. And so what I really like about it, it could look like a resistance to some, but for me, I'm looking at it as a long opportunity. Why it's breaking above this day's high. I want to see some consolidation, here, but I feel like this here, like all of this here, this consolidation, I really like because it's not coming down too hard. It blasted through VWAP around 1018, and then it's held this 80.06 level, and then we're kind of grinding to the upside. And so a risk level that I would be looking at is around this 80.07, but I'm going to give it a little bit more room. 79.99, 79.98, I definitely think is a pretty good risk level. Not to give it too much room, but just enough so that I don't get stopped out. But I'm really liking the look of Walmart because I thought, it may have not been a day to trade it, but as of right now, I feel like it's making a distinct move. I really like that. I like this day's high breaking through that. Want to see a little bit of a consolidation. Maybe I might revisit it around 145. I feel like that 15-minute candle will give me more confirmation for what I need to see. But I wouldn't even get mad at you if you wanted to get in now because it's looking pretty decent there. And then Disney, still didn't get filled on Disney at 93.25. What the heck? But what are you going to do? Still waiting on that. Could have punched in earlier, but not looking like my type of setup. Want to wait for that, this drawdown here for a little bit of a dip buy there. And then looking at the SPY looking a little bit bamboozling, but do like it. Bounced off this 575.77 or around 575.62, going to the upside. If we look here, let's go on the 30-minute. Looking pretty strong here. I really like that. Just this, strong trend upside. The upside. And what I would like to see, though, is around this 575.62 level. I want to see what we do around there. Definitely think that this is a key pivotal level if we stay above that level and trend higher or break below that level. But a stop that I'm looking at, not stop, but like bus stop level that I'm looking at that it may retrace to is around this 575.18. Not necessarily thinking bearish for SPY, but more a little bit of a pullback, a healthy pullback before we go to the upside. So that's what I'm looking at. And then I think someone said Amazon in the chat, and man, Amazon's not really something that I like to trade. I would have liked it around VWAP or around this pre-market high. A little bit late to the party, but I still think that there is some time to get in here. What I like here is that we had this consolidation around this 184.15. We had this consolidation, and I like this break here at these highs. And so this is a situation where I would use like prior bar highs or prior bar lows, just because I don't want to give it too much risk, but I also want to make sure that I'm getting involved in the trade because this does look like a good setup. So something that I would be looking at is this 184.94, and we're going to Adara.
Take a look here at the DXY at around 1:30 every day. It's kind of the afternoon edition of Money Talks. We usually look at the daily chart for that DXY when we look at this one in the morning. So I like to look at a different chart in the afternoon. In this case, we're going to take a look at that 15-minute chart because look at this bounce we get just above that 100 level. Then we have a nice uptrend, bit of a bull flag, and now continued strength. So let's see if this rounded bottom pattern can continue to form. Right now, we are knocking on the door of 103, is currently around 102.90s for that DXY. Thank you there, Sharif. So many Fed speakers today. We had most recently comments from Fed's Jefferson around 12:30, repeating the policy outlook remarks that he made previously there on Tuesday, and says that the FOMC decisions will be made meeting by meeting. This remark is actually pretty timely because we're getting FOMC minutes in just 25 minutes. We'll be finding out what the FOMC had to say in a little bit more detail from that somewhat shocking meeting we had on September 18th, where the Fed decided to cut to cut rates by 50 basis points as opposed to the expected 25 basis point cut. We also have some more Fed speak later in the day as well. We'll get comments from Fed's Collins and Fed's Bostic at 5, and then at 6 p.m., Fed's Daily will be speaking tomorrow. We get even more Fed speak, but more importantly, perhaps, CPI coming in at 8:30 a.m. So let's find out what CPI has to say in terms of some more inflation data. I guess we'll maybe have Feds reacting to that later tomorrow as well, but should be an exciting time here for the DXY. And if you're looking at any tickers, you only have 14 minutes left to vote to see if those tickers can be featured on the rundown. Get in that chat right now, ! Join space, $, and your ticker of choice as we await those FOMC minutes at 2.
Thank you very much, Adara. Appreciate that. Guys, I wet my beak there. We were holding MNTS for a hot minute, Fabian, down at this 89 penny level. We just took it out at 97s. True to form, I was complaining to Satya that I didn't wait for that dollar. It rejects off a dollar again. Not like I didn't have, advanced notice of the umpteen amount of rejections that we had at the dollar, but yet, I decided to take it out at 97. I know, 1 second. I just have to complain a little bit, Fabian. Oh, she can do it? Okay. All right, we're sending it back to Adara. We got some bills to pay.
E-Signal. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to an elite trading experience. Analyze, strategize, and capitalize. Foresee profitable opportunities with the platform you need. Infinite data and instant trading.
Sure what to do.
Know where the market is moving before others with lightning fast data. Charts that change the game. Customize and analyze markets faster, your way. Better backtesting and scanning. You can predict the future by understanding the past. Reliable real-time data up to the second market info from hundreds of global markets. Everything you need, all in one place. Don't miss a beat. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description. Thanks to eSignal for sponsoring this portion of the show.
I'm ready, Katina, man. Look, Adara asked, are you ready to elevate your trading? I am. I am ready. Thank you, Adara, for that. Appreciate you. All right, guys. Microsoft Whifflin and Wafflin. Jay Lee, you dropped some hotlines there in the chat. TQQQ just past 74. Feels like it's a quadunk setup, says Jay here. But who knows? Lots of zigging and zagging. Jay, I couldn't agree more with you, my man. I feel like, it's a bit of a tough one to read today on the future. So I have to sympathize with you. We've been putting in umpteen amount of rejections, Jay, at 20,425. We've been rejecting since basically 12:05 today. So the better part of an hour and a half. Every time we get into that 20,425 point level on the December contract, we reject. The other side of that coin is we're putting in higher lows. So we have a flat top with an ascending wedge. Usually that means it's bullish, especially if the trend that preceded it was an uptrend, which it is. Because you can just look at that. We're up 0.57. So Jay, I agree with you. And the reason I'm even looking at the future of not trading is because I'm in Microsoft and it's coming back down into 418. So we've already wet our beak there at 40s. But the problem is here now, do I get in more at 418? So in the same way, Jay, or whoever is interested in this, that we were bouncing off 418, we started rejecting off 418. Now we've reclaimed 418 again. How many candles now is that bouncing off 418? Albeit on the 1 minute. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, great. But I still haven't printed at that 2/3 of a dollar, and we still have lower highs on Microsoft. Area crest, and another area crest. We can change that, obviously, by breaking above that 4/5 of a dollar, that 418.80. That's keeping us down. Well, I don't want to say that's keeping us down, but that keeps the lower high situation going. So I'm going to pack my patience on this one. I'd like to be able to take something around 2/3 of a dollar. If I get stopped out, I get stopped out. That's the name of the game, okay? But the future, to me, Jay, seems like it's putting in those higher lows with that flat top. You never know what you get because the bamboozlement's real. But to me, it looks like we continue maybe to test 20,450. We're 2 points shy of that, by the way, because I think we're at 48 HOD. So we'll pack our patience there. AAPL, I think coming in for the first time right now. Oh, wow. Softy came into 418 again. AAPL coming into the 20 exponential on the 5, and I don't think it's actually touched it since 10:15. So I think this is the first 20 exponential touch at 135 on Apple. It's been really having a hard time breaking and holding above 229. It's been at 229 or just south of 229 for a hot minute, I want to say since 12:30, so the better part of an hour now. But we haven't taken 229 with any decisiveness. In fact, the high of the day is only 04s. So here we are. We're doing a bit of a 20-period retracement on the 5. What do we get? Unsure exactly how to play this. I'm not trading Apple today. Whatever. I'm not going to get into that cup of tea. Meta. I want to mention this because we're at resistance here on Meta. So we had this candle set up from around 11 o'clock till 11:30. We were rejecting everything that came into 589.50. It's really between 589, the closing prints, and the wicks go into 50. Here we are again. We're at 589. The wick goes into 50. We reject again. But we're putting in higher lows. But this flat top on Meta, like this is interesting here. Because you could have taken umpteen amount of shorts printed. You got that opportunity. I wasn't alive to this opportunity until right now. 130, you got that bump again. You're still technically, like 15 pennies away from 589 or 25, whatever. Meta moves like a monster. So we'll keep an eye out on this one. And Microsoft now is breaking down. So it looks like I'm going to get out of this one as it breaks down below 418. I think if it crosses 92s, that's the end of my trade there. I'm not sure what this wick is over here. We're going to have to get rid of that. Let's see if it bounces off 418 or this is the end of my trade. Indecision right now on the futures. I'm seeing doji candles all above that level. If we bounce above 418 on Microsoft, I'll stay in the trade. But if we continue to break down here, that's going to be the end of my trade, Satya.
Awesome. So I am looking at Tesla as of right now, just because an interesting thing that I really thought about was the fact that I feel like the psychological level that we really need to see is that $250 mark. And obviously today we didn't get there. We're at this, we rejected off this 247.40. And I feel like until it reaches that $250 mark, I don't think I'm very convicted in the long for Tesla anymore. Even it, bouncing around this VWAP level, I feel like I'm more convicted in the short just because I feel like that $250 level has been a significant level for some time now. Like if we look on a higher time frame, we had this rejection, not necessarily right at it, but around 252.24, had that rejection there. We have that resistance in that area. So if I'm going to draw it here, so like what I'm looking at here is right here. So just notice how it comes into this level. We're rejecting at those levels, and I feel like until we get up there Tesla, you're not tricking me into that long. Nope, not today. Okay, and so I'm looking for that short right now. I'm thinking that this consolidation, I need to see a break around this level, around 242.48, and looking for the short there. So that is really interesting. And then another thing that I wanted to bring up about Meta and why it's not going is I was looking on Yahoo Finance. And so if you guys tuned into our lesson, I think it was last week or 2 weeks ago. So if we go to Meta here, we want to look at, what the volume's doing. And the volume on average is like around 14 million, 13.9 million. And we're doing like less than half of that today. And so definitely think that that is something that we should be aware of when looking at Meta. So going to the Meta chart here, like it's really struggling with this $590 mark. And then again, at these days high and pre-market high around this 594.62. And so I definitely think we need to see that volume. We're less than half of the day's volume. And so definitely think that that is kind of like a bearish kind of indication to me. And so definitely looking at that, it is bouncing off of that VWAP level as well. But just the lack of volume is just not giving me that oomph to really, be sided with the long. And so that is what I'm looking at. And then looking at this Tesla again, 242.68 is what I'm looking at there. And then did my Disney get filled? No, Disney did not get filled. It's blasting up. It's at 93.61. We are approaching this bus stop high around 93.74. And this was yesterday's high as well. So definitely think it could reach there. And yeah, that is what I am looking at. NVIDIA 5-minute triangle breakout soon. Let's look at NVIDIA because I kind of left that on the side. I mean, it looks like it's starting to do a little bit of a curl, a little bit of a bounce here. I really like that. We have this bottom here around 130.150. Really like that. And then we have this kind of double bottom around this 131.68 on the 5-minute. So really like those. I think those are good risk levels as well. But I want to see a real break of this 132.57 in order to get involved. I feel like it's still a little bit early because we are still kind of on this downtrend here. And so that's what I would just be a little bit wary of because it could be more of a pullback before those shorts really start to come in and get involved. And so you don't want to get tricked out. You want to wait for confirmation. And so I feel like the break of this level, it could be like a right side of the V kind of action, but I want to see some more volume there and go from there. And what else are you looking at? Sorry. Before you go, yeah. SMCI rocket thrusters enabled again. SMCI.
Jeez. No way.
Again? Yeah, it's breaking through that VWAP level. We had that double bottom around 47.25, looking good as like a risk level there. Looking pretty good. I like the fact that it kind of broke above this downwards trend here. Looking pretty decent. I'd say a nice risk level would be around these lows, 47.21, 47.19. Looking really good there. How about you, Sharif?
All right, we're still in Softy over here. Where are we long? 89s. Let's see if we can. I got stopped out, by the way, guys, with the remaining amount through the break of 418. So we're gonna look. I'm getting back in because the futures making is trying to push into that 25-point area, and I know I shouldn't really be charting on the future and executing on Microsoft. We're so close to VWAP, I guess. I can't even articulate the exact reason why I'm into this area. There's not even a whole bunch of support at this area over here. So we're going to give this like 3 pennies. If it breaks through 77, that's it. So it's going to stop out right now. We'll lose 10 pennies on this one. It keeps bamboozling me, so that we're gone on this one. Did well all right on it. Now technically negative on Microsoft because I'm trading it badly over here, but that's all right. We'll look to do a little bit better. VWAP is coming in soon, so we could theoretically get a bit of a bounce on Microsoft at VWAP, but I don't think I should keep trying to trade this because, I haven't had the right read on it, quite frankly. So let's look at what else is moving on. Moving around right now, there's not a whole lot in terms of small cap gappers unless something new has shown up. No, it's still MNTS. We're still south of $1. We ended that trade a little while ago, so definitely held that 87, 85 penny quite well, but it's also rejecting off that dollar. It hasn't even made it down to VWAP in a hot minute, so you haven't been able to get in on that if you were waiting at VWAP. Let's see what else. Snow is consolidated. We were keeping an eye on this one. Not really sure why it was moving earlier, but it was awfully directional. Now it's kind of sideways above one or above that 185.50, but below 118.50, excuse me, and 119.50, a bit of a dollar range, but it looks like it might be holding the 20 exponential on the way up a little bit. As Satya mentioned, SMCI got a monster bid there, holding it above VWAP. SMCI has been awfully respectful of this $47.25 level. We're about $1 above that right now. So 47.25, not sure who's buying or why they were buying down there, but that defended at 35, 12.35, 12.40, and then 4 or 5 minute candles here from 120 till almost 40, where we defended 47.25. So it seems like it's coming in on a level. Now, if you were looking at a lower high situation, I don't think you're looking at that anymore because we broke this area crest over here with this latest pump. So SMCI possibly in play. Not going to trade this one. WW though, you guys have been waxing poetic about that all day, and it's done its darndest to stay above the volume weighted average price. In fact, if you had resting orders at VWAP, you've done really well because it hasn't closed anything south of VWAP since I think 11:05 a.m. today. So this one looking, I guess, day 2 continuation. Certainly not as directional as it was yesterday, Weight Watchers, but a good look nonetheless. So it looks like we got a bounce there off VWAP on Softy coming into that 55 penny level. So we'll have to keep tabs on that as well. Yeah, but I don't have a whole lot to look at right now. What are you guys looking at? Tag Satya or I in the chat. You no longer can vote. It is now 1:50, so voting is now closed. Let me know what you guys are looking at. Any choice, questions, throw them my way. I'm going to stay put now trading-wise in the last 10 minutes. I don't want to get into anything right now that I have to manage while I'm at the green screen. But otherwise than that, yeah, just throw it in the chat. Tag Satya or I with your questions. And thank you for people who voted. Yeah, shout out Bears versus Bulls. Full Tilt Macro just talked about WW, brother. I was talking about how it was holding VWAP quite well, but certainly off the highs of yesterday. Matt C, PFE. Let's have a look at PFE. Zach saying AMD's back above VWAP. That's an interesting one. But we're going to look at PFE first. Pfizer. All right, good day for Pfizer today. A lot of greenery there. 29.10 low, 30.25 high. Let's look at the 5 minute on Pfizer. Whoa. That's an interesting look there on your boy Pfizer. What's going on there? Let's find out. Where is it? Do we have a headline today on Pfizer? Oh, yeah, here we go. Yeah. Say that again, Fabian? Is it phasing through the levels? The Chilean nightmare wants to know. No, I mean, look, I think they're raising the ire of people. Pfizer and CVS are attracting activists. Now, what they're talking about there is something called pharmacy benefit managers that are basically middle intermediaries between the drug companies or sometimes the pharmacies and patients, medicine users, and they take a lot. So there's an active push now to remove these pharmacy benefit managers or whatever the like from the system to try to get drug costs down, which shouldn't really be good for Pfizer here. But we have, I think Adara brought us something about this earlier with Albert Bourla, the CEO. Oh, here it is. This is not seeing drop in demand for RSV vaccine. This is in it. Look, I don't know what it is right now, to be honest with you. What the reason for is. Oh, here we go. Buzz. Pfizer rises CEO Albert Bourla to meet activist investors at Starboard. Okay, so looks like, the market likes that. Drug maker CEO Albert Bourla plans to meet key executives of the activist hedge fund Starboard Value next week. The Financial Times reported Bourla and Shantanu Nayarian, PFE's lead independent director. All right, well, I'm not going to read the whole thing. But anyway, so looks like it looks as if, it's a good look for them. The future, though, breaking down Satya below that 20,400. So it looks like, that shelf at 20,425 ends up holding because yeah, we didn't break that. The future catching a bit of a sell right now. That ask is getting pushed down. Whoa,
Google's
look at
going
the
down
Fuge.
with it too.
Do we have any Fed speak right now? Who's taking these markets, man? Let's go. Let's see if anybody's making any commentary right now. Yeah, we're moving down aggressively here on the Fuge. Nice. That was almost 75-point move. Fabian, you're killing me, bro. He's on the ones and twos, and he's having a good time today. Good thing I didn't try to take that softy VWAP dip. I would have been in a whole lot of trouble if I did that. Yeah, smoked would have been right. What are you up to over there?
For sure. So I was looking at Uber as well. Uber looked pretty good because I liked the fact that it was bouncing around VWAP. Let me just delete that. It was bouncing around VWAP, broke it a little bit around 76.92, but I really like the fact that it was breaking through these highs. I still like it as well. I would catch it on the breakdown, a little bit more of a pullback here, looking at the 77.43 level, maybe at VWAP around 77.23, looking really good for the long. I really like that. And so some levels that I would risk off of? I want to make sure that I'm not getting stopped out at these, I want to make sure that I'm in for the duration of the trade. So stop loss level that I'm looking at is around here, this low here, this candlestick that kind of breached VWAP around the 76.78 level, and then the day's low. I feel like giving it the day's low, it's only about $1.80 from the day's low, and I definitely think that's not too much in, room to give it. And so that is what I'm looking at. Uber looking really good for the long. And then NVIDIA, oh my gosh, it tricked everyone out. I've seen people in the chat saying we're getting ready for the long at 132.50. 132.56 came in and it banged down from there. That's why I said I wasn't too convicted in that bounce. I really want to see, how I prevent myself from getting kind of bamboozled is I always want to make sure that it retraces to VWAP before I get into the long. That gives me enough confirmation for me to get into the long. Because it's below VWAP, I always get scared. I never typically looking for a long below VWAP unless it's around 10 a.m. During earlier, in that session. And so that's why I'm thinking NVIDIA, it's looking nasty. I did think that there could have been a bounce around here, but, we have 5 minutes to go. We want to see what the next candlestick does on the hourly chart when those, Fed speakers start speaking. Maybe they might change something, but as of right now, just be a little bit careful, hold your horses. You don't have to rush into the trade as of right now. Just wait for some confirmation because we want to see is there going to be a bounce? Is there going to be a continuation? And so you don't want to be caught up right in the middle of this tug of war. And so that's just the advice that I would give. It's not a distinct, going long, going short, but a lot of the time, just keeping your money in your pocket is the best way to go. You don't want to just give it away. And so that's what we're doing here. And then looking at Google here, I still think Google is on its breakdown as a target level that I'm looking at is 159.78, and I'm still sticking to that, but I would not rush into the trade. I would still wait until those Fed speakers start speaking because they can really change the game. They could really change the sentiment, and that is what I'm looking at.
I think they're done today, Adara says.
They're
all
done?
done for the day, yeah. After the close, great. So if you want some Fed speak, you're going to have to trade the aftermarkets, baby.
Okay.
This was a hell of a liquidity grab. Did you see the buy up in the Fuge?
No.
So let's show what just happened right here on the NQ December contract. And this happened as well as many Mag 7 names and other names as well. Yeah, big move down. We were whiffling, waffling 40,000, say 20,420. We dipped aggressively there, bottoming tail hammer candle into 20,355. And guess what? We're now back above 20,400. So liquidity grab, Obi would be very impressed with this kind of liquidity grab. And look at this. We're right back almost into that consolidation high. Wowzers, man. The market, yeah, look. If you're not ready for these kind of movements, this ain't the game for you because I think this happens a lot. It seems to be happening more. So good luck today. I mean, hey, the market's up, Mag 7's up, everything is, mostly strong. There's a couple of negative names. We won't complain too much. Let's keep an eye on some of the other names we were trading. This No, not this one. Sorry, MNTS. There we go. So this one's still having trouble breaking above $1. I've got really nothing set up at the moment, other than looking at these small cap gappers. It looks as snow is still going. Snowflake continuing to curl. Looks like it found its footing at the 20 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart. Now it's putting incrementally higher highs and higher lows. Looking to take out that possible 119.81 high a day. Essentially looking for a 120 break and take, but it's been awfully directional with no headline. Just want to remind you guys that we're just hypothesizing that this is moving in sympathy with some other names, maybe in the cloud, maybe in the cyber security fields, because I think they do a bit of both there. $40 billion market cap, by the way, on Snowflake. I don't really have anything, as we end off the show, other than to say, we're at this 20,400 area on the future that probably will be a little bit decisive today. Any ideas you want to leave people with? I think we have about a minute.
Not seeing anything too crazy. I would definitely just say with Google, look out for, this day's low around 159.71. We have this rejection here around 160.93 and still looking, pretty bearish. But I would look for a bounce around this level, see what we do from there. Don't get hasty. Just see what it does at that level. Okay. And then that's my...
All right. Someone's saying Uber over here, 2%, not a bad look. Who was that said it? Sebastian, shout out to you, my man. Not one that I had my eye on today, obviously, but we haven't traded that one today. Let's just have a look at what it's doing. Here is a look on Uber. Good directional move here through 30. Well, that's Pfizer. Excuse me. Yeah, we'll get it right, Fabian. Don't worry, I promise. Here we go. Yeah, kind of the same look. A little bit of a VWAP and consolidative after kind of bull flagging. Yeah, sell to $78. This is a good look today for Uber. If you're going to trade it intraday, maybe a dip trade off 77.50. Seem to have a bit of a top there. In fact, look at that bottoming tail candle when the market tanked. Went to 50, bounced right back up. It's 2 o'clock though. So it is time now to send you to the big kahunas. It's going to be Joe on tomorrow, but your girl today is going to be back Friday. So more crypto talk then. For now, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Same bad time, bad channel. Thanks.
Welcome, everybody. It's the afternoon, and some officials would have preferred a quarter-point cut from the Fed. It wasn't unanimous. What? Didn't we know that already? Of course, we kind of knew that already. Ooh. Fed officials give us something new. Obviously, Fed minutes coming out from the last meeting. This matters a little bit more than normal because we actually had a disputed decision, right? So, the idea being it wasn't everybody on board with the 50% basis points.
The Fed minutes just came out, or I didn't see?
Well, I saw one headline. Oh. I looked over at Twitter. I saw a single quote. Usually, you get like a string of this, that, because it's the full meeting minutes. So maybe there was one thing that got put out there.
That's what I'm trying to find.
Yeah, so again, I just see that one quote, and that's nothing new. We already knew.
For sure.
We already knew that it wasn't 100% on the board. There was a headline, geopolitical headline with regard to Israel, and
AMD, okay.
There was a spike to the downside, that liquidity grab. I know that was hopefully mentioned just before in the midday. The market's reeling a little bit back underneath. I happen to be in Pfizer right now with barcoding and bouncing off of some support. But my eyeballs are on Alphabet currently. I was looking for that. This was the candle. A lot of things made huge moves down. Alphabet really just went 60, 70 cents, pulled right back in. Looking for a break of this local bottom here on Alphabet. You get a VWAP or trace on it. It's not a flat bottom break because the low of the day is much lower than that. So that's what I'm watching. Still haven't seen any headlines. Not what I'm used to. Usually you'll get these trickles in of one quote, then another quote, and then another quote. Just the one. We'll let you guys know what we hear coming from those Fed meeting minutes.
Yeah, I just tweeted something out here. Substantial majority of FOMC participants supported lowering rates by 50 basis points, exactly what Neil said. The September 17th to 18th meeting, some participants noted that there had been plausible cause for 25 basis points. So I don't know. As we continue to go lower here, I was just trying to stay short. We're underneath the 50-period moving average. We did get a little stopped out right there as it breaks VWAP. I was saying, I have to get this figured out, man. I know Sateo was talking about where are those stop orders and how to not get triggered. Well, I need to listen to that lesson because my stop orders are always getting triggered, and they're just I even gave this one, 15 cents or so off of VWAP, but then we get that news, of course, and unfortunately, looks like, and we keep talking about it here on the show because not to get political about anything, there were only 20 4 days away or something like that until the election. So that's going to obviously move the markets here, I think, in maybe a negative way. And then we have the tensions, of course. Now it looks like Iran and Israel are throwing darts at each other here. So we'll figure out how that all goes. And then the U.S. is, of course, going to support Israel. And it's just going to be one of those things. So we'll just have to wait. Hopefully there is nothing. And then, of course, we have, I mean, the next, first of all, CCL, what a banger that was. I'm sure we'll get to that soon. Just getting ready. Sharif's almost ready over there. It is ready. But Fabian's running around right now. So I was going to say CCL was a huge trade today. 19.25 out 20.25 for that dollar. But the other thing was Hurricane Milton. And we wait to see, unfortunately, I think it hits landfall either like late tonight, early tomorrow. It's changing. Obviously, we sit here at our desk and I'm not sure, but that's going to be another thing. So I don't know. I look at the market and it's like there's not too many positive things out there right now, except for AI week, I guess. It seems like all these companies there continue to blast around some of the AI talk. AMD down.
Apple's happy.
What's NVIDIA say? So now it's down. So yeah, Apple's been a good stock.
Apple's been a good stock. I mean, the chips have maybe not been as good as they were before. AVGO was moving around a little bit there. The travel names have done fantastically. So, you just got to play it by ear here. I know there's a few people in the charts that have mentioned, or in the chat that have mentioned this GIVO. So I want to quickly point out it's at a double top of sorts. This is a 15-minute chart. We're going to go right over to Sharif in a second. But it's breaking this. Okay, hasn't broken. It's about to break this $2 level. And then overhead, you got like 10% up, that 220, you have some overhead resistance. So I feel like there's some room for it to go. But the volume is the problem. So no breaky for me. The volume, look at that. Deadsville on the volume. For a breakout trade, I want it to be going. But shout out to anybody that was in this one. Like a VWAP test, I guess, looks pretty good there. I believe Sharif is ready.
I think so. He's standing there. Are you ready to go, Andre? Yeah. All right. Thumbs up from Andre. So let's go over to Sharif.
Am I good? You gotta, sorry, welcome to the afternoon rundown. Make sure to join us on the How to Trade midday show and get into that chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day, but only the top 5 make it on. So make sure you're persuading your friends to vote your way. This is a look at the triple Qs, up nicely, about half a point for the ES and the NQ respectively. The Dow outperforming all the other indices today, about 0.4%. Last time I looked, maybe a little bit higher. The Russ lagging today, up 1/3%, but still in the green. This is the first ticker as decided by you, Tesla, as we all wait for that October 10th, 10/10 event, the widely expected release of the robo-taxi. But Ming-Chi Kuo, one of the analysts we often look to give us an indication with respect to iPhone sales, says his latest supply chain survey indicates that we won't get mass production of the robo-taxi until Q1 of 27. If you believe that, that's some way down the line, guys. But this stock's always been priced in with the robo-taxi in mind.
I mean, it's not just a regular EV company, and it's never been priced that way. M&TS broke $1. So I'm in. I'm going to give it to like 98 cents and just see where it can go. Sharif was in that one earlier, and these dollar breaks can be like, if it fail breaks it, you can see VWAP like that. So tight stop on any trade like this. But when you talk about Tesla, look, everyone knows the valuation is a bit, it's always been a bit extended, and that's part and parcel because the expectation is that they're more than just selling a bunch of EVs. Today was a monster V-shaped recovery that, quite frankly, I wasn't expecting. I like 238 for support on Tesla. I felt like whether 246 or 238. It came really close. It was so weak this morning that it just felt like you were going to get the test. Once you lost 240, I thought for sure the way it was trading down, you're going to get a test. The recovery was swift. It was up $2 pretty quickly and then breaking out the top. I did take the breakout trade. The only good thing about the breakout trade is I really didn't, like yesterday, the AMD breakout, it was at 9:30, so it happened really fast. I went to immediately scalp out, which is what I do, scalp out a bulk of the position really quickly, and I didn't get it. I actually didn't flip the stock correctly, and so instead of scalping out of AMD, I was still on the SMCI, and I went to like throw an offer, and I was shorting SMCI for no reason. I punched out of that, went over to AMD, and by the time I got back to it, AMD had rinsed me. So today I was on the stock when the level 2 broke and was able to scout most of it out. And then it was a false break at 46. Like it was able to get up to 47 there. The reload was a bad one. This should have been a trend reversal. I didn't. We talked about that already in the middle of the day. And then all of a sudden you're underneath VWAP and you're back to slight trend to the downside. It might be a flat bottom break on Tesla, but I'd rather be looking at VWAP in here as we speak. So underneath the 46, I think it's a little bit weak there. And just quickly, I'm going to show you MNTS because anyone, like these dollar breakouts, if it doesn't go right away, it could easily be back at 85. So I have a really tight stop underneath 98. And if it blasts down to VWAP and bounces, I want to be ready to try to pick some of that up with another tight stop to run back up to the high. So that's just a new addition. I don't know. I'm assuming it was like VWAP where Sharif was trading this because that looks like a really good VWAP retrace. But Tesla, it's going to be a wild one tomorrow in the evening. But today, it couldn't hold up.
Wow, thoughts, that Tesla. Okay, look, let's just talk about maybe moving forward right now. We're short the market. And I've already said my piece about, I think that we want to be short into today. I mean, it looks like a non-event there, the minutes. So,
My thing even on.
anyways, under VWAP, under, everything is under. Just kind of like when you see like the New York Jets play under, right? You know, like over Aaron Rodgers interceptions, under on game total score. But right now, you'll see here, Tesla starting to break, right? So there's VWAP, looks like it wants to go lower. We still have, again, all of the rest of today, a couple hours, and then tomorrow, all day tomorrow. And then we get the event. So don't trade this based on the event. I mean, but, you know, I feel like it will be a sell the event. Pretty much every single event has been that way. The Meta Connect was actually the other way around, it feels like. I mean, Meta, they're surprised a couple people. They brought out those new glasses that a lot of people weren't expecting, those sort of next generation advanced ones there. And I think Tesla could do the same thing and maybe talk about just like how Rivian, that, you know, it's like you just need a model. You need to throw it on. Like the Model Y goes on the bottom of the Model, on the top of the Model 3. Like it's all these builds. If they can come out and say, this is the robo-taxi for now, and I think that maybe, you know, we will put out a Model 2 or something similar that's going to be at roughly this price, then I think we could see Tesla moving. But if it's just going to be a robo-taxi event, I still look at this and say we're still running into 260. And I still like the short until we break that. So if we ever get up here, I like the short. And right now, we're doing pretty good holding 240. So just looking at the day, I would want to go short underneath VWAP, underneath the 50 period, underneath the 200 period. For me, it's a short right here. Then your stop would be somewhere around 245.50. So, I mean, I like the trade still, but I am net short. I'm only short AMD. And by the way, I like that blue at the bottom.
Looking great.
My opinion.
Yeah, guys, it's part of the new color scheme. Look at this. I mean, we got a new logo. We got everything. I mean, it's fantastic out here. All right, guys, NVIDIA, the next look or the next ticker on the rundown.
Out here.
Up 25% in the last month, rallying to record highs as we await tech earnings. Obviously, still, we got to get those banks in. It is the third day of that NVIDIA AI conference. No real specific headline today for NVIDIA, but their biggest manufacturer, Taiwan Semi, reported today out of Asia, and it was a beat all around 32.5% increase year over year on Q3 revenue. But it was a sell the news event for TSM as they're down half a point. A bit of a mixed bag today for chips, guys. You got the likes of SMCI up, AMD, NVIDIA a little, down, and TSM as well. So no real direction today on these chips.
Depends on the chip name you're looking at. I think
we got direction.
a few of them would argue that there was a pretty clean direction. What's interesting is what happened before, and I want to shout out to everyone in the chat that was yelling about TSM this morning. I think it most certainly helped when TSM was losing the bottom. It's not now, which is at least a little bit interesting because NVIDIA is at the low, but it was part and parcel. I made almost the same mistake as yesterday with like, hey, let's just play the first initial bounce when you want to dip buy, had a tight stop, but then try to be at least a little bit more disciplined with it. Like it goes into prior support, and here in the afternoon, it caught the bid, scalp out, stop out. It caught another bid down at the actual, the big support level from the midday yesterday, that 131.5. Bought some higher lows in there. I didn't hold through VWAP. That was a mistake, but might be even bigger mistake Once it established this pullback after the VWAP hold, it's like, okay, there's a trend. Does it respect the trend on the way up again? It did, and then there's the trend break. Wasn't really on this one. I mean, admittedly, I wasn't at that moment looking for a short on NVIDIA. So you kind of have to have the idea that that's a stock you want on the reversion, but it was about as clean as day when it held that upward trend. So NVIDIA was able to catch it a few times for some good longs. The first one way too early. Now you're starting to roll back over. As I said, TSM is no longer moving. We're going to talk about SMCI. Oh, SMCI and Micron next. So usually I'll start talking about other chip names, but we're going to be able to get to SMCI after this.
Yeah, so same kind of talk on NVIDIA here. You guys already saw if you heard what I did in the morning or you were here in the morning. You know, we were long, honestly. I always like NVIDIA longs, and obviously we're looking at it with rose-colored glasses because it fell all the way in, man. And I thought this name would be the strongest one here today, and it looks like it might be the opposite because NVIDIA's at the lows right now, and we're short AMD. So we were able to get out of 75% and buy it back. We will still be red. This was right as we were still on air when this was happening. So a couple back, forth, in and out. Then we wound up getting out for flat there as it wound up breaking 132. I think we were all in that, or at least looking at it. And then we tried again here at 132, 30s at 132 again. So a little bit of a 30-cent break there to the downside. And then, of course, because we don't have AMD written down here, doesn't mean we can't talk about it. But we had AMD here as a long at 170. That was fantastic, man. That went up $1.50 in the money right there. We got out. Then we tried it again. We weren't sitting here, but we had our stop. So we went long at 170, literally 170.13. Then it dropped. Yes? Okay. Then it dropped through 170. We got out. Now, I was looking at the market and thinking, oh man, we're underneath. This looks like a short. So we're short right here basically at VWAP. We gave it a go once. We're giving it a go another time right now. Let's see if it wants to hold. We're short AMD right here, right now against VWAP. So, I don't know. Weaker, right? Chips are weaker today. When's the last time, and don't at me, it was probably last week, that, the futures were actually having a decent day, up 0.5% when the market in the semis is down 1%. NVIDIA down more, AMD down 1. Let's see what winds up happening right now. I'm short NVIDIA, dime in the money.
November 5th, 1955.
Oh, 1955. Yeah, that's when I bought my first NVIDIA shares, actually. I'm rich.
Back to the Future. That's the date that.
Okay.
That's the date Marty and Doc went back. Anytime someone's like, "Oh, I have no idea the last time that happened." So if I'm gonna make up a date, I always say, well, not always. Usually, I'll say November 5th, 1955, because I don't remember the date they went to.
I should have known.
It was 2021 they went to in the future, which I don't remember that date because I remember it came up.
Yeah, like why wasn't it a bigger day, like on social
October
media or something? It probably was.
But I think something in sports that they said in the movie ended up happening that year. Whatever, the shadow.
Cubs won the World Series.
Maybe like the Cubs or the Dolphins or something. Let's go back and talk some SMCI.
Not the Dolphins.
Nothing. It couldn't have been the Dolphins because they didn't win.
The Dolphins haven't won anything, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's got to be Miami.
Yeah, they're still waiting. Super Microcomputer next. A good look here, up 4 2/5. Excuse me. Good look. We got a few days ago. We got a couple of updates about new products that they were releasing. They were releasing these AI servers with a new coolant technology. In addition to that, we also heard that they were selling about 100,000 of these servers per quarter. Today, another new product launch. They're launching a 3U server system. It has up to 18 GPUs and is also using Intel's Xeon 6900 series processor. I mean, it's a good look, and the market likes it's up 4 1/3, guys.
That's it. Okay.
Okay, so
It sounds like my
it's not
mining.
enough.
It sounds like my mining rig.
You need more than that. You always need more. So SMCI obviously had a pretty strong day. I just want to point out Broadcom is at the highs. So this is the other chip name. I know it's a weird day for the space because you have moves like this, and then you look at what's going on with AMD and obviously NVIDIA at those lows. So AVGO, completely different story. SMCI, not a totally different. It's not the exact same. In the morning, it was just as strong, if not even stronger. But certainly, it did a good job of filling in the gap. I'll say that. Like it broke out. I tried to grab something when it came back through VWAP. You can see how it sort of exploded away. And this was when think about it, the market looked weak at that moment. And when that happens, usually you don't want to compromise on the long when the rest of the space is bleeding to the downside. But it was a mistake. SMCI was a squeeze type recovery name, and it didn't care what the market is doing. pretty much closed the gap to the previous support, if you want to call it that, at 49. And now you have a bit of a flat bottom break looming on SMCI. So Broadcom high of the day, right? So it was doing strength and now continuing to push things up, or at least hold things up as much as they can. But SMCI, in fear of losing this 47 level, just feels as if it breaks that, we could be right back to the flood that this thing has been. This isn't split adjusted, but you get the idea of what it's been like for SMCI, with the exception of this morning.
So we got some 75s there on AMD, just letting everybody know that. It's right here at 80, so you guys can grab it as well. If you so are inclined, SMCI there, super micro. It's funny because I was like, oh man, we were so on point down there at that $40 level, but then it came in yesterday only to go back up here today. So I feel like you might want to trade this name if you are looking for, especially off the open, bigger moves that, can just go on a $40 name. Remember, this was just split out 10-1. So again, I don't know enough about this business to tell you whether or not this is a good one, but they're shipping more. They just had that update, 100,000 GPUs or something on Monday. Which day is today? Maybe it was Tuesday. That really rallied this name. So there's the move right there on the 7th. So huge move up. I would still be looking at this area right there, this sort of gap fill to 49. So 49.25, I think, might be a good spot, especially if you were buying yesterday. Get something out just ahead of 50. We stopped at 51 before. I could see that happening again. So there's 49.50 coming through again. I feel like that's going to be a level. So I would short that if we can get back up there. I don't know if we'll get there today or not, but that's a good short, I think. And then, honestly, we just talked about the chip names being downside today. SMCI going the other way. So for me, I'll stay away. Obviously, we don't need to trade something that we haven't looked at all day, but I would say this break looks pretty good, 47.20, especially if the market falls down. But is the market actually falling? I mean, I don't know if the sky is falling or not, but this market definitely isn't, right? So right now, we'll wait on it. SMCI, I would think if you're looking for longs, this is the one for you. We're short right now, the AMD, which doesn't look like it's doing too much. I'll put another bid here at 81. We'll just take that. But yeah, SMCI, the strongest chip name, that's the one you want to go long.
Broadcom.
Broadcom stronger?
Broadcom is... Broadcom's not a stock.
Another name I don't look at enough. I got to put AVGO on the watch.
It's so ridiculous because there's a few names. It's like, I just got to put them on the watch list and put them on. It's not even on my quote board, which is a huge mistake because Broadcom, it's literally one of the biggest constituents in the index. And it's the only one of the top 10 that is not on my quote board. That's a mistake. Let's go to Micron.
Ooh.
Yes, sir. Down 1.3% right now as it kind of, with that whole chip trade. There was no specific catalyst on this one today, but John Vin from KeyBank, the analyst there, chimed in on this one yesterday. He maintained the overweight rating, but did drop the price target $10 from 145 to 135. You'll recall Micron sold off aggressively as we were told that there was a glut in inventory of high bandwidth memory. Then they reported and basically contradicted that whole narrative. SK Hynix, another company that deals in this industry, traded in the Korean markets, also bounced off that. So again, no specific headline today, guys, but yeah, down about 1.4.
Micron, there was a headline on JKS here, Jinko. The U.S. asked to boost duty on Jinko Malaysian solar exports to 13%. Now, that's what the headline says. I have no idea if that's from 0 to 13% or 3 to 13% or 12 to 13%, which obviously matters. But it doesn't seem like it's good because Jinko just dropped $1.20, and it's only a $25 stock, now a $24 stock. So
get down.
There's a look. That's not a good one at all for them. Micron, interesting that this is. I kind of felt like AVGO would be on this list. Micron's not doing a heck of a lot. It's clearly relatively weak, but it's holding on to VWAP, whereas other names are underneath it, like NVIDIA, like AMD, like. I don't know, insert other chip name in there. You're just basically hugging VWAP on Micron. And the breakout that's attempting to happen off the 50 period can still wait because it's not breaking out this level. I want the break, the actual hold above the 200 period. After earnings, it's kind of like let it calm down, and it calmed down in front of the 50. If this can break back out above the 200, to me, that's when it looks like a much more appealing long for MU. But I'm staying away from Micron. I feel like there's a lot of things you can trade in the chip land that are moving more, whether it's SMCI, NVIDIA, AMD, Broadcom on strength, and of course SMCI is not going to break that bottom. The market's going down. I fully expected this was going to be breaking that flat bottom. Instead, SMCI is bouncing here. Okay, that's weird.
No, nothing. It's just like AMD is like the market. NVIDIA was just at low of day there, and AMD is like, okay, we're gonna go back up to VWAP. So we take a piece out there at 80. So that was okay. I'm gonna try one more piece here, a little bit higher, like 171.10, and then try to give it to like 171.20s or so, and get a little bit short just in case this is some sort of a bump that I have no idea. All right, hold on a second. Let me just take some now. I was waiting there at 10s. If it doesn't get there, then whatever. Let's take some now. We're getting lighter on this position. We've been getting out of it, so we'll just try it again right now. We just punched, what, 04s there, so we'll see, or 03s. Now we'll wait to see what happens to the downside. Let's put some more bids. Maybe let's try to take a dime on mid-80s for like 10% and then get a little bit lower. Look, I mean, Micron had that great earnings report, right? So, oh, shoot. All right, I got to deal with this. We just got some more short there on AMD. Let's just try to get this out. This might just go now. I mean, if the futures take out the 50, which it's doing right here, not that we're worried about getting back to VWAP. I think that's that's a downside move. Sorry, I don't know why I thought VWAP was higher. That's not going to happen. So we'll have to wait now to see if it can hold out. We'll take this about 5-6 more cents to the upside. It's already broken through. It already just bounced off the 50-period moving average. We'll be fine on AMD today. AMD is completely okay, but for right now, it is making that move higher. So we have our stop. Breaking 171.15. So if that happens, that happens. Yeah, look, Micron right now, which is pretty good, man. And we'll take a 10-cent hit on AMD, like much better than some of the bigger ones we've taken. Look, Broadcom is at 52-week highs, by the way. So for that one, nowhere near where Micron is. They had a great report, spiked it up. Its best day was its birthday there, and then it came all the way back in. So right now, I think Micron goes lower, especially. There we go. We just get stopped out of AMD. That's too bad. I actually like that position for a minute there, but the market goes up. Yeah, so I was just going to say, like, I don't think you're going to get back to here anytime soon. And if you do, I feel like you'd want to be on the other ones. So right now, AMD, Micron, AMD, NVIDIA, AVGO, SMCI, they're all going the other way. Micron's going this way. So today, Micron might be down. So is AMD. So is NVIDIA. But Micron's been down for a minute, right? So I would say if we're going to play weakness in anything, forget about AMD. By the way, now AMD is way up. So that's officially a 13-cent hit there. We'll take that. Honestly, to be able to go like this, go like that, get out there, not a great call because it is going upside. But I would say short Micron if I'm going to do anything right now. Futures trying to go. White House, just hearing something. Oh, Biden talking with Netanyahu. So, anything's going to happen. We knew that call was going on. Apparently, it's been 30 minutes and it's now over. So we'll hear if there's any press conferences coming through there at the Pentagon or White House or wherever to hear what's going on with some of this defense and all that. So, okay, market teetering on news, I guess, at any moment.
Yeah,
so
we'll Florida first.
Yeah, we'll just wait for it. Yeah, well,
you know what?
How do you protect Florida? Would you put up a wall there? I don't.
No, I mean, look, at the end of the, you know what? I shouldn't get into
can't
it. But
protect Florida.
What you can do is
you can help.
You can help.
Over with.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like you got to be ready to help. I think that's.
You could build a wall. Maybe Trump was onto something there. If you build a wall that's so huge that just absolutely, or you know what?
On a side note, one of the interesting things is Nassim Taleb talked about this. There's a fundamental reason why places are always unprepared for the major storm. It's because cost-benefit analysis, when they build levees and when they build bridges, they always talk about what's the 100-year storm. So you basically, that's how politicians base things and economists base things. So you're always screwed when there's like a generational, this is the worst in 200 or 300 years. You're essentially screwed. And the damages are so bad. But if you just say, hey, let's go 10, 20% beyond that, cost more, protect more people. Anyways, it doesn't matter.
Well said, Neil. Weight Watchers, WW today on watch. Didn't mean that. Anyway, they got a headline yesterday that they're looking to pick up GLP-1s and prescribe them at first instance there. They got a good move up yesterday, another second day continuation today, up almost 45%. Semaglutide is the one that they're going to offer. But yeah, you just expect that they may expand into more GLP-1s. But good luck, guys. The market likes this.
It's a great headline. And I think yesterday, I think it was a missed opportunity yesterday for a swing entry on WW. First things first, there's a trend reversal happening on Alphabet. This is similar to what Micron did yesterday in the trend down, VWAP, Connect, and then now breaking. So I'm looking for a consolidation over the trend. I should already have a stop underneath 160.40 in case I get picked up. So I'm just going to throw a stop in there. Trying to get picked up in this consolidation. It's already closed above. If it's up here, then I'll look for an entry maybe in the 70s. But right now, I'm trying to pick it up at 60. WW, rocket ship. I mean, what can you say? There was a chance for this a couple of times. Like one, yesterday on this, it broke $1 and then gave you a nice hold of $1 in the afternoon for that consolidation. Sometimes when you swing a penny stock, I used to do it way back in the day. Take profits when you get a chance and then play with house money. I've made that mistake too. But it did a dip into no man's land. So it's easy to say, yeah, but you could have had it at $1.25. You had to have a reason to get it. I think you got to wait for it to settle down for a couple of days, see where it levels off, and if it wants to make a secondary push. So it couldn't break $2 today. I'd be looking at this previous high of like 140. If it can hold on to that for a couple of days, maybe we get a secondary push. But the day one play was golden if you could have had anywhere in that 1 to 110 level. It had just gone. Your risk could have been like 25 cents. A bit of a missed opportunity, I think. But anyone that's in it, congratulations to you. I'm looking for 140 to hold. If it can, they might set up another swing.
Oh, gosh, damn. Let's go right now. I mean, this is what we're talking about. Look what we just did on AMD. Forget about it, man. We wrote down 170 long. Why? Because there's a damn AI event tomorrow. We want to be long. Bang, this name right there, and there it goes, nicely traded here. Now we're 30 cents in the money. We make back, we talked about it, we lost 13 cents. So now we'll go upside here. We could still lose on this trade, I don't know. We are now out of half though, as it continues to go upside. There's the break right there. I wanted to go long on the 25 break. We took it, man. We're long at 29. Let's see if this can go a little bit higher. I'm just pretty happy there with this trade now. And again, I know it's only 30 cents, but let's see if it can get going to the upside right here. Maybe the rest of the day, honestly. Look at the futures. The futures are saying hold our damn beer as well as that continues to go to the upside right now. Taking out all-time highs right now on the SPY. We talked about that past high. Sharif asked me about this earlier on in the midday show. It was 574. Yeah, it was 574.71. Used to be before today, past tense, all-time high. And right now, we just took that out on the SPY. So we just took that out pretty much right off the open. I mean, in this run, here's 74, what did I say it was? 74.70. So right into here is where we took it out. That's a nice bump right through that level right there. So nicely done. Now we have all-time highs right now on 577 flat for SPY. So
right there.
Great job there. Anybody that's been trying to support those levels, it looks like you're going to be good on that one, especially a break. I think a break there is great as well. All right, so that's the SPY, new all-time highs, and soon to be all-time highs. We'll be joined by the triple Qs and the NASDAQ. Let's go AMD. We just got a nice fill up there as well as that's going. Look at the NASDAQ right now, like as if something got underneath it. I mean, I don't know. It didn't even go, it's not the Fed. Because we already had the minutes.
I think it's the call ending.
That's what I was going to say. It was probably like nothing happening right now with that. Oil's been dipping here a little bit today, continues to do that. As China, I can't believe China withholds that stimulus. That is like such a dirty move. Like, I don't know, man. But Alibaba's actually recovered nicely there today. Wasn't it down to 104 or something in the pre-market? Almost. So it got to not really, 105.50. But nice recovery for Alibaba as well. I thought I'd come over here and see a completely different story for Baba, but nicely done for Alibaba, holding the 50 period and holding the 200 as China. We could check out FXI. I actually wanted to go. I was actually talking to some of the guys behind us.
Do you have tip up
yesterday? Yeah, well, I'm the one who told you about it.
What's that?
Yeah, because yesterday none of these guys knew anything about tip, and I was actually showing these guys yesterday, and I'll call it up.
No, I was talking to another trader on the car ride home yesterday, and then these guys said it too.
Yeah, exactly. So I told all these guys yesterday, everyone was like, what the hell? And I said, check out this, compare your profits. Because you remember what was before? It was a couple $1,000s here or there, right? Well, look what's happening right now. This is the top 10 traders from yesterday. 50,000, 50,000, 30,000, 30,000, 23,000, 22,000, 22,000, 21,000, 20,000. These are salaries, okay, right there. So as you can see, and look where it is, FXI, KWeb, FXI. This is all Amex trading. So I told these guys, I said, look, man, when I was running the office, first of all, probably the heyday, but we were always looking at tip, man. And I look around and I'm like, guys, man, you guys got to be looking over at this. This is obviously China. So hopefully, although we have two traders behind us. Hopefully, more and more we'll start looking at FXI, and that's what I wanted to get at, and that's why I was coming here. Look at yesterday's move higher right there into the close. I feel like it's just breaking levels, and then people are just going on it. So we'll find out more about what this FXI trade is all about. But honestly, man, look at that move. It
was the run at the close.
Into the, that's what I'm showing. Yeah, into that, or it could have been the short too. But anyways, you know, volume is where volume is. And honestly, this is a huge move with a monster print into the close as well. So I would say, yeah, man, stay on top of all of this. It's FXI. And for right now, it is Adara.
Just to recap here, in case you missed the midday session, there were some exciting things to keep an eye on here for sure. Of course, the big thing that happened at 2 p.m., right at the end, there was the release of the FOMC minutes from that September meeting. And a lot of these minutes do discuss that somewhat surprising decision to cut to cut rates by 50 basis points. And it's interesting, a lot of the comments here seem to suggest that the 25 basis point cut was actually more favored. Apparently, several participants noting a 25 basis point cut would be in line with the gradual path. We also had apparently several members supporting the 25 basis point cut. We know only one Fed member actively dissented from the decision to cut by 50 basis points. That was Michelle Bowman, but it sounds like lots of other Feds were potentially in that 50 basis point camp as well. So interesting look. Either way, we get the S&P 500 make new all-time highs today. Definitely a little bit of a bull flag type look here on the 15-minute chart as we try to find a bit of support and potentially push higher. So it could be a pretty interesting power hour in about half an hour here. Stocks here having a bit of a run up after the FOMC minutes. We did have Apple making new high of days. It's also worth noting here, we have on watch still geopolitical updates. We did have Iran saying around 11:30 that they're not interested in a war and will not strike unless Israel strikes first. We're going to have to see what the updates are with that. We know Netanyahu and President Joe Biden of the United States have been on the phone, so we'll have to see how this all resolves. But pretty interesting day for trading so far. Let's see how it all unfolds.
Well, that's nice to hear. What's interesting? I mean, how often do you ever hear the headline, "We are interested in war"? No, I think that's fantastic. Clearly, the market likes something about what was going on here. I'm just going to show you my black chart for a quick little second there because I just want to show you the consolidation. It's not like a missing candle or anything. So we already broke trend. You're at a support level or resistance level, I should say, a prior support, resistance level. There is a consolidation on Alphabet. It's the first one above that trend line. So giving it to basically underneath that 80 level to look for a push into VWAP. So that's Alphabet. I was eyeballing, okay, Apple's starting to come back in here. Looked up Apple. Look, Apple's been ridiculous, up 1.5%. Just went a crazy move upside. And then the pullback, if it gets to the 229 level, I think a bounce off of 229 here in Apple. As the market they broke the high. If it puts in a nice little higher low here, I do want to play some continuation plays. Darwin likes the dark charts. We sort of asked around and got the advice that, hey, what's going to look better for the viewers? I think like the cleanness of these is better. I just like the dark charts on my eyes when I'm monitoring when I look up. But you just got to do whatever works for you. Yeah, that's all that matters.
Yeah, I mean, whatever. We did it for we did it for the viewers. We thought it was more aesthetically pleasing. That would we're reloaded. I mean, there it is, man. AMD falls right back in, and there it goes, falls right back into our level. So we take another 24. We actually got 24s. And so we're taking now 20 cents as it keeps going to the upside. I may take another piece out. I think we just got filled at 50 though, right there. So we just got filled at 50 there. Was it? Yeah. Okay. All right. I didn't know we just ripped up to that. We must have hit it and come back in. So that's the problem, is these crazy wicks. Like sometimes you'll get stopped out on big dramatic moves. We do wait, obviously, with bated breath. I mean, I'm not, like I was saying, not super happy that we're sitting here trading and talking about, this world and what it's been doing, but we have to talk about it. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening right now with just not only the market, but hopefully with AMD as well. Okay, nice move up. We were waiting at 69er. Let's take something out again in the 50s. Then we'll get something out at 69 if we can get that. That was sort of I'll go to 65. I was only looking there. It's not. I don't mean that to be 69 for any reason. It was right into here. It was meant to be 59. That's 59 right there, not 69. We never got to 69 in the first place. We actually had a great, so there it is. So we'll take a 54 out. That's better. Happy to do that now as that comes out. The highest we got was 64. So remember, we went short here. We talked about that. We talked about going short, taking the money, then getting out. But then we said, you know what, man, let's just be with the trend and not try to be smarter than the market because we ain't. can't, you know, we're not even using the proper English terminologies. We ain't. And then
Go from
so
like bated breath.
so there
to
it goes. Yeah, exactly. So we'll wait and we'll see. So we'll take another piece out right now. We are only a third in on this because we did get a reload and we wanted to make sure that we put some money in our pocket here, obviously heading into this close. So yeah, man, so far so good. Let's just wait to see what winds up happening, hoping for a move higher. So if that happens, great. That's what we're doing. Bitcoin 61.4 right now, not dancing around too much. We can have a look at our friend IBIT to see if there's anything going on with that one as we'll look and see. But yeah, right now, IBIT doing its own thing, trying to make a nice candle to the upside. I like that. I like when IBIT goes upside, generally speaking. Whoosh, I like that. Right there, what, $34, $35 for IBIT. We talked about this with Brian Shannon yesterday. He actually trimmed some of his crypto holdings as of late. So I don't know. I would say, you know, if we're talking about it, I mean, I think that we could get definitely a little bit. I mean, I'm trying to find the flag here. I mean, if you're going to put a flag, oh, I need this wrong one. This right into here. If you're going to call this kind of a move, maybe upside, but again, then I'm getting a little bit too. You know, what are you going to draw it there? Yeah, I don't know. It needs to break higher. Is at the end of the day, is what I'm trying.
I had
to
this
get
conversation with Michael. I was just like,
Is it still the greatest long of all time, or has he changed?
Well, I think I love it if it breaks. I'm for anything that's in a general upward trend that I like. Then if it breaks out, then you know, why not join it if it breaks? But it just can't seem to break the top of that trend line. It's like anticipation. Well, it hasn't broken. So when it does, if it does, that'd be a place I think to add. My physio guy just keeps on telling me that I should not be.
I love it. It's like your physio. This is the thing. Whenever we talk about crypto, it goes to one of two ways. It goes my barber. This is for you.
Yeah.
Is my barber, my physio guy, or your?
Well,
who's the other one?
Well,
taxi.
It's the driver.
But you see what I'm talking about? It's the guys that are in the service business that are working hard with their hands, that are trying to get ahead by investing. But the problem with all of that is, Neil, fool's game.
But here's the thing. I don't say anything about my barber anymore. Why? Because now he's
liquidated.
Hughes, Nvidia. He loves Tesla a lot, so he's always like, "Why isn't Tesla strong enough?" I'm like, "Look, I explain all the things that are going on with Tesla. No, but he's into Nvidia and Hughes now. It's not obsession with crypto. There's nothing wrong with crypto. I'm not going to pretend that I understand everything. No, it's just that my physio guy was telling me that I should be. I only have Bitcoin. I have like small amounts of other you-know-what coins in the Coinbase account, but everything else is like Bitcoin and ETH. And he's like, you should sell half your ETH and put it into Solana. And I was like, oh, I'm like, okay, well, give me the reason why. So the next time I go on Thursday, he's going to have to explain to me why I should be doing that. Because I'd like to at least understand the use case. I've heard, okay, fine, fees better uses, but like explain that to me like I'm an 8-year-old, and then maybe I would do something like that. But Sean's 100% right. There's nothing wrong with having shot plays here and there, but buy and hold good things, and then suddenly if a shot play doesn't work out, you're not crying about it. Crypto, Mara, weak, down 4. If there was another mistake that got made today, look at the 50 period on Mara here on the daily. And look at what's happening here. It just feels like if it tests this line during the day, if it breaks it, wait to next resistance, like that's what happened at 18. But here, if it just gets there, look for the fade. Like you're fading pops on Mara almost every single day. Like, and it just works. And like 1 out of every 4 or 5 days, you might lose. But until that stops happening, it's just a good litmus. Like things are short till they're not. It's weaker than every other miner out there that I see a chart of. So Mara at low of the day, I'm not surprised by it. The market is trying to come back in here. Alphabet, it's not really doing much. I'm long at 97. It's at 0. So it's still consolidating.
Alphabet.
Google.
Yeah, good one.
Yeah, I go back and forth. We should just call it Google because the symbol.
No, I was only saying that because it's a good look. I forgot about that today.
Look at it go sideways here.
Its name is Alphabet.
Yeah, it's Google.
I don't know anybody that can do the alphabet backwards.
His mama named him Clay. I'm gonna call him Clay. No, that was
Muhammad Ali.
I think that was Joe Frazier said that. Joe Frazier. No, but I knew a person that could say the alphabet backwards back in junior high. And there was one of those, like, just for whatever reason, they decided to be cool and like learn it and practice it and practice it.
Yeah, that's real cool to learn that.
I mean, when you're 12 years old, people think a lot of weird things are cool.
Yeah,
I won't name any names as to who it was.
They definitely don't think your dads are cool. That's for sure. All right, so I try to like My kids are just like, no, just stop every time. So I was okay. All right, so we actually took out a little bit too much there on AMD, so we have about 20% left. I actually got 2 fills there, as you might have heard me say, damn, because I got a 55 and then a 58. Like it just went boop, because I was like, maybe we're not going to get it. Forgot to cancel that. So then I canceled my 69 now and just said, you know what? We took a 58 instead. So it's not, so we're still waiting for 75. Always key level, man. Always like 75s, 50s, 25s. Love those quarter points. We'll take it out again. So if it gets up there, we'll get it out. But man, AMD has been a good one. And all we had to do was just flip up our mindset, right? Because, and I don't know what NVIDIA is doing. Actually, NVIDIA made the move too. I was going to say like AMD, although redder than NVIDIA, that strength there when the market was doing this and AMD wasn't going and NVIDIA was going to the downside. And that's what I was sort of bitching about, like, wow, AMD doesn't want to go down. Well, we flipped it over and went long and made back more loss there. So that was a good trade-off for us. Man, oh man, was Palantir shut out. Max no longer here. I don't know if you guys mentioned that last week. But here we go. He took his Lambo out of here. But we should still be into Palantir. But the thing is, again, we talk about our opportunities. And honestly, like when that was going to break the 50 period, it held. I thought maybe we were having a little bit of reversion there in for the market. We were right. I mean, this went down to 57s. So like I was pretty glad we got out at 75. But look at it just hold, man. I mean, it doesn't even think about really breaking the 200 period until even right here, and then it just goes no. So this was a trade there. If you're looking for trade ideas, obviously we have the watch list. We also have the sticky note right here, and you can see we had Palantir 42 long break. So that was a banger there. Well, props up for that. Anybody that had that. Palantir still remains one of my top stocks. My number one stock on the day is still Amazon. Like, we had Amazon long here at 182, man. And we thought we were a superhero getting out here at the high of the day at that time. And we held it from basically right from the jump. This is the very first trade I was in. We were long at 935, 934. It fell down. And we actually just said, all right, it was stronger than the market at that time. And I was like, I like that 182. And if you sort of zoom back out on Amazon, it was just into yesterday's close. I was going to give it like, looks pretty easy there. I think I was probably going to give it down here, 181.75. I mean, that drop down is too low, 181.30, so we weren't doing that. We've made the mistake of holding on to trades into these levels, and then I get stopped out, and then it rips. So we wanted to make sure that we only held a little bit there, but there it goes. Actually, a pretty full position for us. Nice upside. This is why, for me, this is PL number one. Despite even CCL looks better as a trade, but look at this one, man. We're going to have to maybe stop getting out at 50 periods, start using something else. But look, if I use a 200 period, I'm probably out there, right? So you gotta be careful. That was probably a VWAP break, if anything, now that I look at it. So out there, but then we held, and then we held for the top of the day. So, pretty good. Can't complain when you look over and you were long at 182 and the stock's at 185. So good stock there, potentially running out of some steam. I don't know if I want to be long. Why can't, it's because I'm on this. I was like, why can't I move this over? I still think that we want to be long here. We'll talk about 50 period moving averages. We really like that one. That's down there at 180. So for right now, man, long and strong on Amazon. I think I like that position.
Yeah, Amazon's a beast. I mean, anything, look, if you're, I hate to divide things up this way, but it's typically true. When the market is consolidating at the high, unless you have a really good entry strategy or reason to be long, you don't necessarily want things that are under VWAP. It can be better if they're breaking out on VWAP. I'm going to use the example here of NVIDIA. So usually I wouldn't normally want something like this long or be looking for a long trade. And someone was asking opinions on NVIDIA. I'm going to remove this trend line and then show you the one that you could either draw it from here, or what I would usually do is I would say that it attempted to break the trend here, didn't, and then look what happened when it eventually did. Catching a consolidation off the break of this trend, literally impossible. The consolidation's higher. That is strong. That's usually very strong if you don't get a sideways consolidation. Like Alphabet, which is a similar setup, it's just kind of going sideways at the first level and still going sideways. Like I said, 5 cents in the money, 5 cents out of the money. And this is now, there's one missing in here, but these are 3-minute candles. So it's been 12 minutes in this consolidation after the break of this trend, whereas NVIDIA extended almost all the way to up. What do we got here? So thank you for the super chat here, Nick. What up, Nick?
What up?
I'm going to hit the like on that. first, and I'm going to reply here, so I don't have to hit the reply, but appreciate you. Do you guys have any swing trades in your portfolio? Do you invest in any dividend stocks or ETFs? Are the lessons in the lives, are the lessons in the lives are getting reposted? You mean like our lessons, like the lessons we do in the day? Like, obviously, learn to trade in the middle of the day. You can always go back and watch that.
Maybe the ones that
the lesson of the day, we were cataloging them before. The idea is to release some of them as shorts. I feel like it makes a lot of sense. And if we're not getting them all out, maybe we should go back to doing it. But you know what? The best part about it is it's always at the same time each day. So if you want to go, you can go back to any stream, and then right at 12 o'clock, essentially, we'll be coming on there. I do swing in my TFSA, which, it's kind of like you have your RRSP and then your TFSA with a tax-free saving account. I don't do it very often. Every now and then. I had Tellurian once from $1 to $1.75. That thing just closed. It was a deal. I've swung. I'm currently in a Rivian, which is in my TFSA. That's not really doing much of anything. And we've been in a few things here or there. Right now, I don't have any on. Like, the one that I'm looking for is actually a breakout play in Snowflake, which just hasn't really set up for me. But yeah, every now and then I do have dividends in my RRSP, and there's a dividend ETF in Canada that I've had for quite some time, XEI, and then I have dividend stocks in there like banks and a couple of energy names. That's usually in like the longer term RRSP account. But in terms of what I've been looking for, it's this Snowflake that, let it snow. I want the snow to come early. So what I've been waiting for, and it would be easy to say, yeah, but Neil, it broke today. That's fine. It needs to close above, right? Like, if I'm looking at something on a daily or a weekly chart, all it has to do in this, I want it to close above, open holding the 50 period moving average here on snow. And then I'll usually either just take, like, if tomorrow it's either could break 120, I don't know where it's going to open up tomorrow. I can't read the future. But as long as it's holding the 50 period tomorrow, I would look for an entry, possibly at the end of the day, or in the afternoon, or at lunchtime. And if I don't, then it would likely be, market open the day after that. So all it has to do is do this close. The consolidation is broken. That's not enough for me to get into the trade. It's something I mean to keep asking Michael. And I've said it before. Like, do you ever just get in the day that it breaks, or do you always wait the next day? I think if you're looking at something on a daily or weekly chart, then you should trade it on that time frame. A simple break intraday isn't the same thing as it holding above. But that's my 2 cents. Snowflake finally starting to go.
I don't really want to average. I mean, I'm only in one trade here, and it's AMD. It's. I mean, things are just falling back in. I don't really want to do anything until we get to 171. So, generally I'll start like layering in. You saw me do that this morning. I'm not going to do that now. I'm going to change that strategy, because the market, I still feel short, to be honest with you, just because we talked about all that negativity, and maybe I'm just being influenced by all these global events, but I think in short still, I don't know. But AMD right here, we are long this name. Now, why we're long this name is event driven, so I'm fine with that. And what I mean by that, of course, is that we still have tomorrow's AI event. That should be pretty hot for AMD. And I think it is a rally. I think it rallies into the close. That's my thought here, which is why I'm trying to hold on. But it's a good thing now that we got out of a little bit more shares than we had thought. We told you we're still holding about 20% of this trade. So we're still in it, but it's not a worry spot for me. So I'm not going to panic. I'm not going to layer into this trade. We're going to wait for 171. And then if the 200 period breaks, we can get out. The 200 period has been pretty good. I guess I'd have to zoom out now to see this, but there's the break early. What happened in the pre-market? Still all the way down, right? We held it there. We kind of been holding it there until we broke. And then once we broke, eventually we got to view up, and then that break was the okay, all clear upside right there for advanced micro devices. So we can have a look at that. All right, why am I not trading NVIDIA? I can look at it. The reason why I'm not in NVIDIA is because I'm already in AMD. So it's like, okay, I see what you're saying there. Who was that in the chat? Jorge, what's up? Jorge Alvarado, I like that. All right, so I was just thinking that, I like that idea is what I'm saying. I think right here is a good idea. So you're into NVIDIA, you're here. This looks just like a long to me. I mean, it almost looks very, very similar to that of AMD. So if anything, this is actually above everything right now. The only thing is we're underneath VWAP. So that's the difference between AMD and NVIDIA. So AMD still has some support here, which is why I'll test it for the long. But yeah, you know what? The market falls. All of these names. I don't think it'll be AMD specific. I don't think it'll be NVIDIA specific. I just think it'll be market. And then here we come right back in. Okay, well, now's a level. I'm at 11. Oh, man. All right, let me punch a little bit. Ooh, I don't want to miss this. What's going on? I'm bidding 16s now. Oh, it won't fill me. Oh, we were at 11s. It just dropped to 12s there. That is crazy. We just got missed on a decent size order there at 171.11. Hopefully it will come back in right there. That sucks. Okay, here we go. Let's see if it happens again. So we get some 16s, but that's a small position. Let's see if we can add a little bit more to. We're adding about double those shares now at 11s. Do not. Why are you stopping now? Give up your. Okay, thank you. I was going to say, if you're down here, run me over then. I don't care, but get me the fill. So here we come. Now we're long again. Reloaded position. We have much more shares sitting down here. A little bit below 171. The VWAP is right here. So I've been wrong on getting stopped out sometimes on VWAP. So let's see if it works the other way. We'll wait for I'm at 170.95 with the stop order. Going to print us through 80s. So we'll see if we get some more shares there. But it's a reload position. So we're reloaded right now on AMD. Let's see where it goes. And it's a good thing now that we were, I'm going to actually lessen my shares right there. Now it's going to be a good thing that we didn't average in, right? So sometimes if you wait for the prices, they'll come upside and get you right there. Nice move higher now. We're long at 18s. Let's get something out like 28s. We always take about a dime, and then we'll see if we can get a little bit more here on advanced micro devices.
Oh, I would have slammed the table harder. When that Jinko Solar news hit, it didn't occur to me. I'm sure someone in the chat probably thought of it. I just saw someone say FSLR, check out First Solar. And shout out to anyone that got this when that Jinko Solar tariff news, or was it a tax or tariff? It doesn't really matter. The 13% story. When that came out, it was a duty. That's what it was.
Oh, like a tariff, I guess.
Yeah. But look at it go. Look at FSLR go. This is a volume spike up. It retests where it came from and now breaking out. Now, I wouldn't chase it up at the highs. As a matter of fact, the reason I noticed it was just because someone in the chat had brought it up there. So hopefully someone got that right away. It was JKS that's trying to creep back to where this broke down. It was like 25.20 is where it fell apart. So oftentimes, if you don't get that first move, this was resistance or support for 2 days in a row. If it gets all the way back, I mean, I'd be looking for a fade into VWAP here. Like, is it going to react to bad news by breaking higher? Usually, I think no. It's starting to consolidate. I might play it off the 25. 24.60 is not a good entry point there at all. But I'm looking at Jinko as it tries to creep back up. A great catch to have noticed. Sometimes the sympathy play on a news story is the better place to go because there might be a few less algos on there, and you might be able to catch a secondary push. And it took a little bit for it to push to the high of the day, but FSLR eventually got there. So shout out to anyone in the chat that caught that. The sympathy plays or know what stocks in the sector when there's news inside of the sector. Know which ones you want to go to. Let's go to Adair.
I don't hear her. You're muted.
We did have Zoom on watch here, Zoom Technologies, ZM. This one earlier today announcing that they've expanded their strategic partnership with ServiceNow with regards to managing actions for peak productivity. So productivity-related partnership expansion with ServiceNow, NOW. Also, though, Zoom is on watch here ahead of its Zoomtopia investor presentation. That's going to be coming at 3:15 Eastern time, so in about 20 minutes. Also worth noting, AAPL potentially on watch here. Two executives, or an executive that's been going on here since the Steve Jobs and the Tim Cook era here is set to retire. So Dan Riccio, longtime Apple executive, apparently set to retire here. So AAPL on watch as well as ZM, guys.
I haven't looked at Zoom in a hot minute, but we're going to zoom back on over to Alphabet here. I keep going Alphabet one time, then I'll say Google the next time. The long consolidation is going to break down. Well, I shouldn't say it looks like it's going to break down. We have our stop underneath 80. It's an over-under. Break out of the trend, first consolidation long, get out into VWAP. If it breaks the consolidation bottom, which here is 160.80, get out because I could see it retesting that low. I have been in, so I'm in Pfizer. I mean, if it moves, I'll let you guys know. It's not really doing much. It was at bull flag. I got in this like little bull flag. It hasn't really broken the support level underneath 10, but pretty clear. We break this support, I'm out. It has not moved. Just looking for a push to the upside. It's been a strong stock. Oh, this is another one. It's above 30. Pfizer has closed above the 50-period moving average finally. This is one I was looking to add to. I just didn't think it would have this kind of a day when it actually put in a green candle. Like, it was weak holds above the 50-period, and then today just blast of $30. My intention was to actually get into this one on this move, but not $1 away. It shouldn't matter, but yeah, a bit of a missed opportunity as that held a 50-period and then just started running today. Didn't really catch a story on it as to why it's up 3% though.
My pen.
I got multiple.
Yeah, I got multiple pens as well. It's all good. I was just like, what the heck? That's another one.
Another one.
All right, we don't need any phone calls. Jerome, I told you we already got this, man. All right, so
What's that?
a short? I don't know what's up with that noise. But thank you, Fabian, for that. All right, so we just got out there at, I mean, it was a good fill there, 30s, and then now we'll wait. It went to 36. I'm at 38, fine, doesn't matter. That's where I'm at, so we'll stay there. Hopefully it comes through, but now the future's starting to drop in a little bit. So we did reload there at 11s and 12s, and we got an upside where it was 16s and 11s. And then we just got something out there at 28s, 29s. So we did miss that top tick again by a penny, but that's okay. Hopefully it does come back up there. Remember, if it breaks 80s, we're gone. So that will be something else to acknowledge. I do want to say, awesome job. What's up? One of our biggest, I see him or her all the time. Coffee Trader in the chat there. 20, wow. I can't remember that he went back this far, but 27 months.
Oh my God.
Thank you so much for the continued support, man. What's up with what is up with Broadcom, my guy? Like, we'll look at that for you. Just a quick, oh my gosh. Broadcom is at 52-week highs. There's not too many other names that are there right now, not in that space. We've talked about NVIDIA and all that kind of stuff, but yeah, it is an oh my God situation right there for Broadcom. All right, well, oh my God right now, Sebastian, I'll get this in a minute right now, but I got to look at what's happening with AMD before I actually consider that. So a little bit of a drop down there. We are at 170. You know, I might as well just take some now, just in case we miss it. Let's punch a little bit higher there. We're still at that area, right? 170.95. So we'll double our position there. And then we'll give it down to this 80 level. Hey, look, if it breaks, it breaks, man. I mean, we had that run to the upside. I can see everything still cool over here, but there's that fill right now. Now we are long at 04s. So a little bit of a move up would be nice. Maybe we can get something there. The 50-period moving average is now at 22s, 24s, so something like that would be nice. We'll take that fill here. Now we're loaded up. We have the position we want. This is a comfortable position for me. I heard, again, Satya talk about, like, know your stop orders, try to figure it out. So my stop's already in. I have a comfortable position. Share size is fine. Don't want to make a mistake here into power hour. We'll wait to see what happens now with AMD. Our stop is right here. Breaks at 200, we're gone. You know what's going to happen? It's going to break and wake and rip. But okay, here we go. Let's take advantage of that move higher now a little bit. We're at 15s. Let's take something out now at 10s. See if we can get a little bit higher. It's now nicely in the money. I'll take another 09 fill. Give me that, man. Give me something up here if we can get going a little bit there on advanced micro devices. But there it goes. That's how I trade, man. It just went a dime in the money. We take a little bit out. We're long at 171.02s. Let's see if we can get a little bit higher. When you get spikes like that out of nowhere, I have to take some out because could just be a bang, bang, straight back to the downside. So as we go bang, bang, we wait for AMD to go a little bit higher. Now, we're out at 15 is our next stop. Let's see if we can get it.
Yeah, that's what I like to see. You got to stick to your plan of action. And like Satya said, great lesson today. Stop placement, just have an idea and then roll with it if it works for you. But you don't want to move your stop for no reason. Google was consolidating. It's pretty simple. If you're long, you need to break higher. It broke lower, so I'm out. They broke that 80 level. Stop was in the whole way. It bounced for a couple of minutes and then decided to carry through. Didn't get Jinko Solar, unfortunately, because
look at AMD.
I don't know why this decided needed to follow the market. But when the market just pulled back in here, Jinko didn't get to 25. Jinko just pulled back into 24. So next available pop, looking to get it in the 50 range. Want to short it to the 60. So it tried to break out that first resistance, looking for a bit of a head and shoulder setup. So Jinko, the tariff What
Duty.
duty was a duty, 13% duty. They're right back, heading back to the downside. I want to pick this up, but I'm not going to sit there chasing it all the way down. I want my stop to be at the 65 because we're not going to get the 25 level on JKS. You're not getting anything at that 229 on Apple. Just looking up here, Google not really playing around. What is carrying the day here? NVIDIA's trying to break VWAP, but it can't seem to do it. SMCI, that's another one that was holding on to VWAP, but not breaking away. So I don't want to force the action. Jinko's at least moving right now, but this sideways action on SMCI. TSM is flying, Matt says.
Hopefully NVIDIA starts flying. Let's go.
Yeah, TSM is, wow, look at that trend up on TSM. When the market's not doing anything, this is like a very nice gentle glide. The problem with this is usually, well, picking an entry point. You can just punch in, but then where are you going to stop it? You can stop at 186 even. There's literally no liquidity. Every level has exactly 100 shares on pretty much every gateway on TSM. That's a little bit abnormal. Like, see how there's random numbers on NVIDIA, and then it'll be different now because I want to pull to it. Yeah, now all of a sudden it's different. You see a little bit stacked, but it's like, oh, just 100 shares everywhere on almost every single gateway. Not a ton happening. It's just like the algos are in control of TSM right now.
We just had a good move up there for AMD. So we just took some, I mean, believe it or not, we just got some out there at 171.15 was actually our highest there. I'm actually going to take another piece out at 12 if we can get it. We just got missed again. But we're just holding the levels up. You can see each one of these is 100 shares. So we're sitting there. We'll try to take a fill at 12, but just seems like we're holding it up. Like I was literally the only one sitting there at 12. So hopefully it'll go back up there to the upside. What a good trade that was, man. We just bought 95s out there, 15, 16, 17s up there to the upside, looking to do it one more time. Come on. Come on, 12s. And then after 12, there we go. We got it. Thank you. Now after 12, our next fill is going to be at 20, and then we'll see for a break higher, and then we can hold into the close and see if we get it, man. I mean, I think we can get back to the upside there. I wrote down earlier one on AMD. No, that was yesterday. We wrote down 173, but today we wrote down 170 long. So we already had that trade twice. It was great the first time, was flat the next time. Then we started to short it, and then I was like, okay, maybe we should be long heading into the close. Oh, one more trade. So we already saw that. We already talked about all the money being made at real trading on FXI, I would think anyways. On the AMEX, could be KWeb, could be any of those things. FXI is dead now, not doing anything. But I am going to take a long if it, just because of this. Like yesterday it did that, but I mean, it started earlier than now. So we'll have to wait to see. Well, actually, I guess it started at 3:30, but it was kind of doing nothing here between 3 and 3:30. So anyways, I already put an order to go long if we break that. So we'll see if we can break that level there at 33.10 or so and go long on FXI if it does get going there into the close. So that'll be a level here that we'll look at long on FXI into the close. It's not really doing anything right now. Kind of sleepy times. We can look at KWeb to see if there's anything going on there. Again, I just think, so again, I don't think there's any games happening or anything on FXI or anything like that. I just think it's a run up into the close because traders are excited to hear what China has to say. Well, China came out yesterday and said like, yeah, maybe not. So I don't, like there's nothing going on right now. So we'll have to wait. FXI was down 9% yesterday. And down another 1.3% there today. So I also wonder if this run up might have been something to do with that, right? You're already, like we were down 9% at close. Like, so what were we down here? Like we were probably down 13 or 14%. So I just think a major ETF with the run back, do not expect this to happen again. But if it does, we'll sit here and we'll look at it. So that's what we're doing right now. But other than that, man, which moving averages do I use? What's up? Top tick trading? Yeah, we talk about this all the time. And I think that, ever since the start of the show, I was using the 50-period moving average on the daily, and I was like, that was really a great indicator for me. So then I just started using it and back testing it, and I know there's a lot of traders that use this, the 50-period on the 1-minute chart. So if you're talking about 1-minute chart, it's 50, 200, and VWAP. That's what I use on every chart. So I'm not trying to get too confused here with all this kind of stuff. For me, it's more about support and resistance than use these funky lines as areas of interest. So we'll go down here, and as long as we're over or under, that's kind of what I base it on. And then I kind of try to match it with what the futures are doing as well. playing relatively strong names against the strong market, weak names against a weaker market, then hopefully we can line that up with VWAP. So, like for example, if I'm trading FXI, now this is not going to be a good example because China versus the US, not necessarily going to, okay, there it goes. See, there's the move down. So this is why we have to take that out there on AMD. Nice move back in. So there it goes. There's the break. So again, we got some out there. We didn't get out of everything. So there's the hit. There it is, right through there. I still have my ears to the ground here. I don't know what that was. I don't know if it was
didn't hear a single thing.
I'm going to go back long again. I just tried 81s. We'll get some 84s. We'll take that into that close there. We could lose again right now. That break is 55s. So we'll try it. We'll just see what's up with that. But we have to get out if it breaks that 55 bottom. We'll try it one more time. 170, 55. If we break that, we'll get out. But we are back in right now into advanced micro devices. I didn't hear anything, but I still think
there was a drop on the bid there.
There could be a pump into the close, but maybe it won't be on. Maybe not. There's still so much worry.
It's weird to see, but if you have multiple level 2s up in multiple charts, when something like that, it's not a huge move on the SPY. It was like a 40-cent drop on the SPY. But when everything you're looking at drops the bid for a second, like that's my NVIDIA chart that I have there, and then my Apple chart, it did the same thing, and then the SPY just did it. Like something, usually you think, okay, news, or maybe the algos just, for a split second, release the bid. I don't know, but that's what just happened. A lot of times, if there's something really good, you want to go long at that moment. And Apple has been relatively strong. Shoot, I went from Amex to NASDAQ. I went too fast there. So if if that's a liquidity grab like this one, what I like to see is, okay, hold above that prior candle close, which there was 228.34. This one's like 229.05 or 06. So like right now, it's trying to bid back above it. If it can just maybe break the 10s, it's like go long 10s, give to that 29, and see if it can go back to the high of the day. So it feels like it was just some kind of a weird liquidity grab. I don't know. If there was a headline with it, I might feel differently, but nothing happened. All you saw was bid drop. Who cares? I'm going to try and go along through these 10s with a really tight stop, just because it worked the last time there was a liquidity grab like this on Apple. That was the exact moment that when it recovered, you wanted to get the long. So it's going to punch long if 10 breaks on AAPL, just because it's a relatively strong stock. Like you could probably look at, what were we just looking at? Was it TSM that was trending up? Something like that. Yeah. Like that could work too. It's just that I've been looking at Apple all day. So find a strong stock. If it sets up like this and the bid can come back in there, it's a punch long. But for now, it's battling this 29 level, just not seeing anything. I might just throw a stop order so I don't have to sit there and stare at it. That's why you use stop orders. Because I'm sitting there like I'm going to wait for 229.10 to hold and go long. I can sit there trying to manually punch long, or I can just put a stop order in. And then if it does break, great, but it looks like it doesn't want to. So, okay, well, it was an idea based on what happened like an hour ago when a similar move happened to go for the long on the way back up, but it hasn't really held just yet. So if we break that 10, I'll just get into it. But for now, we'll have to wait.
So I was going to say maybe Spidey sense is temporarily broken. I don't know, because I had thought that this market could dump down, but then yet I'm stuck long now on AMD. So I don't know. We're long here at 69ers. We'll see if we can get something else out a little bit higher. There we go, get a 75. We'll see if we can get a little bit more here into the 80s. Again, on a possible, there it is. Yes, sir. Okay, spin it. I don't, look, man, honestly, I understand that it's very, very hard to trade like me. And that's just going to be par for the course, unfortunately, for everybody. And we're not necessarily here to tell you this is how you must trade, or this is what's going on. I'm here to tell you that there's levels that we're looking at and what ideas I'm trying to go with right now. So if this battle's all the way back, good, man. I can see like I'm up more now than I was before. So we were long at 90. What was it? 95, 98, I think was an average price. When that broke, we got 79s out. So that wasn't that big of a hit. And then now we've just reloaded it to get this back to the upside there, as Neil was talking about liquidity grabs and stuff like that. And then that just, to me, when I'm sitting there, again, I feel like I can really read the tape really well. I mean, that's where, like we said, I hired Neil, man. We put these guys right on tape reading stuff, and that made a lot of money. Like, that's what I used to make a lot of money on. So, before the show, I would just sit here. Before the show, I had other things. I was, I've floor development. I don't even know what that's called anymore. But anyways, opening up new
Trading floor
floors.
development.
Trading floor development. Yeah, that's what it was. So I was the head of that.
TFD.
We opened up a bunch of different floors, helped them out as much as possible, and was talking about tape reading. But at the end of the day, you have to be able to see, like, sometimes it just falls down, you wait for news, there's nothing there, and boom. But right now you can see it's definitely picking up speed. Like, we just ripped all the way to 90, then right back down to 70. So we have to be very, very careful now. Something's going to hit the wires any minute now about something. And I don't know what that's going to be, but the way this is moving, just up and down a lot now. Normally at 312, we don't really see those kind of relationships, but definitely moving around there. We're going to get out if it breaks back down through 50. We're long at 60. So definitely we could let's just take another piece now for 10 cents. There it is. We'll get a 70 fill almost as soon as we put the offer out. So there we go. We'll get that 70 fill, and now we'll just hold it back and see if we can get that back to the upside again. So it looks like FXI now starting to go a little bit on that move. So there it is, man. 32.80 up to 32.97 or so on FXI.
Yeah, it's starting to ramp that up a little bit there. We'll have to check out to see what the imbalance comes out on that stock. ETF, not a stock.
Go.
Correct myself. JKS didn't quite get up into 50. So remember the news hit. It didn't make it all the way back to the prior high. Instead, kind of failed in front of the opening range bottom. So we got the first consolidation short in here. It just tagged the range back and forth. So I got 36s. I kind of wanted 40s, but that was the fill that we got. It's trying to break 24.20. If it breaks that, I think we head back into the low of the day. The other thing that's coming back into play is that SMCI flat bottom break. So it had just broken. We were looking for 47.20 right in here, like once, twice, thrice. It had just broken the 40s and looked like it was going to charge in. I pull up the stock and it's right back into VWAP. So still, the order is going to be in for 47.20. I don't want to give up on the notion that Apple could bounce. Like, I still had that little breakout, but now it's taken out the low. So it didn't really recover from that candle, and now it's starting to head lower. I still like it if it can get back to the 10s, but it needs to happen soon. Like, let's get going. If we're going to bounce from here, I feel like it's the right stock. It just needs to go, and I want it back above that recovery level. I was half joking about, well, you could have also just taken that same recovery trade in TSM. Well, that's what it should look like. There's the liquidity grab on huge volume on TSM. There wasn't a news story. It kind of recovers. Looks like you could have maybe even gotten the 25s if you're really fast. It's not breaking very far, but right back into the high of the day. It's sometimes if the algo just dropped a bit and that's the reason that something moves down, a lot of times it just goes right back to what it was doing before, which in TSM's case is just very slowly gliding higher. So it might be a better one, and the stop usually would be like right under here. Like, that's 36s you're stopping out underneath. So if that's going to be the case, I'm going to try and pick this one up. If we're not going to get Apple, if the programs are just buying this, get on bid, try to catch fill, and join the party. Maybe it just breaks a 50 and we risk 15 pennies with a stop order. TSM's just going. It just went green. I mean, it's a strong stock on the day from a V-shaped recovery standpoint. Oh, this is yesterday's tops. Okay, so it's actually at a key point as well. And then Apple goes. Like, the second I say that, Apple decides it wants to break those 10s. So I'm into Apple, throw my stop underneath, not the prior low, this candle recovery low, like right in here. So it'll be the 90 level on AAPL. And TSM, I still think that's as good of a join. TSM just trending and trending higher and higher. It just looks to me like some kind of buy program is in control and no one else seems to be trading it. Why did I just get out of Apple flat? I hate when I do that. I just got the offer. Instead of putting a stop order out, I just hit offer enter. Oh, neat.
Okay.
Hey, 2 cents on Apple.
Yeah, it's not bad. Okay, so we just got 170.80s there on AMD. So it just, like I said, man, it looks like this wants to just do these kind of dances, and it gets going, and it's like you think it's going to break and doesn't. So we take it out again right there. I mean, if it comes back to the upside, we'll see about getting a piece out there on AMD again. Hopefully it'll fly higher, and we'll be fine on that one. So we're in at 32.98 half right now. I thought it was going to maybe break 33, so I was like, let me get long here for that 33 break. But if this breaks back down below 32.90, then we're going to get out of FXI. Just thought maybe the ramp could be happening right there. It didn't. So we were buying, get out there at 94 half or so. And now we'll wait to see. So we're long at 98s. We'll see. We'll see. Nothing to do other than wait for it. So that's what we're going to do on that one. And then AMD, we talked about where our out is breaking through 50. So relatively light risk right now on it. Like I thought we were just going to get another 80 fill there and we didn't. So yeah, man, maybe this is a little topsy-turvy here on AMD into the close. I mean, I'd like to see the market actually do something right now, but you know, I can't force anything. So we'll wait. Hopefully the market will be able to go upside from here. But I honestly feel like there was that drop in AMD and the drop in the bid of the whole futures there. So we know that there's not much liquidity, man. I mean, if but if this market wants to go down, it ain't that hard to get this market to go one way. So all they have to do is drop the bids, put the algos on the other side, and there you go. So we'll wait to see what's happening now with advanced micro devices. Hopefully an upside move into the close is what we're waiting for. But if not, we have our stop right here through 50s. Just making sure that is what it is right now. Yeah, so we'll just get stopped out if that happens. Let's put another offer. We're long at 60. Let's put something at 73, and then we'll get out there if it does rip a little bit higher. So, all right, that's it for me.
Thank you very much there, Sean. And by the way, this segment brought to you by Trade the Pool, which allows traders like yourselves to get evaluated and trade real shares using company capital. No PDT rule holding you back. That's how they give a true trading edge. Here's the exciting part. Trade the Pool has just launched a limited edition program to evaluate stock traders like you. For a one-time fee of just $97, you'll receive $20,000 in buying power, and all you've got to do is reach the profit goal. Best part of this limited edition program is that they've reduced the profit goal and the minimum trades required to reach the funded phase. And the profit split's been upgraded, so you keep 70% of the profits. You should definitely want to check this out. Scan the QR code or click the link in the description for more information. And I always notice, how come I always got that angry look when they got the pictures of me. I got to smile more. Shout out to Trade the Pool there.
I pity the fool that doesn't hit the like and subscribe button.
My Yahoo email, you know what? I almost just doxed why would I even say that? No, I have a very interesting Yahoo email, which is a play on characters like that. No, but seriously, oftentimes, man, I can tell you, like, it's one of the good things about trading somebody else's money or having a plan of action. We talk about this with the campus program. Is you not only do you get like ideas from other traders that have been successful or maybe a program that works, but you get that external discipline, right? Like internal discipline, everyone needs to have it when trading. External discipline means there's a program out there that controls your risk for you. Like you have a daily loss limit or you have goals that you have to meet, and that can help you build your own internal levels of discipline, which is hard to do. That's why we talk about the ideas like why am I getting in, why am I getting out? Because if you're just doing it by yourself, you're coming up with all of your internal discipline in a vacuum, right? So that's why we did the lessons of the day with Satea, how to play stop orders, a challenge that everybody has. I have that challenge all the time, like trailing out of things. I'm always looking for a better edge. I've been using a lot of trend line reversions. Like, hey, if I was going to, I'll use an example because I guess Apple, I had a trend line here that I didn't trade off of because Apple's strong. That's why I didn't short it. Apple had this long trend. Look when it broke the trend line here. Like if I wasn't going to short this, if I had still been in Apple, that would have been an exit point. I didn't do it, but to me, like little things like that, if you can try to get a little bit better. Like I look at this out here. Now, this trend line wasn't developed, but that out to me was a missed opportunity. Should have been that's a gold standard entry there. So all of a sudden, when that holds, now you got 2 points. When it breaks this trend, you could be holding into there. And when I look back at this long, I probably could have reloaded it and then understood where I wanted to be able to get out on a trend line. So everyone's always trying to do better the next day, the day after that. Apple, I think high of the day is pretty reasonable. It's already 320. So we're going to get, look, we're in the power hour. We're going to get the imbalances in just about 30 minutes. The early look, it's a bit early for the early look, but there's nothing. And by the way, when you see this thing up here, that's just from the morning on that ALTM. The early look already has Ford for 2 million. That's the only thing over 1 million shares. And as I'm sure we all know, or most of us probably know, Ford's a $10 stock. Ford needs to be 5 million, 10 million. That's not going to move it. You want millions of shares of $100 companies, things like NVIDIA, things like Apple. Ford's not going to move the needle whatsoever. We'll keep our eyes on that. It's just Apple that we reloaded into. and we'll see if it can get to that high of the day. I'll try to get some more at the 229. Jinko Solar, that is now all of a sudden deciding to barcode, or it's barcoding down here. I don't want 40s anymore. Seems pretty binary to me. It either breaks down, and then I can judge where I get out, because we're not going to get a reload here. Like, why would I even want to fill? If it holds this higher low, why do I want to fill back at the old price? Let's see how it reacts. I'm just going to throw my stop above this local high and see if we can't hold to the low on JKS. I'm going to assume FSLR is still challenging that high of the day. Jinko, oh no, never mind. Okay, I kind of figured if Jinko was still working downside, First Solar would have been holding up. Instead, no, this is breaking VWAP. Yikes. Okay, so never mind. First Solar is not breaking 229 for a late day rally. I just figured it was still making the opposing move there. It's going up when Jinko was going down. No, First Solar gives it all back. Guess that's why you take profits. That would have been a nice little double top break for this thing.
Yeah.
Wow, that was one heck of a reversal. Oh, I know why it's not going. Look at the daily chart on First Solar where it is. Prior support right at the 50-period moving average, and it's been hugging it for 3 days. So yeah, there's just an equilibrium. It's just consolidating on the daily chart. That's probably why it didn't fall through.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it is that simple. I mean, we talk
Zoom
about
out,
that all the
zoom
time.
out.
Yeah, you just got to like have a look and see, okay, what is going on there with that.
What?
So we were doing the same thing here with our friend, again, AMD. It's like, it's not moving, but it just got into the 70s again, and we didn't have any offers there. So we'll wait to see if we can get it again down here for AMD. I mean, it looks like it wants to break now. I mean, over and over again, hitting the 200 period. So we're sitting there now, but I feel like that's too many rejections there. So let's wait to see what it winds up doing. But again, not really overly in love with this trade right now on AMD. It looks like it's going to just reject. I mean, you had that many, it's too much. So now too much pressure. It break through 50. We'll get out of this one, which is fine for us. I mean, that's why we're so comfortable right now. We've gotten some out on the way back up. There it goes. Oop. Almost. That move was good. That's why we had to rapidly get those out, because we had just put on a bunch of shares. So now to the upside, it's going to break and it'll be another L. There it goes to the downside now, as the market looks like it does indeed want to fall back in here. So yeah, downside moves happening right in front of us now on the market. We'll see. Maybe it holds, maybe it doesn't, but we are now out, and we'll stop a fail on that last. Our net is basically flat. There, took that profit there, lost right there, which was fine for us, made it back, and then, we're long at 60s, out there at 48s. So not horrible, but there it comes down. Now the market's starting to fall in a little bit here. So, we're long on FXI here. I might just take something out. I mean, it's going to have to break. I might just punch out. I mean, if the futures are going to go down, I don't know if we necessarily want to be long Chinese here. I was just going long here because I thought that we could have something into the close again for FXI, but maybe we don't. My drop down was going to be a break. I mean, we're just long here anyways. It's technical. Like, we're at the 200, we're at the 50. I like this trade. So you know what? Maybe let's just wait and see if it wants, whoopsies, if it does want to go back.
Well, it's like what you were saying. I was going to make this point, and then I got into something else when you were talking about, when you were looking at TIP. There was a point at which, I don't know, it was probably 10 years ago. I always date myself. It was probably 7 or 8 years ago, maybe 10, where it was a bunch of people making money on the Brazilian market on a consistent basis. And when you look at some stocks in the Brazilian market, it's like, oh, wait a minute. There's been this uptrend in the market that just starts ramping, and it was like 230, 245. Right. So you just find stocks that were doing that pattern. It's like, well, if I don't know how people are making money, but this pattern happens to be here, just do that every single day until it didn't work. And we literally just did that. Because we just guessed that this thing that seemed obvious to us was the thing that was probably working, and it was a trend, so why not follow it? And that's all we did. And when I say we, I'm just talking about like the traders that were, it was like 4 or 5 traders that were trading Brazil at the time on the floor. Us and Ahmed, Jawed, and a couple of other guys. And we did pretty well with it. And then it stopped working, and then you moved on to something else. But hey, you got to be able to do that. Find that opportunity. So SMCI did do the flat bottom break at 47.20. I'm in here at 18s. It just broke 27 even, and then came right back above it. So I got filled in front of 27. I have a 46.80 bid, or in front of 46.80, because that was a big support. It was opening range kind of resistance into support. I think it should probably bounce there, looking for an out off that level, and then we'll see if we can hold it. I don't know how far it's going to go, but it's 330. You never know. Imbalances could shake things up. Apple, The Apple pulls right back into that 229 level. And so we're not, like, it's not moving that much, and we're not really cratering
Apple's
here. I'd like to see,
229?
yeah. Like, so 229, I want to see it hold, put a higher low. Maybe we get one more trade in. I heard in the midday, someone said like all-time high on Apple. It's not there, but I feel like this is a yet. Like, look at the bounce off the 50 period. It's been trending. Like, you know, if you throw a trend line up there, obviously it's trending into a flat top. 235 seems inevitable. Maybe next week we get that 235 after the banks do whatever the heck it is they're going to do. Apple will then break its top. But I think it's a long. Look longs until resistance after the 50 period bounce is the way I want to approach Apple, at least until you get to 233. That's the current resistance level. You're $4 away. That could happen Friday. What day is today? Tuesday? Wednesday? Yeah, that could happen by Friday.
Yeah, we've already called some all-time highs there for Friday, and Apple would be one of those. I think NVIDIA is another one. We saw Broadcom today at highs as well. Part of me still thinks that we should be going long on some of these plays, but that part of me is wrong, apparently. All right, so Palantir also dropping down as well, down to $43 again. You know, it looks to me like this would be a spot to try to hold, 42.87 or so. But you could see right now, poking its head underneath the 50-period moving average are the futures right now, trying to go lower. And, you know, every day, it's hard to say like, oh, when stocks make all-time highs, you know, it's a good time to sell, because all-time highs are happening like all the time now. And I don't know. It's like sometimes you do get that pullback. Traders no one wants to go long up here. They'd rather go long like tomorrow morning and run it into like a new high rather than trying to break out of current highs. So that could be something that we would need to address at some point here as well. My FXI trade is doing absolutely nothing. We'll sit here in that one. We are long 98s. We sort of talked a little bit about that as well, as we'll wait to see what happens with FXI. Palantir, again, could be a long right now into this level. I'm just not convinced of anything here. So, yeah, that's basically my story as we go. Was hoping that maybe something could happen here. Doesn't look like we're going to get much. So that's that. Waiting for FXI to go. Waiting for Palantir maybe to go. Roblox, NVIDIA, yeah. BTC, yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. Now down to 61,000. So that could be a story as well. BTC doing something. So, yeah, more fun to come here today as we get ready for the close. Waiting for something to happen on FXI. It's 3:30 already, so we could maybe have a quick look at those imbalances. I don't know if you've had a chance to do that
Ford
yet.
Was just about it.
Yeah, Ford. Wow, Ford, a big one there. And then we have that buyout still there.
That's from the morning. It's one from the morning.
Yep. TRP is there. CCL, wow. I mean, that was a trade today, boys. CCL down there at 19.25. That was a great one. Closing at the highs. We have to remember that, man. When we take trades, sometimes stocks will continue to go higher and close at their highs, maybe like what Palantir is about to do. But that's a good break, man. CCL breaking 2050. I mean, we can go through that again to the upside. But let's go over to Adair, and then we'll come back and hopefully figure out some more trading. It's 3:30.
As we do every afternoon around 3:30, let's take a look at some of the larger movers in the S&P 500. And in honor of the SPY, poised to close here at new all-time highs and hitting record intraday highs, I want to take a look at stocks that were especially strong today. And our first stock is actually another one that made a new all-time high on the day. It's going to be Corning. GLW is the ticker for this one. Getting a price target increase from Deutsche Bank with a buy rating maintained this morning. It's also worth noting, I was reading through this review of 13 analyst notes. There's actually no bearish reviews on this stock, and there haven't been in the last 3 months. The most bearish would be, I guess, a neutral rating, but generally lots of analysts bullish on Corning and GLW, including Deutsche Bank as of this morning. We also have Honeywell. This one near day's highs here. HON announcing an expansion of their partnership with Qualcomm in the AI space. We know AI headlines can send things to the upside, and HON certainly no exception here. Last but not least, Fortinet, FTNT. This one also near day's highs. Nice bull flag on this look here in the 5-minute chart, getting a price target increase from $75 to $90 from TD Cowen with a buy rating. So good look here for FTNT. Lots of tickers to the upside today, guys.
Cybersecurity. Why not? Look, you know what's actually okay. So two things. One, bad actual wick there on SMCI. I jumped right back in the trade. Might have been a mistake. Talked about obvious stop levels. Well, I threw my stop exactly at the breakdown level, which doesn't really make any sense. But like sometimes you just do it by habit. Putting it above by about 10 pennies, which was that 47.20 level flat bottom break. So there's a stop out, which is at break even. Sometimes you just throw it at the break even, but it doesn't actually make any sense to do so. If it breaks 30, I'm out. Going to play the same range. Apple is, the market's making a move back up. Apple's trying to get back into the high of the day. So just to reload off a bounce of 29, like let it bounce, let it hold, and then take it on the way back up. I think high of the day is going to make some sense. It's 330 already. And sometimes you get breaks at the top. I want 55 in here. Sometimes you get breaks at the top at this point in the day. I feel like we've been a little bit top heavy this afternoon. If you get to the high, that's going to be good enough. I keep looking over to see if NVIDIA wants to do anything. Nope. Like, where's the patented NVIDIA breakout VWAP and start rallying? It's just not happening. Like Tesla is trying, nothing. Consolidating off the bottom at that 41, no break at the top, no extended move, like no follow through anywhere here. So I feel like we're getting a little bit top heavy. Like things are pushing, they're trying to go, but can the market make a fresh high if Tesla doesn't want to cooperate, if NVIDIA doesn't want to cooperate? NVIDIA is trying to go. It just hasn't really made that move yet. It's hard. Apple's strong, Broadcom is strong, but without NVIDIA, we're just missing that next level piece of the party. Alphabet. Okay, so Team PJ just asked Google thoughts. I hate you, Alphabet. No, I don't really. I actually love the stock. But it had the consolidation. It broke down. I thought if it broke that consolidation, it's headed right back into trend low or at least 160 and a quarter. Instead, it bounces 30 cents and then goes into VWAP, which would have been my target. Apple just came out, so that means it already hit the high of the day. And Jinko, it wasn't Jinko. It was SMCI that just came out. So SMCI, this time I give it to 30 instead of 20. Give it an extra 10 cents to try and go, but it didn't really flush. That's a flat bottom break that went 25 pennies on a stock with a $4 range on the day. That's not what you're looking for. Like, you're looking for that to break, give you the 25, then give you 50, and then maybe flush like $1 or something along those lines. So we're out of SMCI. We got the high of the day on Apple. It just continues to try to fly higher. It goes right to the top and immediately starting to pull back. I think the 229 is going to make some sense if there's one last salvo to get into on Apple. Jinko's not really moving anymore. I know it was a news play. It's just kind of going sideways here. So if we get 24s again, I'm just going to take it. The volume is absolutely dried up after that news story on Jinko Solar.
We have, remember, tomorrow, guys, 8:30, we have CPI, we have PPI on Friday. So, forget about all this robo-taxi event. Like, tomorrow's CPI, PPI Friday. So, CPI tomorrow, PPI Friday. That's going to make something move for sure. I'm like, honestly, AMD, like, whatever. We got stopped out there. We might have even got stopped out near the bottom, but look where it bounces again. 170.22. Again, we have it written down here, just go long 170. Maybe we should just stick with our plan of action here every single day. But there goes AMD, nicely done, back up to the upside. So we knew that, we remember I was saying, there was going to be a move, obviously. Just did not expect it to go all the way down there into 20s, but that was a good out there at 47s on that break. So FXI, I don't know if it's doing anything. We actually got a decent fill. Yeah, my bad. We actually got a decent fill right there at the high side there of 02. So that was a good one. We'll wait to see if it goes up a little bit more. I'm now waiting at 04s and then a little bit higher than that. It's eSignal, right, Fabian? All right, here we go, guys. Look, I've been talking about this for a while. I've been using eSignal for 22 years trading here. And it is an absolutely fantastic product. We have that's a great watch list that they're showing on there. It's for me, it's honestly about what it just said on there, the lightning fast data. Like, if you're trading the way I'm trading and you're trying to get in and out fast, you want to make sure that you have the right data, the right ticks, being able to see, I like that, being able to see what's going on with the market exactly, and all markets. That's the other thing, right? Make sure that you can get the entitlements. Look, we talk about this all the time. Trade Ideas is fantastic. There's lots of different opportunities, but honestly, this system is pretty hot fire. All of the markets, futures, anything you could be entitled. You want to talk about Hong Kong? That's a wicked opportunity as well. Entitle yourself for those. Analyze, strategize, and capitalize with eSignal. Make sure you check that link in description and sign up for eSignal today. And also QR code right there on screen as well. All right. I think we'll just wait for FXI to do something right now. We've been in this name here just for the afternoon. We talked about this. I actually yesterday brought this up to the guys behind us, the only guys that were left yesterday, Joe and Obi. And I was like, guys, check out those numbers on the Amex. How hot are those? You know, and so we looked at it and I said, you know what, it has to be FXI. And then I looked and saw this happen yesterday. So I was like, let's just sit in it. Maybe it happens again here today. But remember, the market's also bumping. Maybe I'm at 04. I don't know why we're at 04. Oh yeah, because it's ahead of 05. But 03 might be good enough. I don't really want to be like, yo, I'm just taking 5 pennies here. But let's see. Okay, let's go. Hopefully it goes. Our next offer is going to be 10s. We want to see it back up to the high of the day, which would be right there, right? So we were going to break this high and go long, but now we're already long ahead of it. So now let's use that. Why did you do that? You know what? Let's put something at 03 as well. We'll put some smaller pieces so that if it does go through this, you know, at least we'll be like, okay, we just took it out. So we're going to put out 10% right now at 03, the same mark that we have at 04. And then we have a little bit more than that, about 20% at 10s. Excuse me, at 10s even. So if that feels great, we'll see if we can get some FXI love right now because it doesn't seem like I'm doing anything else anywhere else. All right, Palantir, man.
Awesome.
There's reasons why I don't have any hair as well. Remember we were down here and you guys in the chat, I was like, Palantir's probably a good long right here. Yeah, probably, my guy. 90s up to 10s right there. So yeah, good move there for us on Palantir. It just goes up to 10. We don't have it, but that was a good one. Up to the 50-period moving average. I'm only bringing this up in case you guys are still in this or in it at all. There is a good opportunity there. Whenever you get those numbers, you want to definitely take something out at O's, which would have been the 200 period, and then again at the 50 period. So you guys are always asking, what am I looking at? Why am I looking at it? That's why. I mean, it just went right up there. You got to have outs when you have ins. So that's sort of matching right there. It's a good thing we took those 03s there on FXI. Was, like I said, was only that 10%, but we have a couple 10% spots out. So we're in about 75% of what we have left. So yeah. Oh, I have some news about Palantir. I sold like 5%. Yeah, not in my long-term account, in my long-term account, in my swing account. We actually bought some, I mean, we've been buying this for a minute, but we bought some Palantir again. I was looking down, we're up like 244% or something like that in this account. So I feel like these longs, some of the longs that we were buying were down into here, 17 and 18. And again, the long-term account is long $9. But this down into here, we were in and out of it a couple times on the swing account. And I was just looking down and I was like, you know what, man? Honestly, I just had to take something out. I didn't have to, but I did. So Palantir, we'll see what winds up happening now. Hopefully more upside, obviously, as we took out 5%. So we're still in a lot of this, but I did want to update that because I just saw someone, Dragos or someone in the chat goes, Palantir for life. There it is. Yeah, what's up, Dragos? Right there. Palantir for life. I agree. I mean, Palantir has literally changed. Hasn't changed my life because I'm still in it, but you know, the amount of shares and everything that we have there, it's definitely been a changer for the account. So we're really happy to be having that and really happy to be trading with you guys live here every single day. So yeah, hopefully you guys are having a good day here, as I know many of us are. So we'll just wait to see what now happens into the close. I'm just sitting on FXI. So if FXI does something, then good on that. But for right now, it's not doing much. We'll wait on that. But Palantir, wow. If you had that one, man, spin it for yourself. That was a good call. I'm glad we looked at it. Upset we don't have it, but that's trading.
Yeah, it's looking fantastic again. And you know what? I actually believe that's the reason why Snow's making this breakout. Like they used to be compared to each other, and finally you break enough highs, it gets dragged up there with it. I just saw some people talking about DJT. I'll get that in a quick little second. But there's like 8 minutes to go till the imbalances come out. You're getting a pullback in Apple, so it got to the high of the day, topped it up a bit. But if we don't get a retrace to the entry at 229 like really fast, there might not be one more salvo here off of this level in Apple, which is fine. It would be nice if it did. But with only 8 minutes till the imbalances, I don't like taking a trade off of a support and resistance level like 1 minute before the imbalances come out. unless I have a reason to think there's going to be an imbalance in one direction or another, I don't know. I'd just be guessing if I try to figure out which direction the imbalance would come on Apple. Like if there's an index action, I might take a shot because I think it's going to be a buy and there's a support level, I'd go long. In this case, it's got to bounce in the next 3 minutes and show me some kind of an entry point. So I wanted to mention DJT here because I saw something kind of funny in the chat about this. There was a big flush earlier in the day. It's down 5%. So DJT did not get, in fact, to that 25 level. I kind of felt like it was squeezing in at 25. However, and I usually look, a lot of times you'll hear me say stocks are short till it's not. And if you go all this nonsense about it's a trend down, whatever, that's been true. But it's also true that this is now consolidating over the 50-period moving average and this little local breakout at $20. So yeah, it's a red day today, but one that's going to withstand a break of the 50 period on the daily at the open and liquidity grab and have a chance to close consolidating higher. So on the higher time frame, now obviously if it loses $20, that doesn't look very good. But if it holds on to this and blows out the top, that could be another level. So break higher, consolidate. This happens. Gap up, hold prior lows, break out again. That's what happens during an up move. It's not up every single day. So usually I'll talk about where I would short the thing. But hey, if it holds on at 20, there's a potential 22 break because there's room to that 25 on DJT. Now that I've said all that, I'm sure it'll do the opposite. But the good thing about a breakout setup is you don't have to get in unless it gives you the break. So that's what I would look for. Squeeze names I wanted to break higher. I just heard Zoom in my ear. Wow, yeah, Zoom coming back down like 70, 80 cents now. Did you catch that story?
No, it's what Adair said before. They have their investor.
Oh, it's the investor day. Okay, yeah. Well, they said something they don't like. Zoom down $1 now back into VWAP there. So it was running all day into their investor day. I guess one comment that wasn't liked, and maybe it bounces off of VWAP here. Up a couple points still.
Yeah, Zoom, not bad. All right, so again, unluckily, we didn't get the 04s on FXI, but we did get something out there, so we're still holding 75%. It will be a losing trade. Okay, here we go. There we go. We're out. So I was going to get out if it broke 89, so we'll get out right there. We didn't get out of them all again. We just got out of 75%, but it does break 89s right there, and that was the 200-period moving average. The 200 actually changed to 93. I was going to give this last little bit to 85 down there. So if that breaks, then obviously we can get the heck out of there on that play. But right now, looking like we want to do something here for FXI. So just breaks there, we get out. I mean, look, guys, we were long 96. So we actually get 89 halves, I think, on the punch out there. So again, a lot of ETFs here. So nothing going on with FXI today. We're going to get out the rest if it breaks a little bit lower. It's a hit, but it's not a big one, as we were just trying that trade to see if there was going to be something in there for the close. It doesn't look like it. And then we'll just check tomorrow what the numbers look like on FXI. If they're huge, then we know, or on Amex. If they're huge, then we know might have been something off the open, probably nothing throughout the day. We can have a quick check, look to see if KWeb is doing anything.
Could it be a different ETF?
I keep forgetting. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It could be anything. KWeb not moving. So we'll just check tomorrow what, if anything, was going on with the Amex exchange here at Real Trading. So we'll find out about that tomorrow. But for right now, not much happening there. AMD, of course, makes us once again look like, crazy about how we're trading this. But back up, it's basically gone back and forth and done nothing here into the close. AMD, except for stop us out once it took that level of 50. So yeah, right back to the upside here. It doesn't look like we're going to get too much action heading into tomorrow's event, but it'll definitely be on watch tomorrow. Hopefully we'll have a banger on that one near the end of trading days. Beginning tomorrow, but we'll have a look to see what levels we wind up at here at the end of the day for AMD. I still really like that 173 break. That just never happened here, right into there. So we'll see if we can break that level right here on my bottom right chart there on the 20-minute. We'll see if we can do that tomorrow. But yeah, FXI just looks like it wants to go lower. We don't have a bunch of shares, so I'm not even worried about it. I actually don't even have the stop out yet. All right, so if we put that, we should put it right here. Breaking through 85s. It already broke down. Not going to wait for VWAP. This was just a gimmick trade to see if it was going to work. Doesn't look like it wanted to. So FXI today, downside move.
Yeah, the market's not doing much. Tesla really can't get going. It looks like another test of 241 is going to come into play. And for some, it is what it is. It looked like it made a bottom at 241 on Tesla, which was a good level on the day of the deliveries. We come to my chart there. And then I thought we'd be breaking it back out. Like there's your hold of the low. The last, like when it bounced off this level in the morning, it was like right into that breakout. There was just no break there. So the only thing I'm in is JKS, but like I said, it's not moving. I moved my stop to break even on this thing. If it breaks out here, I just jump out, just trying to catch the bid. Let's go to Adara.
This is brought to you by WorkSport, introducing a new discovery in the NASDAQ. WorkSport, ticker WKSP. WorkSport is a US-based manufacturer and rapidly expanding with growing revenues, government contracts, and innovative green energy products designed to power your life off-grid. Whether you're on the move or seeking sustainable energy solutions, WorkSport has you covered. Now trading on the NASDAQ under WKSP, discover the future of clean energy with WorkSport.
Thank you very much there, Adara. So we only have 2 minutes to go till the imbalances drop. At this point, you know, I'm not seeing anything really setting up. I already talked about, go back to Apple because I already mentioned JKS, the break-even stop. Apple didn't get down to 229. I suppose could have bought it in here and try and break back into the high of the day. High of the day break on the imbalances is like a no-go for me. It would have to, you'd have to know it's going to come out really quick. And if it breaks the high, let's say Apple comes out as like a 3 or 4 million buy imbalance, you're going to get a really bad fill because the algos are so much faster at punching when the imbalances come out. So to hit the high of the day, I feel like that's a bit of a risky trade if you end up with a bad price. I'm going to stay away from Apple until after, unless something happens after 350. That'll have to be the play. NVIDIA just couldn't get going as well. Like NVIDIA tried to break out. Look at the rejection. Like, come on. Like this was the level. It does this wick above, an instant rejection of it. There was just no long in there for NVIDIA to give you that late move. And when the market was at the highs, I was looking for some catch-up, a catch-up trade for NVIDIA or Tesla. Neither one of those things came through. So JKS is now out. I think that's a disappointment. The other day, like when Duo had a similar move, like it consolidated lower, it just dropped into the low and kept on tanking. That was an offering. It's not the same thing, but it's a reaction to bad news. I think usually you got to get the better price. So it's not like you got to be able to get it off of this area instead of the consolidation lower because you give up like 20, 30 cents and then there's only like 15, 20 cents left in the move. I think that's what happened on JKS. It's got to be a little bit faster to short the best pop that you can. So Apple high of the day, NVIDIA stinks, DJT's catching a bid. And TSM, after all, that buy program didn't do anything. So, Apple ended up being better than TSM in the end.
Yeah, a little disappointing there. I mean, look at AMD here with only 8 seconds to go before the market. AMD now, one's like absolutely monstrous right here for AMD as it just continues to go higher, like as if, dude. 171.15. Now AMD continues to climb. What a joke.
Nothing.
That's okay. Whoops, not sorted the right way. We'll sort it by size. So
nothing over a million.
Size. There it is. Yeah, nothing. So it's very, very small. NVIDIA's not doing anything. It's buy. And it's kind of hands off, right now to the upside there for NVIDIA. 132.50 trying to go, but doesn't look like it wants to. Not much. So kind of boo-hoo on that one. I mean, AMD's makes me want to throw up, to be honest with you. We were long this name, but again, a little bit confusing. If I really believed in it, we could have got it back into it, but we didn't. So upside move there for AMD. I think it's just going to be interesting because we know we have that event tomorrow. So event be damned for Advanced Micro Devices. That's coming tomorrow. We could see that. A little bit check on WW. We saw Weight Watchers there today break higher through on more GLP talk. But it looks like that was probably down the rest of the day, it looks like. Right now, so opens up pretty much near its highs. Opens up down here, it was at its highs in the pre-market, but does make that low of 130, now kicking it out 155 right now here into the close. Like, how high up is Palantir? Like, come on, man. That should have been bought down there. That's okay. At least we talked about it. Take strong names with an up market. That remains the same, so fine on that one. We'll have 2 negative names today. We'll have AMD and we'll have FXI. Other than that, nothing, and NVIDIA. But FXI, we didn't really, this was just up and down there. We were able to get long, get some out there, but then we held 75% to the downside. So it will be negative. But because we were just trying it, it was not a big position. So we can hold out the fact that we didn't make too many mistakes there on FXI other than try something that we thought might work. Maybe a run into the close, but definitely not what it looked like yesterday. So we'll hold off hope on that one. Looks like PayPal, once again, a huge move higher here. Just over the last little bit. It looks like it'll be down today. No, flatter. So
That sucks.
81.60. This is at right now 52-week highs. So PayPal has been an absolute monster from late August into what we are right now. This was a $50 stock, guys. Let's call it $60 up to 80. So just straight line pretty much in the upside there for PayPal.
You know what it's doing?
I would think we're at a level though.
It's mooning, but just like I think Palantir might have dragged Snowflake into a breakout, I think PayPal's dragging Block into a huge one as well. Because Block has been, look at this daily chart on Block. It has been chilling out underneath $70. And look at the resistance. It's the 200 period moving average on the daily. It's like a 69.30 level here. This breaks out, I don't know, like clean move into maybe 73. So PayPal's been doing its thing. The problem with Block, of course, is, when crypto's not doing much, it tends to lag a little bit. But the levels are the levels. This breaks it out. With a 70 break, a 69.5 break are both going to be in play for this stock. So I'm going to throw that out. Someone was asking, is SMCI going? Not really. I mean, for me, it's going to be a small loss on SMCI. I still like the flat bottom break. You figure it had more to move. And Adam DeLuz, I do remember when you spoke about PayPal. I wish I was in PayPal. In my long term, the one I have is Square, as if they're exactly the same. But I kind of feel like those are two. Like, why you wouldn't back in the day you wouldn't have wanted to have both of them. You just kind of pick one. And I had Square, and I still have some Block shares. If it breaks, I'm looking at catch up as the market's taking fresh highs. Those names that are playing catch up, I'm looking for some swings like that, like things like Block, things like Snowflake as well, Micron, which that one's on the back burner. Certainly, Snow can do it any day now. SMCI, let's leave that one out of it, even though that was a chart I was showing. It has a lot to prove before I would look at that one to the long for SMCI. The good thing about SMCI is it was down so much that if it ever does make a good breakout, you have plenty of time for it to go. We're not split adjusted here, but just take off a zero. Like this thing needs to be at least above 530, 540 before I'd be interested in jumping in. It was such a heavy move to the downside for them. Yuck.
Yeah, watch out there. I remember Square. Square was another one of those names that we were buying COVID times, and that was a good one to have done that. I think I'm long like $30 or $40 there on Square, so it's still good, but it went up to 200 and something there. So yeah, kind of a crazier name there, Snowflake, Square, sorry, coming in one more time. So, all right, let's check out to see what CCL is doing. So high a day CCL. So that was a good long, right? I mean, some of these longs, they just continue to work. Like I get so nervous that like, oh my God, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. And then it works. And CCL there. So we actually got out right around here, $20.20 on that play, but that was a good one into the close. AMD is making me just like, we talked about what we wanted long into that event tomorrow. Futures are also at the highs. So again, kind of easy to say, but futures at highs. So when the futures are at highs, it doesn't really matter because NVIDIA was going to go anyways. And AMD, I bet you NVIDIA is going there. So it's not rocket science there. The better stocks will lead the way to the upside, and that's what's happening right now, again, with advanced micro devices here into the close. With only 5 minutes left, we can have a quick little look to see if any of those imbalances have flipped over or not. Still looks like we have AT&T and then Intel maybe now with a buy. NVIDIA with a smaller, yeah, there goes Intel, so that's a nice move. NVIDIA with, that's XOM, 122. Wow. All right, so that is fading out a little bit. On oil weakness, maybe, watch out for XOM. I still think it's a dip buy opportunity. It just took out all-time highs at 124 and change, I thought, the other day. So we'll have to watch out for that down to 122. Bristol Myers downside as well. That stock hasn't been performing that well, but we'll have to wait on Bristol Myers. GM, we do hear noise or news, I guess, about Stellantis and that strike. But wow, GM on one today, up 4%. What's up with that? Do we have a GM story?
They'd given some guidance.
Okay.
They reaffirmed some of their guidance and then they upped it based on expectations for their full year on GM. That was overnight. What's crazy about it is this morning I looked at where it was and what it did at the open. I was like, okay, I guess it's not going up. But that just means sometimes you got to give it a second look. Come back at like 10 o'clock and always look at a stock. Don't write it off just because when you see it in the pre-market or when you see it at 9:35, it's like, oh, well, that's not doing what I expected. Let's just get out of here because I didn't think that was anything on GM the way it reacted in the afternoon. I had to get to the desk, but I want to point out that MNTS, which went from 101 to 104, and I got out at 98 and never got to VWAP, it's back above $1. So with any luck, this is not going to happen. It's trading right here tomorrow, and we can play off. I can look at the $1 level for MNTS. What usually happens is it gaps higher, and it's like $1.40 or $1.50 when I want to trade it at $1 or $1.05. So we'll see. I always say you want to catch it when it's first making that first day move, but I'm not going to log into my swimming crown and punch into it because I don't know what it is. When Tellurian did this, at least I knew what space they're in and I had an idea about the stock. You know, natural gas was moving and they're like a natural gas carrier or whatever. But with this one, I don't really know much about it, so I wouldn't swing it myself. But that dollar break finally happening. It took a while. I'm going to head on up to the desk. After market show, we don't have a lot in terms of earnings. We got a lot of trades to go over, and we'll do some Q&A for you because Chris, a little bit under the weather. We'll see him when he gets better. Great day today. Let's get on up to the desk. I still feel like you want to look maybe right at the close for some of those Amex names. I don't know if anything's going to happen, but I think it's worth just a cursory look to see how they end up.
Yep, we will. With only 2 minutes to go, I mean, I don't know. Right now, FXI is not doing anything. It's at these levels. So FXI right here, still at that level that we punched out on 84. So it doesn't look like it's doing too much with only, as Neil said, 2 minutes to go, guys. Yeah, good. I mean, I think it's been a good day. I hope it's been a good day for you guys as well. As we sit here, National Hurricane Center warning.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Only 100 miles away now, unfortunately, with 125-mile-an-hour winds. I don't know if that's better or worse. I thought I heard 250 miles or something like that yesterday. I don't know if that's even possible. But right now, Hurricane Milton getting closer and closer. I'm sorry to say that, but that was the news that I just heard in my ear. Yeah, so we can look out for FXI. As Neil said, it looks like it's making the move down right now, but nothing really to write home about. Nothing overly exciting. You can come over to the chart if you want right now. We only have a minute left. Yeah, so there's FXI. So again, kind of just sleeping here, not doing a whole heck of a lot, back into VWAP. So we tried the long thinking that maybe this might happen, but it did not. So the market also going to highs. So we can sort of relate with that and just say that maybe we just wait and see what that imbalance is all about on that one. Amazon, what a good long that was at $82 earlier today, 182 of course, closing near the highs. We'll have to stamp Amazon there. AMD, I mean, what goes up maybe comes down. AMD had a nice little run there into the close. Let's wait to see what happens with NVIDIA tomorrow as well. It's 3:59:30 right now. We have 30 seconds left. NVIDIA will close, not at its high, but right at VWAP. So guess what? Nobody wins when the market's at VWAP. Both the long and the shorts, they close right here, volume weighted average price. So, hey man, I'm excited for tomorrow. Tomorrow will be CPI, followed by PPI, which should definitely affect it. I mean, I don't think it's going to change anything with what the Fed is thinking, but we'll wait to see right now with only 7 seconds left. It's Adara. There she is. She's got on the green today, and the market was up today, so that's a good one. 2 and 1. That bell sponsored by Worksport. Thank you so much for Adara. She wears the green. She's got the green. It was hot fire, the green today. Thank you, Adara, for that one. And again, sponsored by Worksport, WKSP. I mean, yeah, you can wear red tomorrow. I just got to go. Yeah, okay. She's telling me, let her know if you guys need a flush, and she will wear red. You can actually find her at Trader TV Adara on all the socials. So if you're looking for a red or green market, hit her up and see if you can convince her one way or the other on her attire. And also, if you believe that her attire affects the stock market, I have some magic beans for you. Also, message me as well, and I'll ship them to you ASAP. All right. Shout out to everybody. Thank you to Andre flipping around today. Ramin is away for a minute, so she'll be back hopefully, I think it's 10 days or so, back on a vacay there over to her home back in Saudi Arabia. So we'll wait for her to come back. Thank you so much to Andre, Fabian today, Brendo, Neil, of course, Adara for wearing green and for everything that she did, bring us all that news throughout the day. Sharifi ain't here, but thank you to Sharif. Thank you to Sataya again, as that midday show is just still kicking, right? Obviously, we miss Adara there. She's been on the desk doing a great job for us all day, so thank you for that. Thank you to everybody for watching. Hit the like if you haven't, hit the subscribe. And thank you to Bears versus Bulls. Do not want to forget that. So everybody that's been here, thank you, Coffee Trader, for 27 straight months as well. And all the super chats we got today, thank you for all of that. We're back tomorrow. Rise and shine. It'll be 8:30 and it'll be CPI. So get ready for this handsome gentleman, Brendan Wiggins. We'll be dropping that to you tomorrow at 8:30. We'll have it. There's no better place to get the CPI read or the PPI read than right here. We get it live, instant market reaction. Man, I went to the gym today. My hair wants to be all crazy. One more time. Well, that was probably for me pulling it out with AMD. All right, it's 4:02 right now. Thank you, Andre. We got the good to go sign. It's Neil. It's no Chris today, but it's all good. It's the market recap show. Let's go.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, Sean. My shirt's green, too, although it's not the green that Adair's got going on. It was a green day in the market, that's for sure. There's no doubt about it. It's not necessarily across the board, but I mean, for the stuff that we like, it was across the board. And I want to get to this because the traders on the floor were talking about this IPO. And I just got a question about the KinderCare IPO. And anytime, I usually judge these things on the first day, like very simple. Like, did the open trade work? Okay, if you took it at the open, you got a small win. But look what happened. It closed underneath the open range and at the low of the day. So for myself, I have a rule about IPOs. If it closes on the lows and doesn't hold the IPO, the open price, give it a day or two. Let it find a level to settle off of because you have no price history with the stock. Unless you know the company or like have some inside reason why you like it, nope, absolutely not going to do anything with this or try to touch it until after. There's gimmick trades off of the open, which we like, no questions asked. You know, when we talk about this market, like, it's easy to get complacent, I think. What was that, Fabian? I know, you just said it in Spanish, which I don't know Spanish. Even though I took first year Spanish university, retained absolutely none of it. I might be able to count to 3. No, I'm joking, I probably can't. But we get complacent when all we do is make fresh highs. And it's easy to be like, yeah, whatever, we just made another high, all-time high. No big deal. It is a bit of a big deal here. Because if you look at it on the SPY, like there was the dip, technically, right into prior highs, holds it on a line, and then breaks it out clean. You know, from a technical standpoint, you don't have to be a chartered market technician, and there is no Chris today. Just shout out to everybody. You see it on the bottom, but Chris Bretcher won't be able to make it today, so we're going to do some Q&A. If you have any questions for myself, heck, trading questions, life questions, Buffalo Bills if you want to. They stink right now, but we'll get back. No, but when we talk about technicals, this is as simple as it gets for anything. Prior massive resistance turns into big support, break out the top, and start a new trend. In an uptrend, take trades or take ideas that confirm the trend action if you can. And I think that's a good idea to work with in a general sense because then you won't be fighting things as much. One of the better things about all this is look at the Qs now. This isn't even at the all-time high, but we are now touching the local resistance level at 494. So this we could break out tomorrow. Obviously, you have the AI event going on, NVIDIA. You're going to have AMDs. That's going to say a lot about what's going to happen with this potential breakout. Sure, but if we do the pullback into prior support, bounce and break it, room to the high, the Qs can get going too. So you pick and rip a couple of the names that you like. This is what I think we got to look for next. If we gap above this tomorrow, I'd look for a hold. And if we hold above, look for longs in strong NASDAQ stocks, strong chip stocks. That's where my brain's going to be going here. Sean James, that's a good question. I feel like we don't look at Airbnb enough, and I feel like every once in a while we say this. We just got a question in the chat from Sean James, and he said, what do you think of Airbnb for a swing? So I just want to finish my thought. We can get into that. There's no timeline here. We can get questions anytime we want to. But I did want to point out SMH here while we were talking about this, like the general theme of what's happening in the market for the breaks. All-time high broke on the SPY. NASDAQ pulls right back off a great support level, now trying to break out that 494. SMH pulls off the 50-period moving average, now trying to break out this 256 level. Big level for SMH here. Look at that. Support to resistance, to resistance, to resistance, break it out, come support, get to the highs. That's a standard uptrend. So this is why I was just mentioning NASDAQ breaks that high, chip names, SMH next. When this break is happening, you want to be looking for longs. And on top of that, I don't want to throw shade at any names in particular. We'll see what happens with like a Micron. We'll see what happens with an Intel. We'll look any chip name that starts failing resistance when you break out this top and start a continuation. Hard pass. Hard pass. Look for that maybe on reversal days. You want to be shorting those ones. If they're not going with the group on a clean breakout, then you got to think of them the other direction. At a bare minimum, you don't want to go long them, but certainly there's an opportunity for that short trade there. So I will get to this, but I believe we have APLD, which was like the only earnings name out. Applied Digital was the only earnings name that I saw. So here we go. They are to the upside and then right back in. It's a cheap name, but it's a 15% short float here in Applied Digital. So it looks like their EPS, they lost 15 cents, but there was an expected 29-cent loss, so that was a beat, actually. Sales beat estimates, 60 million versus 55 million. So what's the market cap of this thing? 1.68 billion market cap, and they're doing quarterly sales of 60 million. That's why it's an $8 stock. So look, it's a beat top and bottom. I think it's the short float that's the story, but remember what we were talking about in terms of days to cover. So significant short float on a percentage basis for Applied Digital, 1.9 days to cover. So what that means is for all the shares that are short, if you look at the average daily volume, really if every single print for 2 days on average volume was simply covering shorts, they'd be out. That's a lot of liquidity to get them out. So probably why it's already not squeezing past these levels. If you get a beat, if that bid to cover was, or days to cover was 10, 20 days to cover, I'd expect a better chance it could be squeezing on a beat on the top and the bottom lines. But kind of a big valuation for the amount of sales that they're doing and no breakout of the top. So you always want to make sure, get the full picture, right? It's not just about, and I used to be this way too, it's just about the short float. 15% short float, good enough. Beating top and bottom, maybe it should be breaking out. But you look at that days to cover, and I think it's a very valuable tool that's in your quiver. Like just arrows in your quiver, tools in your toolbox. That's what we want. You want confluence for trades, not just the simplistic ideas, which are great, but if you can add some more complex or maybe more better thought out levels to it, I think you'll go a long way. And I really do like that days to cover. So I promised we just had a question about Airbnb. So let's get into it. It's a weird one because for right now, like my first thought when I think about Airbnb is what's going on in Florida, because Tampa's where I go every single year during spring training. And I know I'm going to be using an Airbnb just like we always do next time we go down there. And so when you think of storm season, you don't necessarily, in my brain, want to think of travel, but it's absolutely breaking out. Now, I am not in this trade. However, what it's doing is similar to what I want Snowflake to do, right? Where you get the consolidation off of a bottom on a trending down stock. There's the break. I mean, you look at this 50-period moving average because of how steep it was. That's well past it already made the breakout. Consolidate above the break, hold the 50 on the way back in, make the next breakout here, room to the 200-period moving average. I don't know where you'd be looking for an entry, but like for myself, unless I was in here or the retake of this level, like 128, like when it regains the gap price in 128, that gives you an entry there to a stop back underneath the 50-period moving average. It feels like a bit of a chase to me because the support's been at the 50-period, and now you're $4 away, or check that, like $5, $6 away from the 200, which would be the next stop just above 140. That's not a great risk to reward unless you find an exit point, which I don't have an exit. I wouldn't have an exit point myself all the way up here, but it's certainly trending to the upside another 2 points today. When you pop it on, you see the move that it made on this 3-minute. Yeah, like look how good this is. Wow, it's even better. Look at this on the 3-minute chart. Heck, if you like the 50-period moving average, look at this test and its confluence. This is what we always talk about. It's not just the 50-period. Look at the open. At the open, break, dip into 133. Okay, well, we'll see. Does 133 matter? 50-period moving average. Hold of 133. Look at the trend when it confirms the move. The 930 bamboozlement, the 930 algo zone. Sometimes if you catch it and it goes, it's absolutely fantastic. But if you can play off those levels, play off the information that you get at 930, and then work the trend later, those can be even better trades. You know, like, look at this trade. Are you going to get this one on Airbnb right off of the open? That's tricky. You can see it rip. It goes all the way to 34, fails a 34 break. holds down here for just a heartbeat at 133. Maybe you can get that trade if you're staring it down at 930, because that's a lot of action to happen in the first couple of minutes, and it's definitely wanting to rinse you. But when it comes back down at 1045, drops back in, does the wick, gives you the consolidation. Look at this candle in here. This is the one. I wanted to zoom in for this. This is the one. There's your bounce hold of the 50 period. There's your higher low. There is your breakout of the pattern. 133.15. Break. Stop. You can place it. Look, you can place it right under here. 132.95 if you want to go with a tight stop, risk 25 pennies, or down in here like 85. Like, that's the kind of risk to reward trade or trade on a confirmation level you like. Because the way you see it, you've got room to here, then room to here. It breaks it out. Hold on to the rest. 3 places, right? Like bang, bang, and then you hit a home run. You're probably trailing it if it loses a 50 period. Did it ever even lose trend? You could have held this to the close, your last piece. So great day today on Airbnb. I think it's a little bit of a chase on the daily. I feel like you need to be already in it when it was holding that 50 period and got back to the upside. Jay Haas or everyone out there, just a reminder, Chris Bretcher can't make it today, unfortunately. So we're not going to have Chris on. Things are automated. There we go. Thank you, Fabian. We're not going to be able to have Chris on today. We'll get his thoughts. I'm sure he'll be back next week when he's feeling a little bit better. Obviously, we'd love to have him on, but I want to answer your questions. I'm glad Airbnb was brought up because I didn't know what was going to happen when we looked at this chart. I knew what the daily chart looked like, but I had no clue that you had that kind of a technical setup there on Airbnb. So it's a great look that we got it. Yuri's just said, what are your thoughts on going short in crowd and Netflix? Okay, so remember everything that I just said about the NASDAQ breaking out, the ES breaking out, the NASDAQ trying to follow. Oops, I didn't type crowd right. The NASDAQ trying to follow. You got SMH trying to break out. So we're in an uptrend. So in a general sense, I think you have to have really good reasons to go into a short trade. I think it depends. Like, are you looking at a day trade setup or are you looking at a swing trade setup? Because I have higher lows in CrowdStrike into an obvious resistance at 300. And it's not a nothing level on CrowdStrike. Like, this was a distinct top. You've got the 200 period sitting out there. If you remember when things went all haywire, you had support into a pretty big resistance on the way down. So it's at a big price level. As a day trader, you might find an opportunity for like a false break of 300, where it breaks 300, doesn't take out that 200 period moving average, tries to come back underneath. You kind of grab it on the way back in, get yourself a nice little scalp trade. If you're going to short against the grain, it's not something I would do. I don't swing trade stock short. The only play that sets up for me at levels like this is a false breakout. Like, it tries to gap through this level overnight and then break it at the open, maybe the 200 period. You get an instant fail at 930 for an over-under, and then you scalp it that morning. Outside of that, I see a trend to the upside, and I'd look for a continuation over the 200 period on CrowdStrike. And the difference here is, like, at least CrowdStrike is a weak stock. You can argue it's weak relative to its peers, it's weak relative to the market. With Netflix, you've just broke the top. So you've just broken the top. I've never really looked at a daily chart like this and had a short setup that made any sense to me. At least until if it comes back under, like the next day, rejects that, makes some kind of lower high, maybe there's something after that. But when you've just broken a 52-week high on strength in a trend like this, I never really see short setups that I like. The argument can be made for CrowdStrike because it's relatively weak. You got that 200 period out there. You got the 300 level. You can set some things up off of that. But generally speaking, the trend is your friend till the end. CompuCare team, shout out to you. And absolutely prayers to Florida. Just going to be reading off the chat here. Prayers to Florida. Everybody certainly be safe. Like, that's one of the first things we try to think about here. Miriam has a question about SHOP. It was down today. Yesterday you picked it up thinking it was going to go today. You think it was because the market was going down. So Shopify in here, I don't think it's got too many problems when you look at the daily chart. So you picked it up. Look, it was down today. Yesterday you picked it up. Okay, so you didn't pick it up today. You picked it up in yesterday's move. I see an inside day on Shopify, which in an upward trend is usually not something that ever concerns me. Prior high, hold. Yeah, sure, you ended up a little bit close to the low of the day there. But overall, when you have an up move, you're going to get consolidation days. So it just recently, it just broke the $80 level, and you're running into what I would consider to be significant at that 84 top, because look at what happened. Ran away from 84, gap down underneath in its resistance. So yeah, it's got some work to do above 84, but the upward trend hasn't really been broken. All you have is a consolidation type day above that high. So it didn't really do a lot, but it did enough that it didn't reverse the move. So Shopify looks absolutely fantastic on the daily. There's really nothing wrong with it here. I think if you had failed that breakout immediately, like if you had this wick and then today we had tested right back into 80.50, maybe you'd have some reason for concern there, Marion. But I'm not terribly concerned about Shopify. Great Canadian company. The jinx of being the best tech company or stock that anyone cares about in Canada is long-lived. Nortel, infamously, obviously, and then BlackBerry. But I think Shopify is going to fare a little bit better. Jimmy Joe Smith, you're not going to get me. JP, what up, JP? DPZ. Take it easy, Sean. Sean just making his way out of there. Wish him all the best. Domino's. I love Domino's pizza. I think I'm not a huge chain pizza kind of guy, but I remember when Domino's was the worst tasting pizza, and they made a bit of a change, and I'm like, okay, like it's edible. I don't mind it. I don't really order it too much. We have a nice local place that we get here around my neighborhood. But Domino's has been sick. You're going to get their report tomorrow morning before they open. I hate earnings before they open. I'd rather they do it now so we can have fun watching where it goes to, pick up some price levels, be able to read everything, and then come in prepared the next morning. But we'll get them tomorrow morning. It has a decent, like a 6% short float. The days to cover is 4. That's not gigantic, but it is a little bit sick. The good news, you have this great consolidation bottom right at $400, right? So $400 bottom, and then you got the 50 period right here at about 420 change. So it's pretty clean. Like if it's able to blow things out, hold above, and I don't know what the EPS is. I'm not going to sit here and guess. I'm not an analyst. But if it's received well by the market, gets a couple of closes above 420, that gives you the 50 period to the 200. And the other side of that, which I've said before that I like, when a stock puts in a death cross, right? Death cross, technical, short sell, dream, whatever. That's what they say. Holds the bottom right after that and bounces higher going into earnings. So you put the death cross on while you're testing support, bounce off support, good report, back through the 50 period. Somebody's probably short this sucker and thinking cover. After that, they got the confirmation they wanted and didn't get a break at the low. Then the earnings breaks it out. I think you'd be able to get the 50 or the 200. That said, maybe we come in tomorrow morning, they report, and it's already at 450 or breaking 400 even. I can't predict that. I can just say the setup looks pretty sweet if they can manage to do some kind of a beat there on DPZ tomorrow morning. Hopefully that helps you out there, JP, up there in the chat. I just saw Bet MU. Bears versus Bulls with Bet and MU. I wish I could know what that would be. Like, what does that even mean? We'll look at MU, but Adara had a question before she just left. If you could trade only one semiconductor stock, which would you choose? Also, favorite 90s rapper, favorite modern rapper. Favorite 90s rapper, a Tribe Called, whatever. Tribe. Rakim favorite all time. You know what? Actually, it's a bit adjacent. Camp Low. Get that glow. This is it. Lucini pouring from the sky. Let's get rich. What? The chicky vines and sugar dimes can't quit. What? Now pop the cork and see the vigor and get lit. What? I love Camp Low. But contemporary, I don't listen to a lot of contemporary hip hop. I got to be honest with you guys. I used to like J. Cole quite a bit. Kendrick's absolutely amazing. And you guys got to put me onto some names because I don't listen to a lot of the stuff that comes out now. Call me an old head. That's just how it is. I know that's not what you wanted to hear. But if I could trade like one semiconductor stock you get to trade, NVIDIA. And it's a simple answer. NVIDIA provides you with the best opportunity. Some days it's boring, and you might not get everything you want out of the movement or the trend in NVIDIA. But in the general sense, I mean, obviously it's in an upward trend. The volume it does is tremendous. That's what it comes down to. $36 billion worth of NVIDIA shares trade every single day. That's reason enough as a day trader that it's the first place you look in the morning. When Tesla was the one, and in the pre-market, you can tell, you sit down in the pre-market, it's done 3 or 4 million shares. It used to be that Tesla was the one of the Mag 7 that's always done the best pre-market volume. And every day it's NVIDIA. It doesn't even matter. Like, I'm willing to, well, I'm not going to bet on this because I don't know, but even on the day of the deliveries for Tesla, I'm willing to bet NVIDIA probably was at least close to the same volume, if not slightly underneath Tesla's. It's the one in the semiconductor space. It doesn't mean there aren't other trading opportunities. Now that you've had a bunch of splits in there, SMCI has been pretty fun. Broadcom, I think Broadcom gets ignored way too much. Mea culpa here. Should have been looking at Broadcom the last couple of days. We just haven't because NVIDIA is NVIDIA, and that's how it is. So you got to keep it real here, but the volume is the volume. You got to be real, everybody. The volume's going to be there for you. Vanny, any word on MNTS earnings? Let me just double check here. Yeah, I'm not seeing any. What do we have? Yeah, I see stuff in the morning for MNTS. They did that dollar break late in the day, but no, I haven't seen anything on MNTS. I just double checked on the news source. I have nothing going on here aftermarket. When are they supposed to have reported? I don't. Again, it says November 5th pre-market. So I mean, they're not. It says here they're not reporting for another month. So there's nothing on the wire. But yeah, the Momentous to me, gimmicky style play. And the reason why I was interested in it is simply this is what the daily chart looks like. Like, look at the resistance at $1 every time it gets there. What happens to penny stocks? That's what it is. And it was trying to break away from the dollar. And when that happens, oftentimes you can set yourself with like a 105 or a 110 or a 101 style trade with 5% to 10% risk that can do something going to 125, 150, hold it for the dream at 2. I used to do a lot of that when I traded penny stocks back in the day. Oftentimes it wouldn't even be the dollar level, it would be like the quarters and the 50s. Now it's often at the dollar levels. That's why I was even interested in MNTS, to be honest with you guys. So Vanny, hopefully that answers your question there. Michael Warren, I'm just trying to catch up in the chat. PanW said PanW dumped. Yeah, let me double check what happened in PanW here because you're absolutely right. That is a $5 move to the downside in PanDubs. What do we got? See, again, nothing hitting the wire on PanW. They didn't like something. I mean, did Fortinet move? The first thing you always got to think about is when you see it, when I see a dump in anything and I don't see a news story, what's a related name and did it move? Fortinet didn't go. We were just looking at CrowdStrike, so I doubt that CrowdStrike didn't go either. I'm not seeing anything on either of those. My assumption is there's a story that I don't know about on PanW. Too good to be making that move for absolutely no reason on PanDubs there. So good luck. Mo was saying what happened to JPM. Nothing. JPM is absolutely fine. Is it perfect? No. You're going to get pullbacks and uptrends. You know, the way I see it, bank earnings are coming in. These guys were leading the charge. They're the best of breed, all of that good stuff. Biggest and most powerful bank, Jamie Dimon, knocks it out of the park. But today, it just broke back above resistance and held the 50-period moving average. Healthy pullbacks happen. And JP has had some healthy pullbacks on the way to the upside. I don't see anything terribly wrong with it. As a matter of fact, you could be resuming an uptrend. Problem is they all report. We start bank earnings on Friday and then getting into it next week. So anything can happen on those reports. And then today, nice little bull flag action. So I think a great day for JP Morgan. That's a lit grab on that 50-period moving average and then a trend back into the upside holding those highs. So I think it looks pretty good in there. Bob S says WFC was good for you today. Probably going to obviously be related to JP Morgan, the bank strong today. As you can see, was a very strong day. I was focused on, like we said, looking at some of the Chinese names, SMH, SPY, and the Qs were a little bit of a focus. Thank you there, Alex. It was a delayed reaction on PanW. I don't even see this headline. So Alex L in the chat, and I want to thank you for this. Palo Alto Networks warns of firewall hijack bugs with public exploit. This headline here, When I pull up my news source, I don't have it. And I usually like to make sure, hey, when does it come up on my news feed? Can I confirm it elsewhere? Is it reported by multiple sources? Because you want to be able to get it right. Like, I'm not here to try to say, hey, I'm the first person to tell you guys that news on JP, or if there had been, or on PanW. You want to make sure you get it right. So appreciate you. I'm going to look to see if that's the case. Certainly, it's not much to do now because we're not going to trade it. But obviously, the market, it's probably true. Generally speaking, when you had that kind of reaction, and specifically, you didn't see anything happen in CrowdStrike. Fortinet didn't go down. I didn't check Zscaler. Like, if I go to ZS, if none of the other ones made any kind of a move, then clearly something is up. I always make the assumption that if a move doesn't make sense to me, then I'm missing something. So if I don't see a news story and it doesn't make sense if it's the only one that's going, then there probably is one. So Alex, you're probably right. I just don't want to say that's definitely the news because I haven't seen it on my feed. You know, we'll confirm the things that we're sure about. That's what it's all about here. And we try to keep it as real as possible. Sometimes you want someone to have all the answers in the world. I'll tell you right now, for everyone in our community, you don't want, I never wants to be paying too much heed to someone who thinks they know everything. Because oftentimes, all the smartest people I know are very, very aware of the things that they don't know. And you hear it all the time, like, oh, I don't know this. Let me learn about that. What can you tell me about this? You know, really, I'm not talking about, in high school, there's really smart friends that I used to have, and they're always, really inquisitive. And when they get a chance to talk to somebody that knows more about them and something, they're very good listening. It's just like, you got to be a really good listener. And I'll do that when we have guests on, like Brian Shannon on technicals, or, like Danielle Shea when it comes to options, or Chris as well when it comes to options. So it's one of those things where you want to be able to do that. And I hope that everyone, you get a little something out of not just us when we're talking about our trading experience and trading live. I hope you get something out of our chat, because I've seen there's a lot of people on our chat. Adam's an example of this, Ponzi. A few of the regulars that have a wealth of knowledge in trading and years of it, and you can definitely learn from them. Before I get to, and obviously we're going to get to a roll call because it's already 4:30. That's crazy. Sean James, maybe Nancy sold. I don't know, but I don't think she'd sell in the aftermarket like that. I think one of the things here we go. Mo, you guys have huge buying power, hence taking trades for sense makes sense for the P&L. Smaller accounts, this is a great question, by the way. That's why I'm bringing it up before we do roll call. Small accounts to see a decent return need to hold longer. Any strategy ideas? So a lot of the trades that you want to set up for the bigger ideas are going to be, there's those break, it has to go or doesn't go. And I happen to be on PanW. So an example would be here. I'm going to give you a really quick example. You get the break right of the high. Let's just say you like PanW for the long. I'm just making up because this is the chart. You get the break of the high, it holds prior support, or the pre-market support level, and you play it till the next range, and then you hold it for the day as it holds a bull flag, maybe put a trailing stop on it. The other play, which can be a little bit more nuanced if you want to be patient, it breaks the high, reconfirms it, and then you look for a long here or here, and then you're holding on to the trend. Those are the types of trades that usually work a lot better than trying to scalp in and out, which is, hey, we're going to do it. That's what we do. One thing I always believe, what you can get the most out of from the show is the thought process in developing a trading idea and a plan and sticking to it. Because it's those things that lead to a longer career in trading, and then you've got to find your own trade ideas from that. But it's the process of actually thinking through them properly, of actually coming up with, this is why I'm getting in, this is why I'm getting out. A great example of that was Airbnb today. I didn't trade Airbnb, but we pull up that chart. I'm like, look, you did not need to have the perfect entry. There's the breakout, there's the retest. Now you know the level to work off of. It's 133. This was a 25-cent risk trade, set up off the 50-period moving average and support level. Resistance, support, 50 period, tight entry, tight stop, and you have what ended up being a $2 move. 1.5% move, $2 move with 15 to 25 cent risk. Looked at the chart for 5 seconds and figured it out. But you know what? I wasn't looking at Airbnb, so I suck. Probably should have been looking at Airbnb today. Shout out to everyone that brought that one up. We're past 4:30. My bad, Fabian. I know you want to get out of here. So let's do a little roll call, everybody. I hope you had fun today. I know I did. Shout out to the entire team. Sean thanked everybody, but I want to thank Fabian. Ramin was not here. Adrian. On the midday today, we had Sharif and we had Sataya, but always a big shout out to Joe, my man Sean and Brendo, as usual, and Dara as well, even dropping her own questions in the chat. But you know what's up, Bears versus Bulls? The best moderator in the business, number one in our hearts, number one in the chat. Thank you for everything that you do, Bears versus Bulls. We don't thank you enough. Once or twice a day doesn't cut it. I know I say that every single day, but it's true, brother. So let's get into some roll call. If you want your name hollered, you got to throw it in the chat. So let's start off here with a little Mashworth. We appreciate you. The Piper, thank you. Silverado Blue, Lionel Gomez. We got Eli 7721. We got Donkey Trader, Dan H, Marcus Hall, Mauricio Romano, Nephew with a capital P, Dollar Bill, JD roaring on 20s. We got Paul. We got Sharu 72. 509 Blackjack, thank you. Bears versus Bulls, kind words as always. Freddie Fulcrum, Moy Consado, Fat Figure. What up, Fat Figure? I always say like everybody, we have a great community of traders that talk to each other, and I forget you. The first person in the chat after I put it live in the morning is always Fat Figure. Most days anyways. Travel Buddy, Bigger Bears, Silverado Blue, Rich Naples, Lava, West y'all. Love it. Breaking VWAP, Raul in here, Bitcoin Trader, Kyle Dubs, Vancouver Canucks 64. When I was in high school, Trevor Linden was my favorite player. Shout out to the Vancouver Canucks. Day Trader Cut, Bigger Bears, we got the Piper again, Jay Haas, what up? Marcus Hall, Havana Woody, Pineapple Undies, because why not? Atul in the chat. We got narrow-minded one. Hurry in the chat. Red Eye Jedi, what's up? Oh my goodness. Finally, we have someone with a Star Wars reference in there. It's been a while. Thank you, everybody. Wish we could get to all of you. Hopefully, we got as many as we can. Best part about all of this, got the AI event ongoing. Tomorrow morning, we'll get Domino's Pizza earnings. We'll see how they go. We're going to have the Robotaxi aftermarket, and we got more trading to come. And everyone gets to be here bright and early. We're going to go right back at it, 8:30 in the morning. We are Trader TV Live, and we'll see you tomorrow.